Chapter 465. Time passed quickly. Han Shuo enjoyed the blessings of having multiple wives, and his inner desires were fully released. His demonic arts no longer showed any signs of qi deviation, but instead became increasingly profound. Apart from King Lawrence and a few members of the Dark Mantle, no one else knew that Han Shuo had returned to Asan City. Therefore, in the past few days, Han Shuo had been enjoying himself with the 3 women in his own mansion. There were no nobles who deliberately tried to curry favor with him. Happy times were ultimately short-lived. When Emily came over again and told Han Shuo that Lawrence was ready to attack the 7 Grand Duchies, Han Shuo had no choice but to leave Asan City once again. Fortunately, the spatial magic matrix connecting Asan City and Bretel City had already been completed. The 3 women were all noble characters and could easily use the transportation matrix to travel back and forth. Therefore, Han Shuo's departure didn't cause the 3 women to feel intense sadness. After communicating with Lawrence Candide, Han Shuo left Asan City and returned to Bretel City. As soon as he arrived at Bretel City, Han Shuo learned from Dorcas and the others that Bretel City's preparations were complete. They only needed to wait for the Empire's reinforcements to arrive before they could directly attack the 7 Grand Duchies. Leading troops into battle wasn't Han Shuo's strong suit. He had given all the military authority to Dorcas. After so many years, Dorcas had fully proven his ability to lead troops on the stage of Bretel City. All the soldiers of Bretel City willingly submitted to his leadership. Senior brother. After returning to the city, Lord's mansion, Ballins respectfully saluted in front of the door. Why are you here? Han Shuo was a little surprised to see Ballins. After exclaiming softly, he couldn't help but carefully size up Ballins. After 3 years, Ballins's murderous aura and bloody stench had completely disappeared. Han Shuo understood that this wasn't a sign that Ballins didn't have any achievements on the god-slaying devil path. On the contrary, from the aura Han Shuo sensed from Ballins's body, he understood that the former had successfully cultivated the god-slaying devil path to a realm where his murderous aura was restrained. At this realm, Ballins was proficient in using murderous aura. When he wasn't fighting an enemy, his murderous aura wouldn't leak out at all. Compared to his previous state of dense murderous aura, this kind of restrained murderous aura showed that his progress was extremely fast. Senior brother, for the past 3 years, I've been roaming around various battlefields. I've used the martial techniques you taught me to secretly absorb the scattered murderous aura, then digesting and controlling it according to the method you taught me. For the past 3 years, senior brother has been cultivating without a trace, so I haven't seen you. Some time ago, I learned that senior brother had appeared in Bretel City, so I specially rushed over. When Ballins faced Han Shuo, his expression was respectful and his attitude humble. He was even more attentive than when he served his former master, Corel. Han Shuo knew that this was because he could give him something that Corel could never give him. However, 3 years had passed. From the thick and restrained aura on Ballin's body, Han Shuo could be sure that his cultivation of the god-slaying devil path had been fruitful. Compared to his strength as a great sword master in the past, the current Ballins had become quite terrifying. Follow me. Han Shuo nodded and instructed Ballins. He went straight to the city, Lord's mansion. When they arrived at a training field in the city, Lord's mansion, Han Shuo stomped his feet and looked at Ballins. He instructed, "Attack me with all your strength. Let me see your progress in the past 3 years." Yes. Ballins slowly unsheathed the long sword on his body, inch by inch. A thick, murderous aura was gradually released, just like the unsheathed sword in his hand. As the long sword was unsheathed inch by inch, the murderous aura on his body grew sharper and stronger. Faintly, an abnormal crazed look appeared in Ballins's eyes. The god-slaying devil path was a pure demonic art of slaughter. The deeper one was immersed in this aspect, the more terrifying the murderous aura would be once it leaked out. It could even affect the cultivator's body. Han Shuo had a deep understanding of the god-slaying devil path. The reason why he taught Balins was so that Balins could become another sharp sword in his hand. Now that he saw the crazed look in Balins' eyes, Han Shuo was not alarmed. Instead, he was delighted. He understood that Balins' cultivation of the god-slaying devil path was progressing well. Under Han Shuo's watchful eyes, Balins unsheathed the long sword in his hand inch by inch. At the same time, a terrifying murderous aura, so sharp that it seemed to be able to tear the air apart, suddenly erupted from Balins' body. Hundreds and thousands of sword shadows were like pythons spitting out sharp murderous aura. They were as soft as silk as they entangled Han Shuo. Han Shuo opened his left hand. Demonic yuan circulated and condensed into a ghostly face. Initially, the ghostly face was only the size of a palm. However, when Balins' hundreds and thousands of sword shadows were pushed forward by the murderous aura, the ghostly face had already blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed all of Balins' sword shadows. The fingers of Han Shuo's left hand were twisted into the shape of a hook. It was as if thousands of invisible threads were connected to the ghostly face. The movements of his fingers manipulated the ferocious might of the ghostly face, causing the ghostly face to sweep through the air towards Balins, like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. Before Balins could react, the ghostly face had already swallowed Balins whole with its bloody mouth. While Balins was in a state of panic, the ghostly face suddenly exploded and vanished completely in the blink of an eye. It was as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. Only Han Shuo remained unruffled, standing where he was with a faint smile on his face. After waking up from his panic, the crazed look in Balins' eyes gradually disappeared. He respectfully kowtowed towards Han Shuo and said, "Senior's martial arts have indeed reached the acme of perfection." "Very good. To be able to progress to this stage in just 3 years. This shows that you have worked hard." From Balins' previous attack, Han Shuo understood that Han Shuo's strength had improved rapidly. By profound continent standards, the current Han Shuo should be able to contend against a newly advanced sacred swordsman. "Master, you have returned." Suddenly, Elizabeth's voice sounded from afar. After a short while, Elizabeth appeared before Han Shuo. "Senior, what was that martial technique just now? Was that malevolent, ghostly face real or fake?" Balins was extremely interested in Han Shuo's previous attack and paid no attention to Elizabeth. He only stared at Han Shuo and asked, "That was formed using demonic yuan. Hee. As for whether it's real or fake, you can figure it out yourself. When your control of killing intent reaches a certain realm, you will also be able to condense killing intent. At that time, you will understand." Han Shuo explained smilingly. He paused for a moment and suddenly approached Balins. Before Balins could react, Han Shuo suddenly pressed his hand on Balins' head. Some basic knowledge regarding demonic arts flowed from Han Shuo's palm into Balins' head. When his demonic arts had reached the separate demonic realm, Han Shuo could separate memories. Now it was incomparably easy. The demonic arts knowledge that Han Shuo had poured into Balins' mind was only the most common knowledge of demonic arts practitioners, such as the theory of chi deviation, some of the wondrous abilities of demonic arts practitioners, and some of the drawbacks of mental cultivation. This knowledge was something that every demonic arts practitioner should understand. Han Shuo was worried that Balins would be too eager for quick results and not understand the rules of demonic arts training, falling into an inextricable state of madness. Therefore, he had imparted this basic knowledge to him, lest he lose control of himself and turn into a monster that only knew how to kill. "All right, comprehend this knowledge well." Han Shuo stopped and looked at Balins. "Thank you, Senior. I will never forget Senior's great kindness." Balins was moved to tears and immediately kowtowed to Han Shuo, his expression sincere and excited. "All right, All you need to do is train well. Han Shuo said with a smile, "Honorable master, you must help me. You must help me." Suddenly, Dark Dragon Gilbert's loud cries sounded from outside. Gilbert appeared to be unprecedentedly anxious. "Dark Dragon, what's going on?" Han Shuo stared blankly at the Dark Dragon, Gilbert, who'd rushed in. He didn't know what had made him so nervous. "Master, Dark Dragon Gilbert, am the most honorable and great master. You must help me. Otherwise, my grandfather, and even our entire tribe of dark dragons, will be finished." Gilbert's panic was somewhat baffling. When he arrived in front of Han Shuo, he immediately knelt down with a thud, completely different from his usual sloppy manner. Han Shuo frowned and said in a low voice, "Get up and tell me what's going on." "Master, if you don't agree to help me, I won't get up." Gilbert's expression was resolute as he looked deeply at Han Shuo and pleaded. For so many years, Dark Dragon Gilbert had gone through fire and water with him and had never gone against his will. Especially in the forbidden area of the Dark Forest, he had almost died for him. Han Shuo understood all of this. Gilbert must have encountered an extremely difficult problem, which was why he was behaving so differently from his usual self. Han Shuo didn't hesitate for too long after he said these words. He immediately nodded and said, "Get up, I'll agree to your request. No matter what, I will help you." "Thank you, master," the Dark Dragon said gratefully, then stood up and hurriedly explained to Han Shuo, "My grandfather left me a draconic bone that he made from his own bones. Through this draconic bone, even if I'm here, I can still hear my grandfather's teachings. All along, my grandfather has said that our tribe of dark dragons will face a great calamity. If our tribe cannot avert the danger, we will forever be erased from the underground world. I've always thought that my grandfather was just being an alarmist, but just this morning my grandfather sent a message through the draconic bone, saying that a calamity is coming for our tribe. He told me to never return to the underground world, and to stay as far away from it as possible. My grandfather even left behind his last words. I know that something very frightening is about to happen to our tribe of dark dragons, or perhaps it has already happened. Master, I beg you to save our tribe of dark dragons." After speaking, Dark Dragon Gilbert once again knelt at Han Shuo's feet, his eyes filled with the desire to help as he looked at Han Shuo. "I've already promised you." Han Shuo helped Dark Dragon Gilbert up and said, "I don't know if I can help you, but I will make a trip to the underground world with you." "Thank you, master. Thank you, master. I know that with master's help, our tribe of dark dragons will definitely be able to avert the danger." Gilbert said hastily, "Ballins, follow Dorcas in secret and temporarily protect him in place of Gilbert. Elizabeth, you stay in the city and assist Dick in taking care of Brettel City's safety." Han Shuo instructed the two. Logically speaking, Han Shuo shouldn't be running around in the face of a great battle. However, the relationship between Dark Dragon Gilbert and Han Shuo wasn't as simple as that of a master and servant. Now that the Dark Dragon tribe was facing a calamity, and with Gilbert pleading like this, Han Shuo really couldn't find an excuse to refuse. Fortunately, the guardian god of the 7 Grand Duchies, old Monster Statholm, couldn't even protect himself and wouldn't appear in the 7 Grand Duchies during this period of time. In addition, Statholm had made an agreement with Han Shuo beforehand. The absence of Han Shuo, who was an adept at leading troops, didn't seem to have much of an impact on the overall situation in a large-scale battle of this scale. Therefore, after making his decision, Han Shuo immediately summoned Dorcas, Jack, and the others and explained a few things in detail. "My lord, don't worry. With the full support of the Empire, as well as the secret support of the Helen Duchy and Bulette Duchy, I have the confidence to take down the 7 Grand Duchies." Dorcas was full of confidence. The light of ambition in his eyes wasn't concealed in the slightest in front of Han Shuo. "You brat, you're not in Brettel City all year round. Actually, Brettel City can still function without you. Jack was the only one in Brettel City who dared to speak so carelessly to Han Shoa. Han Shoa was speechless. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "You damned little fatty, if you can't bring up Brettel City's economy, I definitely won't let you off." "Ha ha! Look at how prosperous Brettel City is now in my hands. You won't have a chance." Jack laughed proudly. "All right." Han Shua suddenly thought of something and immediately instructed Dorcas, when attacking the 7 grand duchies, "Treat the people of each duchy well. Don't kill the innocent." "Don't worry, my lord, I know what to do," Dorcas assured. "Then I'm relieved." Han Shua glanced at the anxious, dark Dragon Gilbert and said, "Let's go. I'll go with you to the underground world." Chapter 466. The underground world hadn't changed much. Along the way, ugly goblins and batmen would often be seen looting everywhere. The entire underground world was filled with chaos, and it seemed that this situation wouldn't change even after a few hundred years. "Gilbert, do you know what kind of disaster your tribe of dark dragons has encountered? Don't tell me you don't know anything at all?" Han Shua asked Gilbert as they walked towards the dark dragons. "Master, I really don't know. Grandpa told me these things through the dragon speech bone. I really don't know anything." Gilbert felt very wronged as he answered with a long face and a bad mood. Gilbert was burning with anxiety along the way, constantly urging Han Shua to hurry up. It seemed that although Gilbert had run away from home, he still had deep feelings for the dark dragons. Otherwise, he wouldn't have begged Han Shua so bitterly. Having followed Han Shua for so many years, although they had encountered some dangers, the two had always been able to turn them into safety. Inexplicably, Dark Dragon Gilbert felt that Han Shua seemed to be able to handle all dangers, as if nothing could truly stump him. Especially after Han Shua had come out of the cemetery of death a few days ago, the dark dragon who was linked to Han Shua by contract knew better than anyone how terrifying Han Shua's current strength was. Therefore, when he received his grandfather's message, he immediately thought of Han Shua. He also believed that only Han Shua could help the dark dragons survive this disaster. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of Gilbert, Han Shua didn't waste his breath. Gilbert's understanding of the underground world was clearly far greater than Han Shua's. The two didn't waste too much time on the first layer where dark elves ran rampant. Under Gilbert's lead, Han Shua descended from a precipitous, cliff-like cave and arrived at the slightly dusky next layer. There was also light on this layer's walls, but it was a bit weaker than the previous layer. The light emitted by tall plants that could be seen everywhere made it possible to see everything clearly in the dusky layer, albeit with a little more effort. "Follow me." Gilbert didn't say much. He led Han Shua straight into a narrow tunnel, looking very anxious. Along the way, Han Shua gained a rough understanding of the distribution of the underground world from Gilbert. The underground world was divided into 3 layers. The topmost layer was where the dark elves and lizard men resided. The creatures of this layer were the weakest. Even the ancient dark elves were weaker than the creatures of the 2 layers below. Of course, a freakish existence like the ancient lizard king was an exception. Existences like the ancient lizard king, who had climbed to the peak of rank 5 through evolution, were powerful existences anywhere on the profound continent. However, existences like him were few and far between. Most lizard men were still stupid and couldn't be as lucky as him to evolve all the way to the 5th rank and obtain the tyrannical strength to leave this plane. The black dragons lived on the 2nd layer. Most of the creatures on this layer were extremely powerful. Other than the black dragons who lived in groups, there were also some extremely powerful, rank-surpassing magical beasts that lived alone. However, under normal circumstances, these rank-surpassing magical beasts had their own territories, and they usually minded their own business. From Dark Dragon Gilbert's words, Han Shua understood that the dark dragons belonged to the kind of existences that no one dared to provoke in the 2nd layer. The dark dragons were a powerful race to begin with, and on top of that, they lived in groups. Not many creatures were willing to provoke them, even in the second layer of the underground world, where the strong were as numerous as trees in a forest. Therefore, from Gilbert's words, Han Shuo could basically rule out the possibility that they had encountered a fatal threat in the second layer. The third layer of the underground world was an incomparably mysterious area. From Gilbert's words, it seemed that no living creature knew what kind of creatures lived in the lower layers. Legend had it that there was indeed a passageway from the second layer to the third layer of the underground world. However, very few creatures knew of the existence of this passageway, and the super-rank magical beasts that were fortunate enough to pass through the passageway and enter the third layer had never returned. Therefore, no one or any creature could truly understand the situation in the lowest layer of the underground world. After passing through the narrow passageway, Gilbert led Han Shuo for a long time before they arrived at an area filled with mountain ridges. This was a huge gorge. At a glance, there were undulating mountain ridges of uneven heights everywhere. From afar, it looked as if there were giant dragons entrenched here. There's the smell of blood. Once Han Shuo arrived at this area, his sensitive nose immediately picked up the faint scent of blood. Dark Dragon Gilbert's eyes immediately reddened as he cried excitedly, "Grandpa, I'm back! Gilbert is back!" Gilbert's voice reverberated endlessly in Tanai, containing a touching emotion. As he cried, he charged towards Tanai, and Han Shuo hurriedly followed him. "Go back!" From the deepest part of the gorge, an old, furious roar suddenly rang out. The roar was mixed with unconcealable fear. "Grandpa, it's my grandpa's voice." Gilbert was pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly said to Han Shuo, "My grandpa is still here, he's fine." "But I think some of your clansmen have already died." Han Shuo shouted softly. He grabbed Dark Dragon Gilbert and suddenly sped up, charging towards Tanai like a bolt of lightning. On the back of a mountain ridge beneath their feet, the corpse of a nearly 30-meter long dark dragon was exposed. Han Shuo and Gilbert flew in the air. When they looked down, they could see that this dark dragon's body had been cut by a sharp weapon. There were terrible wounds all over its body. "Uncle Trace!" Gilbert obviously recognized the dead dark dragon as he roared furiously, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. However, this dark dragon wasn't the only corpse. As they flew in the direction of the gorge, 3 more dark dragon corpses appeared beneath their feet. These 3 dark dragons must have suffered cruel torture before they died. Each corpse was riddled with wounds, and one had even been chopped into 3 pieces, dying without a complete corpse. Gilbert recognized all 4 of these dead dark dragons, especially the huge dark dragon that had died in the most miserable state. Gilbert almost fainted from grief and indignation. When Dark Dragon Gilbert saw this corpse, he couldn't help but wail loudly, because that was Dark Dragon Gilbert's father. "Bastard! Run! Run quickly!" A crazed howl that sounded like it was dripping blood came from the distant canyon. It mixed with Gilbert's mournful cries, causing Han Shuo's heart to freeze to the extreme. He had the urge to kill the perpetrator by dismembering him into 1,000 pieces. Even if Han Shuo didn't use his consciousness to spy on the situation inside, he could still sense a few icy auras. One of them was especially tyrannical. Han Shuo even vaguely felt that it was somewhat similar to that of the water divine Magus Tiana. When this feeling arose in Han Shuo's heart, his desire to kill grew even stronger. Let's go. Let's go to the gorge and see what's going on first. Han Shuo grabbed Dark Dragon Gilbert. Ignoring Dark Dragon Gilbert's loud wails, he flew towards the gorge with a gloomy face. Another one. "TSK, TSK, interesting." A disdainful, cold sneer suddenly came from the depths of the gorge. "I'm going to kill them. I'm going to kill them. No matter who they are, I'm going to kill them." Dark Dragon Gilbert kept repeating these words as he wailed. His usual carefree attitude had long since disappeared. At this moment, apart from grief and indignation, Gilbert probably only had bone-piercing hatred left in his heart. Finally, Han Shuo pulled Dark Dragon Gilbert along and arrived at the largest gorge. The first thing that entered Han Shuo's eyes was a huge, spotlessly white cage made of some unknown material. Inside the cage were 17 dark dragons with skin as dark as ink who had already taken human form. There were old and young people among them, and they all wore collars around their necks like dogs. All of them had bloodstains on their bodies from being whipped. Even a young female dark dragon was the same. Blood still flowed from the bloodstains on her cheeks, as if she had just been whipped. Surrounding the cage were 6 people dressed in clothes as white as snow. Their attire was very similar, and every one of their expressions was icy cold, carrying a natural indifference and ruthlessness. One of them, a handsome middle-aged man with a face as if carved from a blade, looked at Han Shuo and Gilbert with a cold smile, his hands clasped behind his back. The aura on his body was somewhat similar to Tiana's, and he was also the most powerful existence here, a demigod existence. There's another little worm. The handsome middle-aged man looked at Gilbert as if he was looking at a pet, with a natural sense of superiority. Only after he finished speaking did he look Han Shuo up and down and asked, "Who are you?" "You know Tiana, don't you?" Han Shuo answered with a question instead. Including the handsome middle-aged man, the expressions of the 6 people dressed in snow white changed slightly. The middle-aged man, who was the leader, frowned and said, "You actually know of my little junior sister's existence. Who are you? Who are you people?" Han Shuo's heart suddenly jolted, and he immediately shouted, "We are from the Shrine of Ice. I am Ice Celestial Cori, since you know my little junior sister. Snow Celestial Tiana, who are you? Are you friend or foe?" Cori, the Ice Celestial of the Shrine of Ice, asked coldly, his eyes fixed on Han Shuo. Chapter 467. Like the Church of Light, the Shrine of Ice was also a relatively well-known religious organization on Profound Continent. The Shrine of Ice worshipped the Ice Goddess. Although this church's influence was not as great as that of the Church of Light, it was not to be belittled. The Shrine of Ice was the state religion of Kasi Empire. The Shrine of Ice was located on top of the coldest snowy mountain in Kasi Empire. Tiana, as the protector of Kasi Empire, was unexpectedly from the Shrine of Ice, and the snow goddess of the Shrine of Ice at that. Han Shuo only understood these secrets from Cori. However, even Candide of the Dark Mantle didn't know these things. It seemed that this Shrine of Ice was rather mysterious. By now, Han Shuo finally understood why Tiana would plot against him. The Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice had always been close. As the snow goddess of the Shrine of Ice, it was only natural that Tiana would frame them for the Church of Light. In front of Han Shuo, a group of Shrine of Ice members, led by Ice Celestial Cori, were watching Han Shuo vigilantly. Among them, Cori was the strongest, roughly on par with Han Shuo in strength. The other 5 emanated icy auras, roughly at the level of sacred grade experts. The strength of this group was by no means weak. They would be a force that no one would dare to ignore in any country. It made sense. This was the second layer of the underground world. For them to dare to slaughter in the territory of dark dragons, they naturally had to possess a certain level of strength. It was also at this moment that Han Shuo began to understand why Lawrence was so happy when he learned that Han Shuo possessed demigod strength. Odin Empire had the Church of Light, and Kasi Empire had the Shrine of Ice. Generally speaking, religious organizations like these controlled terrifying experts. The reason why Lancelot Empire hadn't dared to go on expeditions for so many years was probably because they were apprehensive of the existence of those people. Soon after, another doubt surfaced in Han Shuo's mind. Judging from the strength displayed by Kasi Empire, they had completely suppressed Lancelot Empire. Why hadn't Kasi Empire invaded Lancelot Empire for so many years? With just the snow goddess and the ice goddess before he became a demigod, who in Lancelot Empire could stop them. Apart from that, there was also the Brute Merchant Alliance and the Angela Empire. Both of them had the support of powerful experts. Even the 7 Grand Duchies had the demigod Old Monster Statholm. If so, why had the Lancelot Empire remained unscathed for so many years? What do you mean? Just as Han Shuo was letting his imagination run wild, Ice God shouted again. The bone-chilling sword in his hand was already unsheathed. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before immediately coming to his senses. He then turned his head to look at Dark Dragon Gilbert, only to see that Gilbert was currently being cursed at by a thin and weak little old man in the cage behind Corey with tearful eyes. This little old man should be Gilbert's grandfather, the patriarch of the Dark Dragons Guilds. Although his tone was vile and angry, his anxious expression showed his concern. Gilbert turned a deaf ear to his grandfather's curses. He just glared at Ice Celestial Corey with a pair of eyes filled with bone-piercing hatred. Even though he did not practice the god-slaying devil path, the killing intent emanating from his body was still incomparably intense. It was a bloodthirsty desire to destroy everything. Nothing. Han Shuo coldly snorted. He opened his hand and 5 dark rays shot out from his fingers, heading straight for the spotlessly white cage imprisoning the dark dragons. Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, Corey, who was standing beside the cage, did not make a move to intercept the attack. He merely wore a sneer of ridicule on his face as he looked at Han Shuo disdainfully. The other 5 also had the same expression. The way they looked at Han Shuo made Han Shuo extremely unhappy. However, Han Shuo soon found out why he had such a disdainful expression. Han Shuo's 5 rays of light did not encounter any obstruction from Corey and the other 5. They directly bombarded the surface of the cage that was as spotlessly white as snow. Only a few clanging sounds could be heard. The cage remained unscathed under Han Shuo's bombardment. Han Shuo was stunned. He knew very well how terrifying the impact force contained in those 5 rays of light was. Even the hardest iron and stone would be pulverized. However, the cage remained unscathed under Han Shuo's attack. This was clearly beyond Han Shuo's expectations. This is a cage blessed by the snow goddess. If you can break it, we'll turn around and run. Ice Celestial Corey sneered as he looked at Han Shuo. He pointed the ice-cold longsword in his hand at Han Shuo and said, "It seems that you are the enemy." As soon as Corey's words fell, the 5 beside him simultaneously left the cage, as though they were not afraid of the cage being broken. Each and every one of them spread out with cold and detached expressions. They were probably prepared to make Han Shuo and Dark Dragon Gilbert stay behind. Among the 6, Ice Celestial Corey was the strongest. Judging from the aura emanating from his body, he should be a magic swordsman. The long sword in his hand contained an enormous aura of ice. This kind of aura was mixed with pure and chilly divine energy. It was astonishingly similar to the divine energy of the Temple Knights of the Church of Light. These so-called churches were all like this. With devotion to the gods they believed in, they could always borrow some divine energy from their gods. Even if it was only a small portion of divine energy, it was enough for them to surpass their own shackles and possess power unimaginable to ordinary people. Seeing that the 6 fellows from the Shrine of Ice were slowly trying to surround him, Han Shuo couldn't help but frown. If it was only Ice Celestial Corey, Han Shuo wouldn't be afraid of him. After all, Han Shuo was extremely confident in himself. However, if the 5 sacred great experts were to be added to the mix, Han Shuo would have some trouble dealing with them. Among the other 5, 2 of them were water's sacred magi. At this moment, they had already begun to chant incantations. All of a sudden, the second layer of the underground world seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow. A bone-chilling coldness pervaded the entire region in the blink of an eye. Friend, no matter who you are, don't even think of leaving safely today. Corey listened to the chanting of his subordinates as he advanced step by step towards Han Shuo. The long sword in his hand was gradually covered in a layer of ice that was as bright and resplendent as a diamond. This layer of ice contained an incomparably chilling aura. Ganging up on me? Hee, I'm least afraid of being ganged up on. Han Shuo was suddenly no longer worried. At once, he let out a mischievous laugh and took out the skeletal staff from his hand. Following the chanting of necromancy incantations, one undead creature after another appeared around Han Shuo. Before Corey could get close to Han Shuo, there was no longer an empty spot around Han Shuo. All of them had been blocked by a dense horde of undead creatures. From low-level skeletal warriors and ghouls to evil knights, bone demons and mummy lords, they were all present, especially the Earth Elite Zombie and his gang of extremely strange fellows. Every one of them wore strange armors. Among them, the Metal Elite Zombie held a dazzling golden cudgel in his hand, while the Fire Elite Zombie held a pulsating fire attribute treasure, the Fire Lotus. Among undead creatures, this was an unspeakable oddity. You are actually a wretched necromancer. Corey was gobsmacked. Obviously, he was rather astonished that Han Shuo could summon so many undead creatures. So what if I'm a necromancer? Even the entire race of dark dragons have been imprisoned in our hands. What do you think these low-level undead creatures can do to us? Corey was very conceited. Obviously, he did not attach any importance to the undead creatures summoned by Han Shuo. Low-level. Han Shuo sneered. Soon after, he secretly issued an order to the 5 elite zombies to find an opportunity to form the penta-elemental undead formation. As Little Skull was busy fusing his soul with the origin crystal of pure death, he did not appear this time. However, with the 5 elite zombies here, in addition to the 3 evil knights and the mummy lord, Han Shuo still had the confidence to resist the 6 from the Shrine of Ice. However, to ensure that nothing went wrong, Han Shuo first ordered the 5 elite zombies to prepare the penta-elemental undead formation. Although the 5 elite zombies were still unable to completely fuse all of their energies in this formation, from what Little Skull had said previously, Han Shuo understood that even the 5 elite zombies were extremely formidable. Master, I want revenge. I want to kill them. Dark Dragon, Gilbert bellowed furiously. With just you lot. Corey sneered with extreme contempt. Then, with a face full of loathing, he shouted in a low voice, Clean up these filthy undead creatures for me. As soon as Ice Celestial Corey's words faded, the incantation that had been chanting all along suddenly came to a halt. Soon after, the entire region turned into a land of ice and snow. The coldness engulfed the entire canyon. Gigantic icicles and millstone-sized hailstones suddenly appeared, raining down on the undead creatures everywhere in the canyon. The magic of a sacred grade magus was indeed terrifying, especially when it was released by 2 sacred grade magi at the same time. The entire canyon became a frightening scene of icicles and hailstones raining down. The enormous number of undead creatures summoned by Han Shuo struck the low-level skeletal warriors and zombie warriors one after another. In an extremely short period of time, the thousands of undead creatures were smashed into pieces by the icicles and hailstones. However, starting from the hate warriors, the tough bodies of the high-level undead creatures were able to withstand the attacks. Naturally, high-level undead creatures like the Bone Demon and Mummy Lord were unscathed. The cold aura that spread throughout the entire canyon caused the dark dragons in the cages to shiver. However, to the undead creatures, the cold would never pose a threat to them. Under the hail of icicles, the undead creatures that were still alive lined up to attack Corey and the others. Chapter 468. The 3 evil knights that had been refined by Han Shuo previously had armor that shone as bright as mirrors. Each of them wielded extremely long, sharp bone spurs that emanated a dense aura of death. They charged at the very front. The fire-breathing warhorses beneath the evil knights were extremely tall and large. The evil knights, wielding the enormous bone spurs, were also incomparably valiant. They charged head-on towards Corey's party, the aura of death rippling out endlessly. Behind the 3 evil knights were another 5 evil knights that had not been refined by demonic arts, followed by the Mummy Lord and the Bone Devil. As for the 5 eccentric elite zombies, the Earth Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie used their innate abilities to conceal themselves in the depths of the earth, and the other to vanish into a strange plant. The Fire Elite Zombie, Water Elite Zombie, and Metal Elite Zombie mixed in with the zombie warriors that were lucky enough to survive. They slowly spread out and surrounded Corey's party. Corey's eyes were like lightning. The icy sword in his hand that was covered in a layer of diamond ice continuously emitted a bone-chilling aura. Without waiting for the 3 evil knights to approach, Corey suddenly let out a cold snort and fiercely brandished the long sword in his hand. Colorless fighting aura mixed with a chilling aura flew out from the long sword, aiming straight for the 3 evil knights riding their fire-breathing warhorses. The originally colorless fighting aura, which could freeze any ordinary creature, immediately converged at the location of the colorless fighting aura. The originally colorless and formless fighting aura shot out explosively, instantly absorbing the cold air and transforming it into an enormous icicle that sparkled with cold light. Infused with an unstoppable fighting aura, the icicle flew straight towards the 3 evil knights. Standing beside Dark Dragon Gilbert, the corners of Han Shua's mouth hooked into a sneer. He suddenly disappeared, and when his body reappeared, he was already standing proudly in the air in front of the 3 evil knights. He fiercely punched down from above, like a red dragon shooting out from Han Shua's hand. Han Shua's fist pulsated with fiery, red, demonic flames under the activation of the mystical, glacial spell fire. It carried scorching light and heat as it struck the center of the enormous icicle. Creak! A crisp sound of ice shattering resounded. Due to the effect of Han Shua's ferocious strength, the devil flame, which resembled a thin dragon, directly smashed a large hole into the icicle. Soon after, the high heat of the devil flame was released, evaporating the icicle along with Corey's invisible dochi. Your opponent is me. Han Shua strode across the void, approaching the ice god of the Shrine of Ice step by step. Blazing flames burned fiercely in both of his hands. The scorching heat that could incinerate everything intertwined with the ever-present cold currents, evaporating into droplets of water that drizzled down. You, who exactly are you? After a single strike, Ice Celestial Corey of the Shrine of Ice finally realized just how powerful Han Shua was. He shouted with fear in his heart. Even if Han Shua didn't deliberately use his consciousness to spy on Han Shua, he could still sense Corey's true strength from such a short distance. However, although Corey was extremely powerful, he didn't possess such miraculous, demonic arts as Han Shua. Therefore, from the very beginning, Corey had never considered Han Shua as an opponent on the same level. After all, demigod existences were extremely rare on the entire profound continent. This time, Corey had come prepared from the Shrine of Ice. He had brought along practically every top-notch expert of the Shrine of Ice, excluding Tiana. He didn't believe that any random dark dragon he ran into would possess much strength. Most importantly, the demonic arts Han Shua cultivated and were poles apart from the martial techniques of this world. Corey did not sense the flow of fighting aura from Han Shua's body. It was only after Han Shua took out the skeletal staff that he suddenly realized that Han Shua was nothing more than a necromancer. When Han Shua didn't summon the bone dragon, Corey looked down on Han Shua even more. A mere, grand, magus necromancer was nothing in his eyes. Any one of his 5 subordinates behind him could easily dispose of Han Shua. Naturally, he didn't know what tricks Han Shua could play. But when he discovered that Han Shua could shatter the icicles he condensed using his ice energy with a single strike, He realized that he was wrong, and gravely wrong. Only then did he once again inquire about Han Shua's origins with a grave expression. "You're about to die. What's the use of knowing so much?" Han Shua looked at Ice Celestial Cory with a murderous look. The two fireballs, burning with demonic flame, condensed from the demonic yuan in his hands, were already rolling towards Ice Celestial Cory as soon as Han Shua finished those words. Only a character at the level of the Ice Celestial could clearly understand the kind of energy contained within those two seemingly ordinary fireballs. Therefore, he immediately let out a loud roar. His long sword danced in the air, emitting sparkling and translucent cold air. The cold rays shot towards the two fireballs of demonic flame. Contrary to Ice Celestial Cory's expectations, the two blazing balls of demonic flame that were originally flying towards him in a straight line suddenly circled around his long sword in a bizarre trajectory. Like two unpredictable living creatures, they flew towards him from high to low, high and low, in an inexplicable trajectory. After the two fireballs, Han Shua's smile was even colder than the world of ice and snow. He first issued an order to Earth Elite Zombie, and then instructed Dark Dragon Gilbert from afar. "Just take good care of your grandfather later." Due to the magic jointly released by two sacred grade magi, the entire area was filled with bone-chilling coldness. Ice shards and snowflakes filled the air as they danced in the air. It was as though this place was the snowy mountain where the Shrine of Ice was located. Perhaps because their physical strength was restricted, the dozen or so dark dragons that were imprisoned were shivering from the cold. As for that dark-skinned girl covered in cuts and bruises, it was unknown whether it was because of the cold or the ice shards that landed on her face, but her skin actually appeared a little fairer. As soon as those words left Han Shua's mouth, the floor of the cage that imprisoned the dozen or so dark dragons suddenly caved in to reveal a pitch-black hole. Amidst the dark dragon's panicked cries, the entire cage rapidly fell into the pitch-black hole. At the same time, beneath Dark Dragon Gilbert's feet, a tunnel leading to the underground was similarly formed. Gilbert immediately reacted and hastily leaped into the tunnel. After the cage and Dark Dragon, Gilbert fell into the tunnel together. The two strangely appearing caves, under the attentive gazes of a shrine of ice experts, miraculously closed up again. Before they could even react, the two caves had completely disappeared, and the ground was restored to its smooth and flat state. "My lord, Lord Cory, the Jade Frost cage is gone." Suddenly, the Archmage who had just chanted an incantation cried out in alarm. Cory was brandishing his sword to ward off the extremely tricky fireballs. When he heard the cry of alarm from his subordinates behind him, he took a quick glance behind him. Soon after, his complexion turned incomparably ugly. Ice Celestial Cory, who had been fending off the attacks of the fireballs, suddenly erupted with a frighteningly cold air. All of a sudden, cold air rapidly gathered around Cory. Apart from Cory, the rest of the space seemed to be frozen by the cold air. An enormous block of solid ice appeared out of thin air. The two spinning fireballs controlled by Han Shua were also frozen within that enormous block of ice. Before Han Shua could react, several dozen strands of cold air abruptly attached themselves to the solid ice. Like silver snakes, they began to circulate at high speed within the solid ice, all converging on the fireballs locked in the solid ice. Thick white smoke immediately emanated from the area where the two balls of demonic flame were frozen. Han Shua could sense that the demonic yuan contained within the two balls of demonic flame was being consumed bit by bit under the constant stimulation of dozens of strands of frigid air. Cory was at the center of that enormous block of solid ice. As the one releasing it, Cory was obviously unaffected by the solid ice. He stared coldly at Han Shua and suddenly flew towards Han Shua at high speed. That enormous block of solid ice that completely locked the space around Han Shua, as though it had no weight at all, actually flew at the same speed as Cory towards Han Shua. Midway through, The thick, white smoke rising from the solid ice had already disappeared. The two fireballs were finally completely depleted of demonic yuan by several dozen strands of cold air. There was no longer any trace of their existence. Under Han Shua's command, the high-level undead creatures that were unaffected by the previous wave of ice magic circled around Cory and charged towards the 5 most powerful experts of the Shrine of Ice. The 5 elite zombies also rapidly spread out and started preparing to release the penta-elemental undead formation. When Han Shua saw that Cory was flying towards him with a huge block of solid ice, his 2 hands whirled at high speed. All kinds of strange, demonic arts suddenly whizzed out. Those indestructible demonic lights bombarded the surface of that enormous block of solid ice, producing pleasing tinkling sounds. However, this enormous block of solid ice that was constantly absorbing the frigid air of the entire area seemed to be the hardest substance. When Han Shua's secret demonic arts bombarded the enormous block of solid ice, he could at most penetrate a meter deep. He had absolutely no way of penetrating the solid ice to attack Cory, who was at the center. Ice Celestial Cory, your reputation is indeed well-deserved, Han Shua praised in his heart. While releasing all kinds of dazzling attacks on the solid ice, he rapidly dodged and hastily thought of a way to break the solid ice. As the demon's lair edge had yet to fuse with the ball of destruction, Han Shua, who had yet to find a way to break the solid ice, had no choice but to dodge quickly. Fortunately, Han Shua had always held the advantage in terms of speed. Although Cory was chasing after Han Shua with the enormous block of solid ice, he couldn't even get close to the corner of Han Shua's clothes. One couldn't break the solid ice, the other couldn't catch up to the other. The 2 temporarily fell into a deadlock. "Father, I'm coming. Father, I'm coming." It was at this moment that Han Shua suddenly received messages from Fire and Metal Elite zombies. The 2 were brimming with confidence. They transmitted the message to Han Shua's mind almost at the same time. Then, the 2 charged at Cory at the same time. Metal Elite Zombie and Fire Elite Zombie. One wielded the all-conquering metal attribute treasure, the Golden Cudgel, while the other wielded the fire attribute treasure, the Fire Lotus, that could incinerate all things. Han Shua suddenly came to his senses. He couldn't help but feel relieved and started plotting how to beat them when they were down. Chapter 469. Facts had proven that the Metal Elite Zombie who had obtained the Golden Cudgel and the Fire Elite Zombie who had obtained the Fire Lotus could indeed release extraordinary strength. Under Metal Elite Zombie's manipulation, the Golden Cudgel transformed into a dazzling golden pillar. Carrying a force of hundreds of millions of kilograms, it bombarded the enormous block of ice surrounding Ice Celestial Cory. Frightening cracking sounds suddenly erupted from the block of ice. Ice Celestial Cory, who was at the center, suddenly felt an unparalleled force rushing towards him, causing his body to shake violently and his aura to become unstable. Fire Elite Zombie followed, closely behind. The Fire Lotus in Fire Elite Zombie's hand blossomed into blazing flames. They constantly leaped out from the Fire Lotus and landed on the block of ice that had yet to completely shatter. Thick smoke was suddenly released from the point of contact between the ice and fire. Cory turned pale with fright. If Han Shua had used some miraculous martial technique to break this move of his, then perhaps he wouldn't have been so astonished. However, for 2 oddball zombie warriors to be able to break through his ice imbued with the energy of the ice goddess, this was beyond his imagination. What the hell are these? Cory was stunned by Fire Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie. He tightly clenched the long sword in his hand that was covered in a layer of diamond-hard ice. He looked at Fire Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie in a rather flustered manner. It was at this moment that Han Shua suddenly shot out from the thick smoke. The demonic blades had caused Han Shua's fingernails to grow a meter long. Han Shua flew towards Cory like a demon. It was as though Han Shua's 2 hands were weaving an invisible net. As they danced in the air, streaks of incisive demonic light shot out and formed a giant net that trapped Corey. Corey's mind was in turmoil. One Han Shoa was already extremely difficult to deal with. On top of that, Fire Elite Zombie was refined purely from the Yuan energy of fire. The fire lotus in his hand seemed to faintly restrain him. This feeling made Corey extremely uncomfortable. When he saw Han Shua charging at him, he used the long sword in his hand to shoot out streaks of solid ice while continuously retreating. Suddenly, right in front of Corey, Han Shua's figure gradually faded until it disappeared. However, that sense of danger did not diminish, but instead grew stronger and stronger. To Corey, this made him very unhappy. One after another, icicles burst out from the long sword in his hand, shooting out in all directions with him as the center. After losing track of Han Shua, this was the best method of attack Corey could think of. Under Corey's full-range attack, the large net that was descending upon him seemed to be destroyed and dissipated by the bombardment of the icicles. However, Corey did not feel any sense of relief in his heart. The sense of crisis that had been shrouding his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Corey had already focused all of his attention, spinning at high speed on the spot in an attempt to find the source of the crisis, but to no avail. When that sense of crisis had accumulated to its peak, Corey suddenly felt a stinging pain from the soles of his feet. Corey's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly soared into the sky, trying to escape the sudden attack from the bottom of his feet. Beneath Corey's feet, Han Shua, who had used the Earth Elite Zombie as a cover to launch his attack, raised his head to look at Ice Celestial Corey with a malevolent smile. The demonic blades in his two hands glistened with cold light, and 10 jet-black finger rays shot towards Corey like slithering snakes. Not only were they as fast as lightning, their trajectories were crafty and unfathomable. Damn it! Corey inwardly cursed himself for being careless. In a flurry, he used the long sword in his hand to spin and flick. Out of the 10 strange finger auras, 6 of them were destroyed by Corey's frantic defense, but there were still 4 that stuck to Corey's body like shadows, bombarding his thighs and waist respectively. Fresh blood spurted out almost immediately, and Corey's miserable howls could be heard soon after. Take his life while he's down. Han Shua soared into the sky. The meter-long demonic blades in his 2 hands seemed to be flowing with demonic light. The 10-finger rays were once again accumulating power, ready to take Corey's life at any moment. Contrary to Han Shua's expectations, Ice Celestial Corey, whose status in the Shrine of Ice was slightly higher than Tiana's, actually hastily took out a magic scroll after his lower body was pierced by one of the finger rays. Before Han Shua could approach, Corey had already activated the magic scroll that was as white as snow. Retreat! Corey shouted. The snowflakes that filled the sky suddenly rushed towards Ice Celestial Corey. In but an instant, Ice Celestial Corey disappeared amidst the flying snowflakes. Corey let out a miserable howl. The snowflakes that covered the entire area suddenly wrapped around the remaining experts of the Shrine of Ice. Amidst the fluttering snowflakes, the 5 remaining experts seemed to have fused with the snowflakes, magically vanishing before Han Shua's eyes. Even though Han Shua's consciousness was extraordinary, he could only sense their auras in the fluttering snowflakes in the sky, but was unable to pinpoint their exact location. It was as if they had all melted into the snow. There were traces to follow, but there was no way to make a move. As soon as the party of 6 disappeared, the snowflakes that covered the entire canyon abruptly stopped. Han Shua could sense that the auras of Corey and his party were gradually disappearing. When Han Shua could no longer sense the auras of the 6, the cold and dense world of ice and snow that enveloped the entire canyon was still present. However, not a single snowflake could be seen drifting down from the sky. The undead creatures that had lost their targets stood blankly on the spot, waiting for Han Shua's orders, not knowing what to do. Father, they're gone! Earth Elite Zombie slowly emerged from beneath Han Shua's feet and transmitted. They actually escaped. This method of escape is truly miraculous. They actually melted into the snow. Han Shuo mumbled to himself. Soon after, he said to Earth Elite Zombie, "Open the underground tunnel and get Dark Dragon Gilbert and the cage out." "All right," Earth Elite Zombie straightforwardly replied. Soon after, the ground beside the two suddenly split open to reveal a cave. From within, Dark Dragon Gilbert and the dark dragons in the cage emerged. Gilbert was lying on top of the cage, his tears flowing into the cage uncontrollably. He didn't say a single word, but continuously wailed at the patriarch of the dark dragons, Gilgs. His grandfather's eyes were bloodshot, and old tears were rolling down his cheeks. He choked with sobs as he consoled Gilbert. After glancing at Gilbert and the dark dragons in the cage, Han Shuo quietly distanced himself from them. Han Shuo knew that it was best to give them some time to be alone. Moreover, Gilgs might tell Gilbert some secrets about the dark dragons. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to stay here. As the temperature in this region had returned to normal, the ice and snow that previously covered the earth gradually melted. Han Shuo sent the undead creatures back to the netherworld one by one. Then he pondered about the purpose of the Shrine of Ice's visit. The Shrine of Ice and the Church of Light were on very good terms. Although the doctrines they preached were different, most people knew that they were allies in private. Based on Han Shuo's loathing of the Church of Light, in addition to Tiana's betrayal, Han Shuo naturally regarded the Shrine of Ice as an enemy. Although Ice Celestial Cory managed to escape by relying on the boundless snow this time, Han Shuo had left an unforgettable mark on his body. In addition to his relationship with Tiana, the enmity between him and the Shrine of Ice would be difficult to resolve. Han Shuo had already begun to ponder how to deal with the Shrine of Ice. While Han Shuo was pondering, he suddenly received a message from Gilbert asking him to go over. Without hesitation, Han Shuo immediately went over to Gilbert's side. He saw that although Gilbert still had a sorrowful look on his face, his emotions had somewhat stabilized. The dozen or so dark dragons in the cage were all looking at Han Shuo. Gilbert's grandfather, Gilgs, kowtowed to Han Shuo from within the cage, sincerely thanking him. "When Gilbert returned the last time, I heard of your deeds. I didn't expect that you would be the one to save us dark dragons this time. On behalf of the dark dragons, I thank you for your great kindness. You're welcome. The relationship between me and Gilbert isn't what you imagine it to be. It's only right that I help you." Han Shuo hastily waved his hand, indicating that Gilgs need not be so courteous. "I understand. Most people wouldn't be willing to risk their lives for the sake of a magical pet. For you to come all the way here to help us dark dragons because of Gilbert, this is sufficient proof of your kindness to Gilbert. It is indeed his good fortune to be able to follow you." Gilgs was definitely a reasonable person. From the moment Han Shuo and Gilbert came here, he knew that Gilbert had indeed followed the right person. "Grandpa, don't talk about these useless things," Gilbert complained. Then he looked at Han Shuo anxiously and said, "Master, can you open this damned cage? I've tried many ways, but I can't break this cage at all. Let me try again." However, this cage that Cory said had been blessed by the ice goddess did indeed contain a bizarre divine energy. When Han Shuo's fierce attacks landed, they were all frozen by the bone-chilling divine energy. He was unable to break open the cage. "That's right, it's right," Han Shuo replied before he started to use several demonic arts. The main soul within the demon's lair edge was in the midst of fusing with the energy of the ball of destruction. At this moment, the demon's lair edge needed to be absolutely silent. Otherwise, with the help of the inconceivably sharp demon's lair edge, Han Shuo was confident that he could break this cage. However, without the demon's lair edge in hand, Han Shuo was really having a headache for the time being. The golden cudgel in Metal Elite Zombie's hand was indestructible. However, if the cudgel smashed down The dozen or so dark dragons that were already on their last breaths inside would be finished before the cage was broken. Han Shua knitted his brows as he thought to himself as he gazed at the cage. If this cage didn't contain the divine energy of the ice goddess, Han Shua was confident that he could break it. But now he was truly at his wit's end. Just as Han Shua was having a headache, he suddenly thought of a person. He softly cried out, "There might be a way." Chapter 470. What is it? Gilbert hastily asked. Elizabeth of Bretel City. Perhaps she can help us. Han Shua explained. As a target of the Church of Light, Elizabeth possessed a bizarre body of divine grace that possessed the miraculous ability to absorb the divine energy of the Church of Light. Han Shua had a vague feeling that perhaps she could remove the divine energy of the ice goddess contained within the cage. Once the Jade Frost cage was no longer protected by the divine energy of the ice goddess, Han Shua was 100% certain that he could break it. Gilbert evidently didn't quite believe it. After staring blankly for a moment, seeing that Han Shua seemed to be somewhat confident, he couldn't help but ask, "Can she be trusted?" "I'm not too sure myself, but there's no harm in trying," Han Shua replied. You're Brian, right?" Within the cage beneath Dark Dragon Gilbert, the patriarch of Dark Dragons, Gilgs, raised his head and asked Han Shua. "Yep," Han Shua replied. "Thank you for your rescue. The Dark Dragon clan will forever remember your kindness." Gilgs kowtowed to Han Shua. Soon after, he raised his head and said, "The Shrine of Ice has come here, killed our people, and imprisoned us here. Firstly, they intend to turn us dark dragons into their mounts. Secondly, they want to learn the path to the third layer of the underground world from me." The third layer of the underground world. Han Shua was shocked. He then looked at the patriarch of Dark Dragons with glistening eyes and asked, "What's the situation?" Since Gilgs took the initiative to reveal the situation of the third layer of the underground world to Han Shua, it seemed that he was prepared to tell Han Shua the whole story. This was somewhat out of Han Shua's expectations. 2 years ago, Gilbert returned once. From Gilbert, I learned that you were the owner of the skeletal magic staff. That was also the reason why I didn't stop Gilbert from following you, because the owner of the skeletal magic staff definitely wouldn't be an enemy of our dark dragon race. The patriarch of the dark dragon race looked deeply at Han Shua as he spoke in a deep voice. Han Shua was even more bewildered. It seemed that Gilgs also understood some of the origins of the skeletal staff. He couldn't help but take out the skeletal staff and fiddle with it for a while. He sized up Gilgs, the patriarch of dark dragons, and asked, "Why do you say so?" "Because 5,000 years ago, the Black Dragon clan had been fighting under the command of the original owner of the skeletal staff. We, the Dark Dragon race, have always lived in the second layer of the underground world under the orders of the original owner of the skeletal staff to prevent anyone from trespassing into the third layer of the underground world. I also heard some things about you and Ancient Lizard King Degassi from Gilbert. The Ancient Lizard King was his magical pet back then. Degassi must have told you some things, right?" Gilgs asked. "No, Degassi didn't talk about the past in depth. He only told me that I could obtain the truth from the skeletal magic staff. However, I still haven't completely grasped the secrets of the skeletal magic staff. Therefore, for the time being, I don't know what happened 5,000 years ago. If you know, I hope you can tell me." Han Shua's heart was filled with doubts as he looked at the patriarch of the dark dragon race, Gilgs. Gilgs shook his head with a wry smile. Soon after, he saw the longing look in Han Shua's eyes. He forcibly shook his spirit and said, "I have only lived for 2,000 years. I only know these things from the ancient records left behind by my ancestors. My knowledge is also very limited." "What do you know?" Han Shua asked. Under Han Shua's attentive gaze, Gilgs pondered for a moment before he said, 5,000 years ago, there was a great war that involved all the experts on the profound continent. That war was extremely bitter and desperate. It seemed that there were even experts from other material planes involved. The side of the skeletal magic staff's owner and our dark dragon race should have lost in that great war. Some of the main leaders were killed while others fled. Our side suffered disastrous losses. It is said that several of our powerful races have vanished from the profound continent forever. Our dark dragon race can be considered lucky. Although we have been holed up in the second layer of the underground world forever, at least we haven't been exterminated. I don't know about the situation of the other races, but our dark dragon race has been staying in the second layer of the underground world under the orders of the original owner of the skeletal magic staff. On one hand, it was to avoid being hunted down by the victors, and on the other hand, to guard the passage to the third layer of the underground world. When the owner of the skeletal magic staff gave us this order, he also said with certainty that after 5,000 years, powerful enemies would descend upon us. He said that as long as we could avoid this calamity and guard the passage for 5,000 years, we would be able to leave the second layer of the underground world. That's all I know. As for what happened 5,000 years ago, why did we lose so miserably? Who were the enemies? What is in the third layer of the underground world? I don't know about that. After Gilgs finished speaking, Han Shua couldn't help but fall into contemplation. He was certain that the original owner of the skeletal magic staff should be one of the leaders of the dark dragon race 5,000 years ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to command the dark dragon race in such a manner. In addition, the original owner of the skeletal magic staff should still be alive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left so many tricks up his sleeve. It was also from this moment onwards that Han Shua felt that the legends regarding the cemetery of death in the outside world weren't absolutely true. According to the legends, the cemetery of death was originally created by a group of necromancers. They used the cemetery of death to research the profound mysteries of necromancy magic and committed many outrageous acts. In the end, the cemetery of death was destroyed by the combined efforts of mages of various elements. The cemetery of death also completely disappeared. As a necromancer, Han Shua had heard of many of these legends. However, according to the timeline, these legends occurred no more than 1,000 years ago. Now that he heard Gilbert talk about the events of 5,000 years ago, Han Shua suddenly felt that the cemetery of death should have existed for a longer time. Suddenly, Han Shua recalled that Gilgs had lived for more than 2,000 years. He immediately asked, "You have lived for more than 2,000 years. Do you know of the existence of the cemetery of death and the legend regarding the cemetery of death?" "Of course. During these 2,000 years, I'm not completely ignorant of the matters of the outside world. I still know a little about some important matters." Gilgs nodded and immediately asked, "What legend are you referring to about the cemetery of death?" Han Shua was overjoyed. He hastily described the legend regarding the cemetery of death in the human world. Soon after, he looked at Gilbert with sparkling eyes and asked, "Is that the truth?" Gilbert shook his head and said, "It's true that a group of necromancers gathered in the cemetery of death 1,000 years ago. They researched many kinds of evil necromancy magic. In the end, it's not a problem for them to be hunted to death by the combined efforts of mages from various countries. However, the cemetery of death was definitely not built by them. Just like you, they are only the owners of the cemetery of death, not the creators. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I have always believed that the cemetery of death should have been built by the original owner of the skeletal staff. It should be the same as us dark dragons who have been guarding the passageway from the second to the third layer of the underground world for the past 5,000 years. The original owner of the skeletal staff must have had his reasons for building the cemetery of death. Then, do you know the origins and situation of the Calamity Church? They don't seem to have appeared on the profound continent for very long. Why do they consider the cemetery of death to be the sacred ground of the Calamity Church? Why do they know about the 3 miraculous functions of the skeletal staff?" Han Shua was somewhat impatient as he continued to ask Gilgs with a hurried tone. I do know a little about the Calamity Church. Apart from the fact that the Cemetery of Death wasn't built by those necromancers, most of the rest of the legends are true. As for the Calamity Church, it was actually established by a group of necromancers who originally owned the Cemetery of Death. Back then, they had created many terrifying spells in the Cemetery of Death. In particular, the appearance of the plague spell had caused many humans in the city to become undead creatures. Therefore, they became the public enemy of the entire continent. In the end, they were besieged and annihilated by experts from various countries. However, their vitality was extremely tenacious. They weren't completely annihilated under the encirclement of various countries. However, those who were fortunate enough to survive no longer dared to show themselves in public like they used to. They would forever hide in the darkness. It must be said that these people were truly incomparably powerful. Not only were they not completely annihilated under the encirclement of the entire continent, those who were fortunate enough to survive grew stronger and stronger. Moreover, they became more and more proficient in the field of necromancy magic. They even began to absorb all kinds of evil experts from the profound continent. This continued until those powerful necromancers reached new heights in their research in the field of magic. After gaining the ability to communicate with evil gods and demons, they founded the Calamity Church. They worshipped evil gods and absorbed more and more evil people from the profound continent. They reached a state where only the Church of Light could barely suppress them. The Cemetery of Death was their birthplace. It was also the place where the first generation of Calamity Church higher-ups researched necromancy magic. It was only natural that they would regard the Cemetery of Death as the sacred ground of the Calamity Church. Gilgs looked at Han Shua and explained tirelessly. So that's how it is. Han Shua finally understood the relationship between the Cemetery of Death and the Calamity Church after listening to Gilgs' explanation. It turned out that the Cemetery of Death was actually the laboratory of those evil necromancers of the first generation of the Calamity Church. The founders of the Calamity Church researched those evil magics in the Cemetery of Death. No wonder Wolf kept saying that Han Shua was one of them. Chapter 471. In that case, do you know why the Cemetery of Death and the skeletal staff disappeared together? With Gilg's description, Han Shua easily figured out what had happened. The only thing that Han Shua couldn't figure out was why the skeletal staff would be lost from the hands of the Calamity Church. I don't know either. Ever since those ancient necromancers were encircled and exterminated, the Cemetery of Death disappeared along with them. Even after the Calamity Church was established, the Cemetery of Death never reappeared. Now that you have obtained the skeletal staff and obtained the ability to enter and leave the Cemetery of Death as you please, the Cemetery of Death reappeared after 1,000 years. Gilgs, the patriarch of the Dark Dragons, shook his head. It seemed that he was also unclear about the inside story. Soon after, Han Shua inquired about the Calamity Church's Cemetery of Death. However, this time, Gilg similarly couldn't answer. It seemed that this was all he knew. Right, do you still want to stay here? Han Shua was not able to obtain any more useful information from Gilgs, so he prepared to leave. We need to discuss this. Also, we need to bury the corpses of our children. When this matter was brought up, Gilgs was once again very sorrowful. Master, I also want to bury my father. From today onwards, as long as I, Gilbert, am alive, I will thoroughly annihilate the Shrine of Ice. Gilbert's gaze was resolute. It seemed that he had regarded the Shrine of Ice as his mortal enemy. Creasing his brows, Han Shua actually wanted to leave this place first. After all, there were still many matters he needed to take care of in the world above ground. However, he didn't know when those from the Shrine of Ice would come. If by any chance they came again, and he wasn't here, the race of dark dragons would once again be hard-pressed to escape misfortune. After thinking for a moment, Han Shua said, First, take care of the matters here, then leave this place." Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo summoned the Earth Elite Zombie, as well as many zombie warriors in passing. After issuing an order to the Earth Elite Zombie, Han Shuo said to Gilbert, "Let him help you. Bury your father's corpse first. I will stay here and wait for a few days. When all the matters here have been taken care of, take the cage and we will leave together." "Thank you, master," Gilbert said. Hence, Han Shuo temporarily stayed in the canyon. Under his grandfather's instructions, Gilbert buried the dead Black Dragon's corpse according to the Black Dragon clan's ritual. Then, they discussed their future plans in the cage. Han Shuo also stayed here, but he stayed away from the area with Gilbert and the others. He diligently studied the mysteries of the 3 boundaries that he had obtained last time. After Han Shuo successfully released the weakness boundary, Han Shuo quickly found the trick to releasing the fear boundary. In just 2 days, he could skillfully release the fear boundary. The ward of weakness and the ward of fear were very similar. Han Shuo didn't spend too much time mastering them. When it came to the ward of aging, he was a little confused. For the next 3 days, Han Shuo continued to study the method to release the aging ward. He tried many times, but he was unable to form the aging ward even once. 5 days later, with the help of Earth Elite Zombie, the dead Black Dragons were properly buried. Gilbert had also stabilized his chaotic state of mind during these 5 days. His grandfather, Gilgs, also planned to leave this place for the time being. On one hand, he had to open the cage, and on the other hand, he had to prevent those from the Shrine of Ice from coming again. It was unknown whether it was because Gilgs and the others had the same weight as humans after transforming into human form, or because of the special structure of the cage. Dark Dragon Gilbert carried the enormous cage that was completely out of sync with his body. He followed behind Han Shuo and left the place, flying to the first layer according to the path they came from. Before they reached the first layer, Han Shuo suddenly sensed a few weak auras coming from the entrance above. This put Han Shuo on guard. However, these auras really didn't pose any threat to Han Shuo. Therefore, he wasn't really worried. When Han Shuo and Dark Dragon Gilbert walked out of the passageway to the second layer, they finally discovered who were guarding the entrance. 5 mature dark elves who had once had sex with Han Shuo were elegantly waiting at the entrance with a group of dark elves. Among them, when Shiran saw Han Shuo, her pretty face immediately blossomed. She laughed in a very licentious manner and said, "Oh my, it's really you! You've come all the way here. Why don't you come to our clan as a guest? Are you looking down on us, dark elves?" Ever since Han Shuo had gotten rid of Adele, these 5 had become the new leaders of the Dark Elves. In the beginning, Han Shuo had maintained contact with the underground world. Later on, after Trunks had taken control of the Valley of Sunshine, Trunks' people had gradually begun to trade with the Dark Elves of the underground world. The underground world was rich in crystals and peculiar ores, including some rare treasures that couldn't be found on the surface. The Dark Elves were a race that loved to enjoy life. As the trading point for several countries, the Valley of Sunshine had too many goods for enjoyment. In these few years, the benefits that Trunks had obtained from trading in the underground world were much more than the gold coins he had obtained from missions. "How did you know I was here?" Han Shuo looked at this dark elf, his brows slightly furrowed as he asked in puzzlement. "Hee, after you entered the underground world, you rushed all the way here. On the way, many Batmen and goblins discovered you. Those filthy things now tell us any information about strangers in exchange for some food. That's why I learned of your whereabouts from them as soon as you entered the exit of the second layer." Shiralin first explained to Han Shuo, then immediately giggled. "Although you've rarely entered the underground world these years, we wouldn't have been able to obtain so many rare things from Trunks without your help. Since you've come to the underground world, we, as your hosts, naturally have to fulfill our duties as hosts. So that's how it is." Han Shuo laughed, then said very politely, "Thank you very much, but I'm a bit busy this time and really don't have much time. The next time I come to the underground world, I'll definitely pay you a visit." Gilbert was dragging that enormous cage. It looked very strange for him to drag such an enormous cage after transforming into his human form, as if he was carrying a small mountain. As soon as Gilbert emerged from below, he glanced at the dark elves with a bit of loathing on his face. If it wasn't for Gilbert's father's death, these dark elves would all be his prey based on his dark dragon race's perverted nature. But Gilbert had been in a bad mood recently, and Shirallen and the others' requests had delayed his time to free the dark dragons. Naturally, he wasn't in a good mood. "It's him, that dark dragon." Behind Shirallen, a dark elf who had once seen Gilbert hastily spoke up for Shirallen in a low voice. Then Shiran took another careful look at Gilbert, and then looked at the few black dragons in Gilbert's cage with sparkling eyes. She had a thoughtful expression on her face. After a while, a beautiful and pure young dark elf beside Shirallen suddenly coughed lightly. Shirallen was startled and couldn't help but turn around to look at the beautiful young dark elf. The expression in her eyes was a bit complicated, but she quickly returned to normal. "All right then, but since you've come to the underground world with great difficulty, we can't let you return empty-handed." Shirallen looked at the young dark elf and seemed to have received some sort of instruction. She pointed at the young girl with a beaming smile and said to Han Shuo, "This is the most beautiful girl of our race right now. Hee, she's even clean. You're our best friend, so I'll give her to you now. Whether she's a servant or a slave, it's all up to you. But you must accept her, or you'll be looking down on us dark elves." To Han Shuo's surprise, Shirallen actually insisted on giving her to Han Shuo after taking a look at the beautiful and pure dark elf girl. While Han Shuo was surprised, he couldn't help but carefully size up the beautiful dark elf. Han Shuo only needed a glance to discover that this dark elf was indeed extremely beautiful. Standing in the middle of Shialen's group of 5 beautiful women, her pure and youthful aura was even more eye-catching. She was different from other dark elves. There seemed to be a very clean aura on her body. She probably hadn't been influenced by the obscene culture of the dark elves. She timidly looked at Han Shuo, giving off a kind of delicate and pitiful feeling that would make one feel pity for her. Han Shuo had a very familiar feeling as he deeply sized up this young and beautiful dark elf girl. It was as if he'd known this girl for a long time. It was a very strange feeling. Han Shuo carefully thought for a moment. He'd gone back and forth to the underground world many times, but he was sure that he'd never seen this girl before. This made him a bit puzzled. Could it be that we really hit it off at first sight? Han Shuo thought to himself. He couldn't help but size up this girl even more strangely. "You must accept her, or you'll be looking down on us dark elves." Shirallen didn't know what was going on, but she insisted on pushing this girl to Han Shuo. It was as if Han Shuo didn't accept this girl, he would be an enemy of her race from now on. "All right then, come with me." It wasn't a big deal to have another servant in the city, Lord's mansion in Bretel City. Han Shuo didn't want to cause trouble for Trunks over this matter, so he readily agreed. In this way, Shirallen and the others no longer obstructed Han Shuo. They chatted cheerfully and wittily along the way as they escorted Han Shuo to the exit. Chapter 472. In the underground world, dark elves were kings and reigned supreme. However, once dark elves appeared on the surface of Profound Continent, they would be captured as prey by humans. The beauty of female elves and the attainments of male elves in the field of magical weapons were irresistible to humans. On Profound Continent, there had never been a lack of hunters hunting elves, especially female elves. They had even become the signboard of a great aristocrat. This beautiful dark elf by the name of Crowley was actually able to maintain her virginity among dark elves with an innately lecherous nature. This piqued Han Shuo's interest. As soon as they left the underground world, Han Shuo asked, "Crowley, why did Shirallen and the others send you to me as a slave? Were you coerced by them?" Crowley had a terrified expression on her face. She hastily kowtowed to Han Shuo and said, "Master, you are the benefactor of us dark elves. It is my honor to serve you." Han Shuo waved his hand and did not continue to speak. However, he had some doubts along the way. He felt that Crowley seemed somewhat familiar, but after carefully thinking for a long time, he was certain that he had never met her before. "Brian, I have a few words to discuss with you alone." The imprisoned, dark dragon patriarch, Gilgs, suddenly said after exiting the underground world. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment, but soon after he nodded and said to Crowley, "Leave us for a moment." Crowley shot a glance at Gilgs, replied respectfully, "Yes, master." Then she left the place. After Crowley was far away, Han Shuo watched as Gilbert put down the cage that imprisoned his grandfather. He then saw Gilgs looking at Crowley from afar. He creased his brows and said, "Brian, I feel that there's something wrong with that dark elf. There's something familiar about her." Upon hearing Gilg's words, Han Shuo's heart tightened. He immediately cried out in alarm, "You feel the same way too?" "I don't know why, but when I was in the tunnel just now, this dark elf kept sizing me up in the darkness. I feel that she wants to harm me," Gilg said in a low voice with his brows creased. Gilgs furrowed his brows and said in a low voice. Soon after, he appeared a little embarrassed. "But it might be because I'm old and a little too nervous and sensitive." Han Shuo didn't think so. The older one was, the more they would notice the details. They had an insight that younger people couldn't have. With regards to this Crowley, Han Shuo had always felt that there was something odd about her. Now that he heard Gilg's words, he immediately became vigilant, gazing at the slender, graceful, and charming dark elf in the distance. Han Shuo couldn't help but cautiously release his consciousness and slowly sense Crowley's aura. Indeed, Crowley didn't have the lewd aura that a female dark elf should have. However, when Han Shuo used his divine sense to sense her seriously, he felt that Crowley really was a little unusual. It was precisely because her aura was too different from that of an ordinary female dark elf that Han Shuo felt suspicious. If he closed his eyes and didn't look at her, Han Shuo definitely wouldn't treat her as a dark elf based on his senses alone. Come to think of it, it's strange. Although I've lived in the underground world for many years, I haven't come into contact with many dark elves. Only that Adele that I've imprisoned has stayed with us for a longer period of time. Why do I sense a familiar aura from this young dark elf? While Han Shuo was slowly using his consciousness to observe Crowley, the dark dragon patriarch, Gilgs was muttering to himself, "Grandpa, you must be mistaken. I also know that Adele, she has a bewitching aura on her. One look at her and you'll know that she's a slut. However, this Crowley feels very pure and clean. If it weren't for the fact that she indeed looks like a dark elf, I would really think that she's a forest elf." "Dark dragon," Gilbert interrupted. Han Shuo was suddenly startled. Then his eyes brightened as he stared deeply at Crowley, who was standing there in the distance, revealing a pensive expression. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore." Han Shuo suddenly opened his mouth, interrupting the conversation between the two. He beckoned to Crowley, who was quietly standing in the distance. When Crowley came over, he smiled and said, "We still have things to do. It's not very convenient for you to follow us. Here, take this badge and go back to Bretel City first. With this badge, nothing will happen to you in Lancelot Empire." "But master, I don't know the way. What if I get arrested in the dark forest?" Crowley looked at Han Shuo timidly, appearing to be at a loss of what to do. "Head north from here, and you'll reach the Valley of Sunshine in 2 days. If you have any more questions, just take this badge and tell Trunks that you're my maid. You're a dark elf, so your life won't be in danger even if you're captured. With this badge, my friends will naturally let you go, and my enemies will use you to blackmail me. In short, you won't die. Don't worry," Han Shuo comforted. After Han Shuo had been conferred the title of a marquis, he naturally had a complete set of noble status symbols. This badge with the beautiful pattern of a sword and shield was Han Shua's unique identity symbol. It also had a magical imprint, making it impossible for ordinary people to forge. Of course, those who had the strength to forge it would also disdain to do such a senseless thing. Crowley looked at Han Shua anxiously. Although Han Shua seemed amiable, his tone was firm. She knew that, as a servant, she had no right to bargain. Even if Han Shua were to kill her now, that would be her fate. Therefore, the clever Crowley could only take the badge and said meekly, "Understood, Master. I hope I'll have the chance to see you again." "Definitely," Han Shua said with certainty. After Crowley left, Han Shua sneered. "Playing this game with me. Those dark elves are indeed tired of living. Brian, what's going on?" The dark dragon chief, Gilgs, had long since noticed the inkling and couldn't help but ask. "I can sense the aura of the spider goddess Lolth, whom the dark elves worship, on Crowley's body. Back then, I was nearly killed by a sneak attack. I'm afraid that the one who attacked me from behind was that so-called spider goddess Lolth. It seems that this Crowley is targeting me again," Han Shua explained to Gilgs with a gloomy face. Gilgs was very surprised at Han Shua's misfortune, but he didn't ask any more questions. He knew that there were some things that Han Shua wouldn't say, so it wouldn't be appropriate for him to ask. "Let's go." Han Shua instructed Gilbert and headed in the direction of the Cemetery of Death. After carefully weighing in his mind, Han Shua ultimately didn't bring the dark dragons to the Cemetery of Death. Although Han Shua believed in Gilgs, there was more than one dark dragon in the cage. Han Shua couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't reveal the location of the Cemetery of Death at some point in the future. The Cemetery of Death was indeed shrouded in a powerful boundary. Without the skeletal staff, it was impossible to open the Cemetery of Death. However, nothing was absolute. Han Shua naturally wouldn't think that the boundary of the Cemetery of Death was invincible. Otherwise, those evil mages who were researching necromancy magic inside wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Han Shua didn't bring the dark dragons to the Cemetery of Death. Instead, he brought them into the Forest Trolls tribe and returned to the Cemetery of Death alone. All these years, the Forest Troll had always lived under the arrangements of Dark Dragon Gilbert. They had long since regarded Gilbert and Han Shua as the emissary of the great goddess Dadera in the human world. The Valley of Sunshine wasn't far from the Dark Forest. When Trunks was fighting for power in the Valley of Sunshine, he had used the power of the Forest Troll through Gilbert. Afterwards, a good relationship had been established between the Forest Troll and Trunks. There was even a portion of the Forest Troll that directly migrated to Tunai Gorge near the Valley of Sunshine to live and work closely with Trunks. After grasping power in the Valley of Sunshine, Trunks' mercenary band grew stronger by the day. In order to take revenge, Trunks put all his energy into strengthening his own strength. With Han Shua's support behind the scenes, Trunks had established good business relationships with various races in the underground world, including the Dark Elves and Lizard Men. These years, Trunks had obtained extremely sizable profits through the underground world transactions. Under Han Shua's introduction, the dwarves had treated Trunks as their second good friend. Trunks had also exchanged large amounts of resources for large amounts of sharp weapons from Tunai Dwarf Mountain. With Gilbert's help, the Valley of Sunshine had a close relationship with the Forest Troll. Trunks provided the Forest Troll with weapons, armor, and food. Using his powerful intelligence network in Tunai Valley of Sunshine, he provided the Forest Troll with the trade routes of disobedient or disloyal caravans, allowing the Forest Troll to plunder them. After experiencing a cruel torture worse than death, Trunks, who wasn't a good person to begin with, had become even more ruthless and decisive. With the help of Han Shua's Bretel City and Phoebe and Emily, Trunks had completely grasped power in the Valley of Sunshine. Trunks had tied the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, Forest Trolls, Dwarves, Lizard Men of the underground world, and even Janet's bandits together. With the Valley of Sunshine and the edge of the Dark Forest as the center, He had already formed a power that no country dared to underestimate. Chapter 473. One day later, in the Forest Trolls tribe, Han Shua had come with Elizabeth. Han Shua had planted a drop of demonic blood in Elizabeth's body. With Han Shua's current demonic arts, as long as Elizabeth betrayed him, he could take her life with a single thought. Besides, Elizabeth had been driven into a dead end by the Church of Light. With a big tree like Han Shua to cling to, as long as she had a brain, she should understand that betraying Han Shua wouldn't bring her any benefits. After arriving at the Forest Trolls tribe, Han Shua saw Dark Dragon Gilbert standing guard beside the Jade Frost cage, imprisoning the dark dragons. Beside Gilbert, the old Forest Troll priest was directing some Forest Troll warriors to deliver large chunks of cured meat to Gilgs inside the cage. The dark dragons, who had been tortured by the shrine of Ice's Ice Celestial Quarry for a long time, were now wolfing down the meat in their hands. It seemed that they were quite famished. After Han Shua arrived, a group of Forest Troll, led by the old priest, immediately kowtowed to Han Shua, loudly chanting the name of the great goddess Dadera. Towards the Forest Troll, Han Shua's initial intention to make use of them had now become rather sentimental. Apart from the nature of plundering, this race was still somewhat in line with Han Shua's temperament. No matter how cruel they were to others, because of their relationship with Little Skull, these Forest Troll were absolutely loyal to him. Rise. Han Shua waved his hand. After seeing the old priest and the others stand up, he smiled and said, "You will have more contact with Trunks in the future. He will give you wise instructions. Rest assured, emissary, under Lord Trunks' instructions, we have reaped great rewards over the years." A gratified smile blossomed on the old priest's ugly face. Han Shua nodded. He shot a glance at Elizabeth and said, "Give it a try. See if you can absorb the divine energy of the ice goddess inside the Jade Frost cage." "Yes, master," Elizabeth replied respectfully with an excited look on her face. Elizabeth, who had been on the run for many years, deeply understood the importance of one's own strength. She understood that if she wanted to better protect herself, she must have a powerful, life-saving ability. This time, Han Shua's instructions were undoubtedly beneficial to her. With the peculiarity of her body, if she could absorb the divine energy in the Jade Frost cage, her strength would definitely improve. "Be careful, these are all my clansmen." Gilbert did not know Elizabeth's strength. Seeing her approach the cage excitedly, he hurriedly warned her. Elizabeth nodded and did not say anything else. Once she approached the Jade Frost cage, she reached out with both hands and grabbed onto the bars of the Jade Frost cage. She closed her eyes and began to use her body of divine favor to sense the power within the Jade Frost cage. Han Shua slightly narrowed his eyes. There seemed to be lightning flashing in his slender eyes as he stared unwaveringly at Elizabeth. Suddenly, Han Shua saw Elizabeth's face lit up with joy. Wisps of green smoke suddenly drifted out of her 7 orifices. The green smoke was like 7 earthworms wriggling in Elizabeth's nostrils, eyes, ears, and mouth. The green smoke coming and going from her 7 orifices made Elizabeth's already ugly old face look even more hideous. Master, can she do it?" Gilbert was startled by the strange look on Elizabeth's face. The ones imprisoned in the Jade Frost cage were Dark Dragon Gilbert's grandfather and clansmen. He was extremely worried that Elizabeth would accidentally injure his clansmen. Han Shua made a shushing gesture at Gilbert and slowly approached Elizabeth. He used his invisible consciousness to spy on Elizabeth and the movements within the Jade Frost cage. Han Shua could sense that Elizabeth's unique body of divine favor had already allowed her to discover the ice and snow divine energy that existed within the Jade Frost cage. This was also the source of Elizabeth's excitement. As the green smoke lingered around Elizabeth's 7 orifices, the skin on her withered and yellow hand seemed to have shrunk and dried up severely, turning into green iron hooks. Her hands were shriveled and looked like the hands of a 1,000-year-old mummy. The skin on her bony fingers was glowing with a green, misty evil light. Wisps of cold energy, like fine threads, slowly flowed into her body from her bony fingers. The unique structure of the body of divine favor within Elizabeth's body allowed her to endure and digest this divine energy. The sinister-looking Elizabeth's eyes were filled with excitement and joy during this process. Through the transmission of her hands, wisps of divine energy slowly flowed into her body. She could feel the benefits that the energy brought to her body. Han Shuo let out a sigh of relief, thinking that it seemed like he had made the right decision to take Elizabeth as his slave. Elizabeth, who was able to absorb this kind of divine energy, would be of great help to him. Feeling the wisps of divine energy flowing, Han Shuo pondered whether he should wait for Elizabeth to finish absorbing it before he devoured some of the energy that had been transformed in Elizabeth's body. The cold aura that had been lingering in the jade frost cage disappeared little by little along with Elizabeth's movements. Gilbert, who had been observing from the side, had obviously sensed the changes in the jade frost cage. Pleasantly surprised, Gilbert's mood became much better. When he looked at the current Elizabeth, that sinister-looking face seemed much more pleasing to the eye. Just as Han Shuo and Gilbert let out a sigh of relief, Elizabeth's face suddenly revealed a terrified expression. Her body trembled abruptly as the cold aura permeated her body. Elizabeth seemed to want to pull her hands out of the jade frost cage with all her might, but her hands and the jade frost cage seemed to be connected by a strong adhesive, unable to be separated no matter how hard she tried. At the same time, wisps of bone-chilling white smoke abruptly leaked out from the fences of the jade frost cage. The surrounding temperature plummeted. The originally warm forest troll tribe seemed to have fallen into a world of ice and snow. Unbeknownst to when, snowflakes had unknowingly enveloped the forest troll tribe under the blowing of the chilly wind. The forest troll were immediately shivering from the cold, all of them shouting in terror. They had no idea what was happening. Han Shuo's expression changed in fright. He could distinctly feel that the jade frost cage seemed to have been suddenly injected with a few bursts of profound energy. These bursts of energy came in a strange manner, immediately causing the entire region to be filled with a bone-chilling coldness. It even tightly bound Elizabeth's hands, not allowing her to budge an inch. The dark dragons within the jade frost cage suffered the most from the bone-chilling coldness. Gilbert's grandfather Gilg's teeth were chattering, and the hot air he exhaled froze in an instant. The expressions of some of the younger dark dragons gradually stiffened. It seemed like they would be frozen soon. "Damn it, what are you doing? I'm going to kill you," Gilbert bellowed furiously. He extended his hand and slapped at the top of Elizabeth's head. With Gilbert's strength, Elizabeth would undoubtedly die if this went on. "Stop! It's none of her business," Han Shuo shouted and raised his hand to stop Gilbert. Gilbert was stunned by Han Shuo's shout, and when he saw Elizabeth's terrified and pained face, he finally came to his senses. However, as the dark dragons in the cage gradually stiffened, Gilbert fell into a state of irritation and restlessness. He anxiously howled, "What should I do? What should I do? Evacuate the clan at once." Han Shuo roared at the trembling old priest. Soon after, he summoned Fire Elite Zombie and gave him an order. In an instant, he appeared behind Elizabeth and pressed his hands on Elizabeth's shoulders at lightning speed. At the same time, in the distant territory of Kasi Empire, on the summit of an ice mountain in a world of ice and snow, many ice crystal palaces were situated on the summit of the icy mountain. At the center of one of them was a conical shrine that reached the heavens. Several experts from the Shrine of Ice, led by Ice Celestial Kori, were sitting cross-legged in a semicircle at the center of an enormous magical matrix. Each and every one of them was frozen in ice like ice sculptures. They did not seem to have any signs of life. At the center of the shrine, Ice Celestial Kori and the others all wore solemn and serene expressions. They were facing the enormous ice sculpture of the ice goddess before them. Their bodies were frozen in ice, and they maintained that posture while casting magic from afar. Dense cold air filled the entire shrine. "He has interfered!" Suddenly, a loud shout came from the ice sculpture Cory. "Condense ice aura! Freeze the heavens and earth!" Other than Cory, the other ice sculptures simultaneously chanted in deep voices. Cold air radiated from the entire shrine, and a solemn and dignified aura pervaded the air. Thousands of miles away, Han Shuo pressed both of his hands on Elisabeth's shoulders. Surging demonic yuan suddenly poured into Elisabeth's hands from her shoulders, mixing with the bone-chilling coldness. Fire Elite Zombie, summoned by Han Shuo, emitted flaming flower buds from the fire lotus in his hand and dispersed in all directions. As soon as the flames flew out from the fire lotus, thick white smoke suddenly appeared in the world of ice and snow. That was the smoke produced by the combination of scorching heat and cold air. When Fire Elite Zombie appeared with the fire lotus in his hand, the dancing flames finally stopped the sudden drop in temperature of the entire forest troll tribe. Only then did the forest troll, who were frozen to the point that it was difficult for them to even walk, noticeably speed up their escape. Inside the Jade Frost cage, with the assistance of Fire Elite Zombie's fire lotus, the ice rapidly melted into water. It was only at this moment that Gilg's grinding teeth could be heard. Han Shuo's two hands that were pressed on Elisabeth's shoulders were fully activated with a mystical, glacial spell flame. Surging demonic yuan rapidly poured into Elisabeth's palms, forming a scorching high temperature that helped Elisabeth resist the invasion of the cold air inside the cage. Han Shuo shuddered. Through the cold air that erupted from Elisabeth's palms, he sensed the divine energy that Ice Celestial Cory had unleashed a few days ago. Han Shuo was almost certain that the anomaly of the Jade Frost cage must have something to do with Ice Celestial Cory. Han Shuo understood that this Jade Frost cage, blessed by the Ice Goddess, must have some kind of miraculous function that allowed Ice Celestial Cory and the others to directly communicate with each other. It seemed that he had fallen into Ice Celestial Cory's trap this time. When Ice Celestial Cory rapidly left the Valley of the Dark Dragons and did not pay attention to the disappearance of the Jade Frost cage, he had long planned to use the Jade Frost cage to scheme against him. Cursing Ice Celestial Cory's treachery and viciousness in his heart, the endless demonic yuan in Han Shuo's body frantically transformed into scorching red flames through the mystical glacial spell flame, doing his utmost to help Elisabeth resist the invasion of the cold air inside the Jade Frost cage. It wasn't that Han Shuo cared about Elisabeth's life or death, but that even if Elisabeth were to die at this moment, the cold air inside the Jade Frost cage would not vanish. Furthermore, using Elisabeth's unique body to prevent the cold air from leaking out was at least safer than Han Shuo using his own body as a battlefield. Cold, so cold! With the infusion of Han Shuo's demonic yuan, Elisabeth was finally able to speak while trembling. "Hold on." Han Shuo coldly groaned. Discarding all distracting thoughts, he knitted his brows and strenuously held on. As the temperature rapidly plummeted, some of the old, weak, and young forest troll froze to death before they could even be roasted by Fire Elite Zombie's flames. The entire forest troll tribe was shrouded in panic. Under the old priest's loud roars, all the young and strong forest troll fled in panic towards the outskirts of the tribe. Just like Han Shuo, Fire Elite Zombie continued to release flames from the fire lotus, bitterly holding on. Among them, Gilbert had the most free time. However, the one who was the most fearful and uneasy was none other than Gilbert. Standing beside Fire Elite Zombie, although Gilbert was also shivering from the cold, he could still hold on. Looking at the miserable state of his tribesmen inside the Jade Frost cage, Gilbert understood that once Fire Elite Zombie and Han Shuo could no longer hold on, his tribesmen would face the fate of being frozen to death. This made Gilbert as anxious as fire. Unfortunately, he couldn't intervene. All he could do was stare fixedly at the jade frost cage from the side, hating the shrine of ice to the bone. "Father, this won't do!" Suddenly, Fire Elite Zombie transmitted to Han Shuo. The cold air inside the jade frost cage grew stronger and stronger. Han Shuo also gradually began to feel weak. He understood that what Fire Elite Zombie said was not false. Just as Han Shuo was at a loss as to what to do, Fire Elite Zombie continued, "Father, let's move the battle to my birthplace. I have a way. The place of extreme fire." Upon hearing Fire Elite Zombie's words, Han Shuo's eyes lit up. Chapter 474. As they were both in the dark forest, the forest troll tribe wasn't far from the place of extreme fire. With Fire Elite Zombie's suggestion, Han Shuo immediately got to work. "Gilbert, transform into a dragon." Han Shuo shouted at the anxious dark dragon. Without the slightest hesitation, Gilbert let out a dragon roar towards the sky and suddenly soared into the sky. His human body expanded at a high speed, and in the blink of an eye he had become a thick black dragon that was 30 meters long. Elizabeth's hands were glued to the jade frost cage. Han Shuo grabbed Elizabeth's shoulders and soared into the sky, flying along with Elizabeth and the jade frost cage. Gilbert's wriggling dragon spine dived downwards, just in time to carry Han Shuo on his back. "Phew, cold, so cold!" When Han Shuo landed on Gilbert's spine with Elizabeth and the jade frost cage, the jade frost cage followed suit and landed on Gilbert's back. The cold energy naturally flowed into Gilbert's body, immediately causing him to shiver from the cold. Han Shuo creased his brows. Then he exerted force with both hands and lifted Elizabeth into the air. The jade frost cage that Elizabeth was glued to was also suspended high in the air. This way, Han Shuo had to expend some demonic yuan, but it ensured that Gilbert's body wouldn't come into direct contact with the jade frost cage. "Fly at a low altitude and let Fire Elite Zombie come up. Then immediately fly to the area where we encountered the Lord of the Flames." Han Shuo lifted Elizabeth and the jade frost cage high up and instructed Gilbert in a deep voice. "Understood." The dark dragon circled in the air and suddenly descended, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold wind that blew the layer of snow on the ground into the air like dust. The Fire Elite Zombie, who had long been prepared, suddenly shot high into the sky after a dash and steadily landed on Dark Dragon Gilbert's back. He walked 2 steps to the jade frost cage and continuously released flames into the cage, warming up the dark dragons whose bodies were starting to freeze again. When everything was ready, Dark Dragon Gilbert identified the direction and flew towards the place of extreme fire as fast as he could. On Gilbert's body, Han Shuo lowered his head and glanced at him. He discovered that the forest troll tribe below was filled with a fierce and cold aura. A few small ponds that served as a water source had been frozen solid. All the forest trolls' faces were filled with terror. They trembled as they tried their best to escape from this world of ice and snow. Many of the forest troll warriors were still carrying frozen children in their arms, letting out mournful wails. Some of the older forest trolls' frail bodies were like popsicles, without the slightest trace of life. Their bodies didn't allow them to wait for the Fire Elite Zombie to rescue them, as they left this world forever. Looking at the hundreds of dead forest troll, Han Shuo's heart was filled with remorse. He knew that this disaster of the forest troll was single-handedly caused by him. Most of the forest trolls that had served him loyally for several years, including the old, young, sick, and disabled, had lost their lives to the frost this time. Shrine of Ice, this enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Han Shuo faced the sky and howled in rage. The demonic yuan in his body flowed unceasingly into Elizabeth's arm, transforming into scorching energy to resist the invasion of the cold. The distance from the forest troll tribe to the place of extreme fire wasn't far, but it was this distance that Han Shuo and Fire Elite Zombie felt incomparably long. Han Shua's demonic yuan was incomparably vast, and he could still manage to hold on. However, Fire Elite Zombie was already showing signs of fatigue. Han Shua could tell from the flickering red light of the Fire Lotus. As a treasure nurtured in the place of extreme fire, the Fire Lotus contained incomparably vast energy of fire. As long as Fire Elite Zombie's physical strength could hold on, theoretically, he could always borrow the energy contained within the Fire Lotus. However, Fire Elite Zombie had not been born for long. Given his current strength, it wasn't easy for him to hold on until now. Most importantly, this time, the Fire Elite Zombie was resisting the power of extreme cold from frigid ice. As the saying goes, ice and fire are incompatible. When Fire Elite Zombie was resisting the energy of extreme cold, he had to expend a lot more energy. In addition to the Jade Frost cage being invaded by the cold air of several experts from the Shrine of Ice, he was able to show signs of fatigue so quickly. Thousands of miles away, inside the Shrine of Ice, the group of experts from the Shrine of Ice, led by Ice Celestial Corey, appeared unruffled, especially Ice Celestial Corey. His face even revealed an ice-cold smile as though victory was in his grasp. It seemed that he was very satisfied with his operation this time. A puny city lord like him dares to make an enemy of our Shrine of Ice. Corey, who was trapped in the ice, had long understood Han Shua's identity. Sneering in his heart, Ice Celestial Corey said in a deep voice with extreme confidence, "In just a moment, we will freeze them all to death. Everyone hold on. Rest assured, Lord Corey. With our combined strength, they will be dead for sure." Lord Corey's calculations are truly accurate. This time, that Brian won't be able to escape. When he dies from being frozen into an ice sculpture, the Church of Light will surely be very grateful for our help. Another sacred magus also found the time to speak and took the opportunity to flatter Ice Celestial Corey. "We don't need the Church of Light's gratitude. Our Shrine of Ice should be the #1 religion on the continent. By killing this Brian that they can't do anything to, we can prove it to them." Corey coldly groaned. Lord Corey is absolutely right. Our Shrine of Ice, as the divine emissaries of the Ice Goddess on Profound Continent, shouldn't be suppressed by the Church of Light forever. That person hastily corrected himself. "All right, let's put in more effort and freeze them to death in one spurt of energy." Corey did not continue with superfluous words and immediately shouted. Soon after, cold air pervaded the air around them. Strands of bone-chilling coldness were transmitted through the abstruse magical matrix to the dark forest thousands of miles away. "Father, I can't hold on much longer." Fire Elite Zombie, who was incessantly spurring the flames within the Fire Lotus, suddenly transmitted a message to Han Shua. Han Shua immediately sensed the sudden surge of cold air within the Jade Frost cage. Han Shua, who was constantly pouring demonic yuan into Elizabeth's hands, found it increasingly difficult to resist. By this time, the radiance of the flames within the Fire Lotus was no longer as bright as before. The yuan energy of fire within the corpse of fire armor was gradually draining away and was on the verge of drying up. Elizabeth's hands were frozen to a greenish-purple color. Her body of divine favor simply couldn't withstand the onslaught of such enormous cold energy. The few cyclones in her body also slowly stopped transforming energy, and now they were only halfway through their journey. With dark Dragon Gilbert speed, it would take them another 10 minutes or so to reach the place of extreme fire. At this rate, Fire Elite Zombie would be severely injured, and Elizabeth and the dark dragon in the cage would all freeze to death before they could reach the place of extreme fire. At this moment, Han Shua was extremely anxious. Unfortunately, he was also having a hard time resisting the cold and had absolutely no time to help either side. If Han Shua were to fully deploy the art of the demonic ninth heavens, his speed would be much faster than Dark Dragon Gilbert's. Unfortunately, he had to lift the Jade Frost cage high and constantly use demonic yuan to resist the cold air's onslaught. He had no time to help. His heart was filled with frustration. Han Shua's mind raced, but he couldn't think of any other way. Gilbert, hurry up. If you can't reach the place of extreme fire in 5 minutes, your grandfather and your clan will all perish because of you. Han Shua was at his wit's end and could only tell Gilbert the truth about the current situation. Han Shua had already made up his mind. If he really couldn't do it, he could only sever Elizabeth's hands and give up on the Dark Dragon clan. Although he was unwilling to do so, he really couldn't think of any other way. As soon as Han Shua's words fell, Gilbert suddenly let out a mournful howl. Following Gilbert's howl, the blood vessels in his dragon body suddenly ruptured. Fresh blood dripped down from Gilbert's body like a fine rain. At the same time, Gilbert's speed, which was already faster than lightning, suddenly doubled. He streaked across the blue dome of heaven like a black bolt of lightning, flying straight towards the place of extreme fire. No. Inside the cage, Gilgs, the patriarch of the Dark Dragons, was shivering from the cold. He suddenly let out a loud shout while shivering. He twisted his body with all his might, grabbed the bone-chilling bars with both hands, and yelled desperately, "Little bastard, stop it! Stop it! We can't be saved. You are the only hope of the Dark Dragons. You can't die." As Gilbert's master, Han Shua could clearly feel the loss of Gilbert's life force. Listening to his grandfather Gilg's hoarse roar, Han Shua knew what Gilbert was doing, using his life force to stimulate all the hidden potential of the Dragon Clan to save the entire Dark Dragon Clan. "Gilbert, stop!" Han Shua suddenly shouted. The relationship between Elizabeth and the Dark Dragons was far from being as deep as the relationship between Han Shua and Gilbert. Han Shua could watch a dozen Dark Dragons freeze to death, and he could chop off Elizabeth's hands without hesitation, but he couldn't watch Gilbert overdraft his life force and die. However, Dark Dragon Gilbert turned a deaf ear to Gilg's hoarse roar and Han Shua shouts. He only flew at full speed towards the place of extreme fire. In Gilbert's lantern-sized eyes, there was only the firmness of facing death with equanimity. "Gilbert, if you don't stop, I'll leave this matter to you right now." Han Shua could clearly feel the loss of Gilbert's life force. Furious, he stomped on Gilbert's dragon body and shouted in grief, "Master, I beg you to fulfill my wish." Gilbert's enormous dragon body shuddered. Feeling Han Shua's rage, he finally opened his mouth to speak. His deep voice was no longer frivolous, only heavy and resolute. After a pause, he continued in a low voice, "Master, it is my, Gilbert's, honor to be able to follow you. All these years, I've been very happy with you, really. Goodbye, Master. I, Gilbert, will never forget the fun and joy I had with you, even if I die." As he flew at high speed, Gilbert's life force was rapidly draining away bit by bit, accompanied by his deep voice. Han Shua understood that Gilbert was saving the Dark Dragons at the cost of his own life. His request was so firm that Han Shua couldn't refuse. Although Han Shua could feel the loss of Gilbert's life force, he felt an indescribable grief in his heart. He wished he could immediately chop off Elizabeth's hands and abandon the life of the Dark Dragons. However, he knew that he couldn't refuse Gilbert's wish. Thus, Han Shua didn't stop Gilbert. Hearing Gilbert's deep voice of farewell, scenes after scenes replayed in Han Shua's mind. Don't hesitate. Think about it. If I become your servant, I can help you kill and set fires, carry you everywhere, and help you deal with others. As the master, you only need to give me treasures and beauties to enjoy. What a good deal this is. If you don't have treasures, I can make do, but I must have beauties to sleep with me. Otherwise, I won't do it. When he first met Gilbert, before he became Han Shua's magical pet, he had made a hilarious request. My great, heroic, magical, and noble master, what do you want? Don't tell me you're planning to lay your hands on your most adorable, loyal, honest, and humble Gilbert? Ugh, no, never. I can't deal with my master together with you, not even if I die. In the Forbidden Land, facing the possessed Han Shuo, Gilbert stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. He stared blankly at Han Shuo, waiting foolishly for Han Shuo's 100-meter-long sword ray to bombard him. Scenes after scenes repeatedly appeared in Han Shuo's mind. At this moment, Han Shuo recalled all the bits and pieces of his interactions with Dark Dragon Gilbert. Unknowingly, Han Shuo's eyes were already brimming with tears. No, the Dark Dragon Chief, Gilgs, let out a long howl and fainted on the ground in grief. Beside Gilgs, the remaining Dark Dragons looked at Gilbert, dumbfounded. They recalled the bad little dragon who had been causing trouble in Tanai's territory, destroying Tanai's tranquility, and making noises about running away from home. And now, when they looked at Gilbert, who had sacrificed himself for his clansmen, they couldn't seem to connect the two. Finally, with Gilbert's life as the price, before the Fire Elite zombie had exhausted all of its energy, Gilbert's enormous body, drenched in blood, had already descended on the mountain valley where the place of extreme fire was located. It was also at this moment that Han Shuo realized that Gilbert was truly beyond redemption. All of his life force had been drained away in the process. Grandpa, live on well. Master, thank you. I will always remember you. As Gilbert collapsed on the mountain, Tanai uttered these last words. His enormous dragon head no longer had the strength to lift, and not a trace of life could be sensed from his body. Han Shuo's eyes were brimming with tears. Standing on his dragon body, Gilbert's last words lingered in his ears. His mind was filled with bits and pieces of his time with Gilbert. Father, keep his soul! At this moment, Little Skull's anxious message suddenly came from the distant netherworld. Chapter 475. With Little Skull's reminder, Han Shuo immediately reacted. He hastily stabilized his state of mind and focused his consciousness on sensing. He instantly sensed Gilbert's soul that had yet to disperse. The Demon's Lair edge in Han Shuo's body suddenly flew out. An extremely strong suction force was generated. Gilbert's soul that had yet to disperse was drawn by the Demon's Lair edge and flowed into the Demon's Lair edge in a split second. Although the Demon's Lair edge couldn't help Han Shuo in battle for the time being, absorbing a soul wasn't a big deal. As the owner of the Demon's Lair edge, Han Shuo could even open up a separate area within the Demon's Lair edge for Gilbert to hide in. Little Skull's reminder dispelled Han Shuo's sorrow. He suddenly recalled that the demonic arts and necromancy magic he practiced were both evil arts despised by righteous people. Whether it was demonic arts or necromancy magic, they were extremely familiar and proficient with souls. Han Shuo's mind only spun for a moment before he discovered that whether it was demonic arts or necromancy magic, he could make use of Gilbert's powerful soul to rebuild his body and revive him. As long as his soul remained, Gilbert wouldn't be considered to have completely vanished. With that, the sorrow Han Shuo felt from Gilbert naturally faded by a lot. After the Demon's Lair edge returned to Han Shuo's body, he took a look at Fire Elite Zombie and discovered that Fire Elite Zombie was already at the end of his rope. He immediately knew that he couldn't hesitate any longer. The cold air within the Jade Frost cage was as chilly as ever. By now, Han Shuo had already lost 2/3 of the surging demonic yuan in his body. However, judging from the energy transmitted from the Jade Frost cage, it seemed to be endless. This made Han Shuo realize that his opponent was indeed a cut above him in terms of endurance. Go! Han Shuo shouted and descended towards a crack in the magma of Mountain Tanai. Before Han Shuo could approach the crack in the magma, the entire Tanai mountain suddenly trembled. The scorching temperature continued to rise, and thick magma shot out like a fountain. A strong feeling of longing suddenly filled the entire valley. It was like a mother who had bitterly watched over her child for many years and suddenly found her son standing in front of the door. She knows that I'm back. Fire Elite Zombie immediately transmitted to Han Shuo, pleasantly surprised. Han Shuo finally arrived at the mouth of the lava fissure. He activated his protective shield and enveloped Elizabeth before descending. As the refiner of the Fire Elite Zombie, Han Shuo could clearly sense the exchange between the Fire Elite Zombie and the Lord of the Flames. As soon as the Fire Elite Zombie arrived in this area, the surrounding temperature continued to rise, and the Fire Elite Zombie's exhausted energy began to recover bit by bit. Raging flames shot out in all directions. The place of extreme fire was bubbling with fire bubbles, and a terrifyingly high temperature filled all directions. Suddenly, a roar sounded from the place of extreme fire. Han Shuo lowered his head to take a look and discovered that the enormous body of the Lord of the Flames was slowly emerging from the place of extreme fire. On the surrounding cliffs of the place of extreme fire, many flame demon warriors had surged out of nowhere. Each and every one of them was looking at Han Shuo and his party that were slowly descending. "Father, don't worry, she will help me," Fire Elite Zombie hastily transmitted to Han Shuo when he sensed Han Shuo's vigilance. "All right, I'll count on you." Han Shuo naturally had absolute trust in Fire Elite Zombie. Upon hearing Fire Elite Zombie's assurance that nothing would go wrong, he immediately felt at ease. While Han Shuo was speaking, Fire Elite Zombie held the Fire Lotus in his hand and suddenly landed on the enormous Lord of the Flames that had emerged from the place of extreme fire. Fire Elite Zombie sat on the broad shoulders of the Lord of the Flames. Endless energy was suddenly released from the Lord of the Flames' body. A dozen or so streams of magma were directly spat out from its mouth. Like fiery red silk, they all wrapped around the Jade Frost cage. At the same time, the place of extreme fire that had existed for an unknown number of years and had nurtured the fire attribute treasure, the Fire Lotus, suddenly seemed to come alive. Thousands and thousands of strands of the Yuan energy of fire flowed into the Fire Elite Zombie's body. The previously exhausted Fire Elite Zombie instantly recovered the strength he had lost. The Fire Lotus suddenly glowed brightly. Under Fire Elite Zombie's manipulation, the enormous Yuan energy of fire in the place of extreme fire was mobilized. Blobs of bull-sized flames flew and danced on the Jade Frost cage. Han Shuo suddenly felt the pressure on him greatly reduced. With the bone-chilling Jade Frost cage being manipulated by Fire Elite Zombie and the Lord of the Flames, the bone-chilling coldness was all used to resist the counterattack of the flames. Han Shuo no longer needed to expend too much demonic arts to continue resisting. Even the bodies of Elizabeth and the dark dragons that were on the verge of freezing had returned to normal under the high temperature of the place of extreme fire. Thousands of miles away, at the Shrine of Ice, oh no, there's an extremely powerful energy of fire pouring in. What's going on? That sacred magus who had been sucking up to ice, Celestial Cory, suddenly cried out in alarm. Inside the Shrine of Ice, every expert wore a solemn expression. Their previously unruffled composure had vanished without a trace. Without exception, all of their gazes were cast on their leader, Ice Celestial Cory. Ice Celestial Cory was also astonished. Evidently, he had also sensed the change in the Jade Frost cage in the dark forest through some mysterious connection. That energy that had suddenly deepened revealed the most scorching energy of flames. For the Shrine of Ice, this kind of firepower was what they loathed the most and also the most troublesome to deal with. The appearance of this energy that had suddenly become incomparably powerful completely disrupted Ice Celestial Cory's composure. Under the attentive gazes of his subordinates, Cory rapidly racked his brains for countermeasures, trying to determine the source of the energy of flames that had suddenly appeared. After a long while, Cory suddenly opened his mouth and said, "This must be their counterattack before their death. As long as we resist this wave of attacks with all our might, they will no longer have any ability to resist. Lord Cory, if it wasn't for their counterattack before their death, if we were to use all our might to resist this wave of attacks, just in case, and I'm saying just in case, their strength surpasses our combined strength, it would be very difficult for us to withdraw," another sacred magus of the Shrine of Ice suddenly reminded. Ice Celestial Corey let out a cold groan and said, "My judgment won't be wrong. Even if it's another force, with so many experts of our shrine of ice joining forces, how many on profound continent can withstand it? Don't worry, this time I will go all out. I will freeze them all to death in one fell swoop." Seeing that Ice Celestial Corey was somewhat displeased, the few of them no longer said anything. Corey's conceit was well known in the Shrine of Ice. He wasn't a person who would listen to the opinions of others. Once he had made a decision, all one needed to do was to act according to his requirements. There was no need to question whether his decision was correct or not. Under Corey's command, the strongest few members of the Shrine of Ice, using the Jade Frost cage blessed by the Ice Goddess, began to unleash the divine energy in their bodies with all their might in accordance with the effects of the abstruse magical matrix, intending to defeat and eliminate Han Shuo and his party in the faraway place of extreme fire in one fell swoop. The dark forest, the place of extreme fire. "Master, what should I do? What should I do?" Elizabeth, who was finally able to speak, cried out in panic. "Maintain this state and don't talk nonsense. This time, we won't be the ones having a headache." Han Shuo lightly shouted, and soon after he no longer paid any attention to Elizabeth. The endless yuan energy of fire in the place of extreme fire poured into the Jade Frost cage through the two existences, the Fire Elite Zombie and the Lord of the Flames. The scorching heat flooded the entire region. After Gilgs, the leader of the Dark Dragons, fainted, he actually slowly regained consciousness from the high temperature. "Silly boy, where's that silly boy Gilbert? Where's my grandson?" As soon as Gilgs woke up, he anxiously searched for Gilbert's existence everywhere. "Patriarch Gilbert, he's already dead," a dark dragon said with a pained sigh, his eyes brimming with tears. "Roar!" Gilgs let out a mournful howl as grief attacked his heart. It was at this moment that those in the distant shrine of ice launched a fierce counterattack. The frigid cold air increased by 3 times. The frigid air within the Jade Frost cage overflowed in all directions. When it came into contact with the high temperature of the place of extreme fire, thick smoke was produced in an instant, shrouding Gilgs and the others. The frigid cold current, like a breached dam, madly gushed into Elizabeth's body through her hands. Han Shuo was startled. He thought to himself, "Here it comes." He hastily concentrated all of his attention, madly attacking Elizabeth's hands with his remaining demonic yuan. "Arg, it hurts!" Elizabeth let out a miserable shriek, like a pig being slaughtered. Red, white, and green radiances radiated from her hands. One moment it was frigid, the next it was scorching. The two energies collided with each other, bringing her a pain she had never experienced before. Previously, when Elizabeth's body was frozen stiff due to the frigid cold had also frozen her body. The pain was actually not that unbearable. However, now that she could move her body, the pain became even more distinct and frightening. At this moment, Han Shuo couldn't be bothered with Elizabeth at all. He constantly poured his demonic yuan and condensed it into flames on Elizabeth's hands. Suddenly, his consciousness sensed something through the Jade Frost cage. From within the Jade Frost cage, after concentrating his consciousness, Han Shuo seemed to be able to sense a few auras from extremely far away. It was as though there was some kind of miraculous connection that bound the Jade Frost cage to some kind of distant energy. Han Shuo suddenly came to a realization. The auras on the Jade Frost cage that his consciousness could sense should be traces of the souls of Ice, Celestial Corey, and his gang. If they wanted to transmit their energy to the Jade Frost cage through that mysterious method, their mental strength must be highly concentrated. In this way, through that mysterious connection, Han Shuo's powerful consciousness could also somewhat sense it. While Han Shuo was attentively comprehending, the Jade Frost cage once again erupted with 10 times the frigid coldness. Thick smoke enveloped the entire sky above the place of extreme fire. Even the fire-like threads spat out by the Lord of the Flames were rapidly freezing up. It seemed that the Lord of the Flames had never encountered such a thorny situation. Irritated, she suddenly raised her head and roared. The entire valley, including the place of extreme fire, seemed to be shaking along with her roar. All of a sudden, the bubbles rising from the magma in the place of extreme fire popped one after another. It was as though the Lord of the Flames was retaliating in anger. The yuan energy of fire that had been nurtured in the place of extreme fire for 10,000 years gathered densely within the bubbles and flowed towards the jade frost cage through the fiery threads spat out by the Lord of the Flames. The fire elite zombie jumped right into the place of extreme fire. In an instant, the fire lotus in his hand absorbed the terrifying energy of the place of extreme fire. Instead of releasing flames one by one, the fire elite zombie hurled it towards the jade frost cage with boundless energy of fire. "Father, be careful," the fire elite zombie transmitted. Han Shuo understood that the battle had reached its most critical moment. He was fully focused. The formidable consciousness that had been deliberately hiding from the six-horned tribal king of the soul race no longer had any misgivings. It unfolded and firmly locked onto the soul attached to the jade frost cage. "Hold on. They are all done for." Ice Celestial Kori shouted from the distant shrine of ice. Everyone gave it their all. The divine energy that they had exchanged for years of devotion to the ice goddess surged towards the jade frost cage in the distance, like wild horses out of control. Rumble, the fire lotus bombarded on the jade frost cage. Terrifying explosions were heard. One after another, fiery flames leaped out from the fire lotus and attached themselves to the bars. The bodies of many dark dragons inside the jade frost cage shook violently. That young lady even vomited a large mouthful of blood. It seemed that she had been injured. After the Lord of the Flames exerted her full strength, the fiery threads connected to the jade frost cage madly gushed out endless energy. Looking at the jade frost cage again, white smoke spread in all directions. "So powerful. Lord Kori, we can't hold on any longer." The sacred magus, who had been praising Kori, suddenly shouted in alarm. Under the joint efforts of Fire Elite Zombie and the Lord of the Flames, utilizing the energy accumulated in the place of extreme fire for millions of years, the Shrine of Ice and the Jade Frost Cage were completely routed. From Wai Elisabeth's two hands, Han Shuo understood that Ice Celestial Kori and his party could no longer hold on. Han Shuo's consciousness could even sense that the few presences that had been shrouding the Jade Frost Cage were gradually leaving. It was at this moment that Han Shuo, who had been waiting all along, suddenly made his move. While they were frantically defending against the counterattack of the flames, all of Han Shuo's mental strength, including his consciousness, attacked those few presences like sharp swords. PFFF, all the experts in the Shrine of Ice, including Ice Celestial Kori, violently vomited a mouthful of blood. Their souls felt as though they were being sliced by 1,000 blades. With that, they no longer had the slightest ability to resist. The Jade Frost Cage shattered with a loud bang. Not a shred of frigid energy could be sensed in the place of extreme fire. Elizabeth's two hands were freed. Han Shuo casually grabbed her. Although the dark dragons had yet to fully recover their strength, they were still able to hover in the air. Not a single one of them fell into the place of extreme fire. Thousands of miles away, in the Shrine of Ice, the ice on Kori and the others, who were like ice sculptures, exploded one after another. Even Ice Celestial Kori's body was flung far away, his blood splattering all over the ground. The Shrine of Ice, which had been shrouded in frigid ice all year round, suddenly experienced a surge of heat. This tall and majestic shrine, constructed from ice crystals, actually began to melt gradually. The disciples of the Ice Celestial Condor sect, who were practicing their martial arts and water magic in the Shrine of Ice, suddenly felt a high temperature that they instinctively loathed and feared. Each and every one of them frowned in fright as they searched for the source of the high temperature. Then they discovered that the largest shrine dedicated to the statue of the ice goddess was actually slowly melting. This was something that had never happened in 1,000 years. In the Shrine of Ice, such a phenomenon was even more terrifying than the descent of demons. Everyone was panic-stricken, not understanding what was happening. Could it be that the ice goddess had already abandoned them? As the Shrine of Ice sank into a panic that it had never experienced in 1,000 years, Han Shuo suddenly exhaled softly. Then, Han Shuo was taken aback. He gazed at the Lord of the Flames in the place of extreme fire below in disbelief. He saw that the colossal Lord of the Flames, whose body was forged from magma and iron, was undergoing an astonishing transformation. Rocks as red as soldering iron were shaken off one after another as the Lord of the Flames roared. An incomparably tremendous energy was erupting from the Lord of the Flames' body. Gradually, the Lord of the Flames' incomparably large body swayed and suddenly became even larger. The magma of the entire place of extreme fire poured onto her body like a fountain, as if providing her with the enormous energy that the place of extreme fire had accumulated for millions of years. Under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, the Lord of the Flames first grew madly. Her colossal body nearly filled the entire place of extreme fire. After a while, the rocks on her body shook off rapidly. Under the irrigation of the magma, her body began to shrink bit by bit. Han Shuo stared at the Lord of the Flames without blinking. He could feel that the strength of her body was becoming more and more tyrannical as her body shrank. Soon after, streaks of fiery light burst out from her body. She was like a miniature sun, so glaring that one could not even open their eyes. Oh, haha, I've finally evolved. I've finally evolved. Under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, the Lord of the Flames, who was emitting dazzling red light, laughed wildly. Gradually, the red light dissipated. A fat, middle-aged woman with red skin appeared before Han Shuo. Chapter 476. Han Shuo was stunned for a moment as he watched the plump woman dance with joy to express her excitement. In Han Shuo's eyes, there was no way he could associate this ordinary-looking, red-skinned, middle-aged plump woman with incomparably large Lord of the Flames from before. However, Han Shuo, who had seen all the changes, knew that this woman was indeed the Lord of the Flames. Super-rank magical beasts generally possess the ability to transform into human form. Super-rank magical beasts like the dragons basically mastered the ability to transform at the first rank. However, there were also some super-rank magical beasts that faced certain limitations. Due to the peculiar structure of their bodies, they generally needed to be of an extremely high rank to be able to transform. The Lord of the Flames was such a magical beast. Its body was mainly composed of magma and red rock, and was a little different from the ordinary super-rank magical beasts. If they wanted to transform into human form, they needed to be of an extremely high rank. From the moment the Lord of the Flames transformed into the plump woman, Han Shuo knew that she had broken through the shackles and evolved into a rank 5 Emperor of the Flames. A rank 5 Emperor of the Flames was the same as a human demigod. On the profound continent, she was an extremely powerful existence that would strike terror in the heart. After transforming into the plump woman, the Emperor of the Flames seemed to be rather interested in her ability to transform. She patted her chest and rubbed her shoulders, laughing heartily. "Stinking brat, this is all thanks to you." The Emperor of the Flames smilingly pointed at the fire elite zombie in the place of extreme fire. The surging magma pushed the fire elite zombie to her. She laughed heartily and grabbed the fire elite zombie. Then she excitedly danced with the fire elite zombie as though he was a toy. Han Shuo was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the Emperor of the Flames ravaging the fire elite zombie, not knowing what to do. After a long while, the plump woman seemed to have had enough fun. She put the fire elite zombie down and chuckled. "You're always giving me trouble. But thanks to this trouble, I was able to break through the shackles that have plagued me for 1,000 years and reach the rank 5 realm. Without the plump woman's ravaging, the fire elite zombie stood upright in the magma of the place of extreme fire. He gestured with both hands and communicated with the Emperor of the Flames using the energy of his soul. "Mother, this is great! You've become as good-looking as I am." "Mother?" Han Shoa was dumbstruck. He foolishly watched the fire elite zombie and the fat woman interact, feeling incomparably sullen for a moment. Back when he planted fire elite zombie in the place of extreme fire, Han Shoa understood that the Emperor of the Flames treated fire elite zombie as her own child. Due to the presence of the Yuan energy of fire, fire elite zombie had acknowledged the Emperor of the Flames as his mother and indeed treated her as his own. However, back then, Han Shoa didn't treat fire elite zombie as his own child, and fire elite zombie had never addressed Han Shoa as his father. By now, Han Shoa had unknowingly long since regarded fire elite zombie as his own child. He had also become accustomed to fire elite zombie addressing him as father. However, now that fire elite zombie addressed the Emperor of the Flames as mother and Han Shoa as father, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the fat, middle-aged woman before him, the Emperor of the Flames. Han Shoa's scalp went numb. He blinked his eyes as he watched fire elite zombie communicate with the Emperor of the Flames. Hearing fire elite zombie address the Emperor of the Flames as mother over and over again, Han Shoa couldn't help but imagine some rather terrifying scenes in his mind. Too terrifying. Han Shoa thought of something, and his complexion turned incomparably ugly. "Hey, kid, are you the father of my child?" Just as Han Shoa was letting his imagination run wild, the fat, middle-aged woman suddenly shouted at Han Shoa, "Are you the father of my child?" Han Shoa shivered when he heard the fat woman's words. He squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and hastily replied, "No, and I didn't give birth to him." Han Shoa really wanted to slap himself as soon as the words left his mouth. The more panicked he was, the more incoherent his speech became. His complexion became uglier and uglier. This was an embarrassment he hadn't felt for many years. "Nonsense. Of course I know he's not the child of you and I." The Emperor of the Flames casually reprimanded Han Shoa. She really did look like a shrewish woman. She did not show the slightest bit of embarrassment. She then added, "Besides, it's not like I can give birth." It's even more impossible for you to give birth to him." "Father, my mother can now transform into a human form. She wants to leave this place and experience the outside world." Fire elite zombie transmitted to Han Shoa. Then, sensing Han Shoa's chaotic state of mind, he asked with concern, "Father, what's wrong? Why are you so flustered?" "No, it's nothing," Han Shoa hastily replied. Ever since I found out about this great place, I have been staying here to accumulate energy and evolve. I don't even know how many years have passed. Now that I can finally transform into human form, I plan to experience the outside world," the fat woman, the Emperor of the Flames, said to Han Shoa. "Oh, that's good. The world of humans is indeed very interesting. With your current appearance, most people would definitely not treat you as an anomaly. With your valiant strength, you can go anywhere on profound continent," Han Shoa replied, echoing the Emperor of the Flames' words. Suddenly, Han Shoa was startled. It was only then that he recalled the terrifying strength of the Emperor of the Flames. Disregarding the fact that Fire Elite Zombie called her father and mother, the Emperor of the Flames with demigod strength would never become enemies with Han Shoa due to the existence of Fire Elite Zombie. If Han Shoa could use the Emperor of the Flames' strength to aid him, it would undoubtedly be an extremely powerful aid. Therefore, as soon as Han Shoa finished speaking, before the Emperor of the Flames could reply, Han Shoa hastily invited, "I'm familiar with the human world. Since you don't have a goal, why don't you come to our Lancelot Empire and see what's the difference between the human world and the world of magical beasts?" "Sure, since I don't have a goal, I'll just walk around. It's the same wherever I go." To Han Shua's surprise, the fat woman very straightforwardly agreed to Han Shua's suggestion. After thinking for a moment, she grabbed Fire Elite Zombie and said to Han Shua, let's go up first." All right, Han Shua replied. He took a glance at the dark dragons who were similarly stupefied as they stared at the Emperor of the Flames below, and said, let's go to the top of the valley first, then we'll talk about other matters. Brian, that bastard Gilbert, is he already dead? Gilgs, the patriarch of the dark dragons, had his strength returned little by little after breaking free. Having reached the 4th level, he could completely adapt to the high temperature here without the slightest bit of discomfort. It was just that there was a perpetual pain hanging on his face. Upon hearing Gilbert mentioned, Han Shua couldn't help but feel sorrow in his heart. However, compared to before, having found a way to deal with the situation, his sorrow wasn't as intense as before. Han Shua forced a smile at Gilgs and consoled, "Don't worry. Although Gilbert is dead, his soul has been collected by me. Give me some time, and I will bring him back to life in front of you." After a short pause, Han Shua's eyes glittered with cold lightning as he said in a deep voice, "In addition, Gilbert's sacrifice will not be in vain. I will make the shrine of ice pay 10 times, 100 times the price." "Reed, really? You can bring Gilbert back to life?" The patriarch of the dark dragons asked in a slightly trembling voice as he looked at Han Shua in disbelief. Nodding his head, Han Shua was about to give a complete guarantee. However, on second thought, whether it was demonic arts or necromancy magic, the resurrected Gilbert would never be the same as before. Thinking of this, Han Shua couldn't help but sigh and say, "I can guarantee that Gilbert can come back to life. It's just that his new body might have some changes." Gilgs naturally wasn't an ordinary person. He obviously understood the meaning behind Han Shua's words. He couldn't help but sigh and say, "As long as he can be resurrected, nothing else matters. Let's go. You've lived for thousands of years, yet you're as long-winded as a woman." While Han Shua and Gilgs were still sighing with emotion, the fat woman, the Emperor of the Flames, couldn't help but urge them. She had never roamed the continent as a human before. Now that she had finally evolved to the 5th level of the Emperor realm, she couldn't wait any longer. Without saying anything else, Han Shua nodded at Gilgs and flew out of the lava crevice. When he arrived at the valley where the place of extreme fire was located, Han Shua gazed at the group of non-human creatures. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. We must avenge Gilbert. From today onwards, the Shrine of Ice will be the irreconcilable enemy of our Dark Dragon clan. A boorish dark dragon with the appearance of a burly man immediately roared in grief and indignation when he saw Gilbert's corpse lying in a pool of blood upon arriving at the valley. After the thrilling battle in the valley, just now, the lava from the place of extreme fire shot out in all directions, causing another volcanic eruption in the small valley. The magma, which contained the enormous fire origin energy of the place of extreme fire, submerged Gilbert's corpse. Gilbert's lifeless corpse was burned by the magma, and his skin and flesh were all melted away by the magma. All that was left was a huge skeleton, a magical beast core, and 2 eyeballs. Looking at Gilbert's corpse, even though Han Shua had a way to save Gilbert, he still couldn't restrain his anger. At once he faced the sky and bellowed, "That's right, we must avenge him!" By this time, the patriarch of dark dragons, Gilgs, had flown to where Gilbert's corpse was. He carefully stored away Gilbert's magical beast core and 2 eyeballs. After letting out a furious howl, Han Shua summoned Earth Elite Zombie. Under the effect of Earth Elite Zombie, Dark Dragon Gilbert's enormous skeleton was buried deep in the earth, ready to be used when Gilbert's body was reconstructed in the future. "I want to go to human society," the Emperor of the Flames said resolutely and decisively as he looked at Han Shua. Just as Han Shua was about to agree, his consciousness suddenly sensed the boundless hatred coming from Tarag Canyon. Han Shua was startled. He immediately realized that the six-horned tribal king of the soul race had discovered his whereabouts when he released his consciousness to deal with the shrine of ice. Alarmed, Han Shuo immediately concealed his consciousness. Suddenly, a thought leaped into Han Shuo's mind. Han Shuo's eyes sparkled. After a short while, the corners of Han Shuo's mouth hooked into a sinister sneer. He had found a way to deal with the shrine of ice. Hey, kid, didn't you say you would bring me to the human world? The fat lady continued to urge Han Shuo without the slightest scruple. Elizabeth, Han Shuo softly called out. Master, what can I do for you? Elizabeth's body had now returned to normal. After experiencing the unforgettable agony, Elizabeth's body was brimming with the divine energy of Ice, Celestial Kori, and the others. Without the support of Ice, Celestial Kori, and the others, the divine energy could be slowly absorbed by Elizabeth's body of divine favor. As the saying goes, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. This time, not only did the fat lady evolve from the Lord of the Flames to the Emperor of the Flames, even Elizabeth had gained many benefits. Once she could completely absorb the divine energy in her body, Elizabeth's strength would naturally advance a step further. Bring her to Tur Lancelot Empire. If she gets bored, send her to Bretel City. Understood? Han Shuo looked at Elizabeth and instructed with narrowed eyes. Elizabeth clearly understood Han Shuo's intention. She respectfully nodded and replied, Rest assured, Master. I will let her enjoy herself to the fullest. All right, let's go, the fat lady said impatiently. She grabbed the fire elite zombie and was about to leave. Hold on. Han Shuo saw that the Emperor of the Flames would not let go of the fire elite zombie and hastily shouted, Can't he leave with you? Why? This is my child. Why can't he leave with me? The fat lady was somewhat displeased. She glared at Han Shuo and snorted. He's also my child. Han Shuo blurted out again after being anxious. All the dark dragons, including Gilgs, as well as Elizabeth, had odd expressions when they heard Han Shuo's words. Han Shuo also felt a chill run down his spine. He forced a smile and said, It's better for him to follow me. From his tone, it sounded like a divorced couple fighting over the custody of their child. The Lord of the Flames was furious. Just as she was about to say something, the fire elite zombie suddenly tugged at the corner of her clothes and communicated with her through telepathy. The Emperor of the Flames had a gloomy expression on her face. After a while, she finally relaxed. She glared at Han Shuo and said, Take good care of our child. She grabbed Elizabeth and flew straight out of the dark forest. Han Shuo was speechless. Chapter 477. After finishing those words, the Emperor of the Flames left, leaving behind Han Shuo, speechlessly looking at Fire Elite Zombie. He was amazed at the conversation between Fire Elite Zombie and the Emperor of the Flames. Hence, he transmitted and asked, What did you say to her? Nothing much. I just said that the Netherworld is my home and that I still have many things to do there. Fire Elite Zombie calmly replied. He had never lied to Han Shuo. Han Shuo knew that the Emperor of the Flames had long known of Fire Elite Zombie's origins. It was only because both of them had absorbed an enormous amount of Yuan energy of fire from the place of extreme fire that their auras were shockingly similar that she treated Fire Elite Zombie like a child. Only Fire Elite Zombie could communicate with the Emperor of the Flames and pacify her, lest she lose control of herself from her excitement. All right, I'll send you back. Han Shuo thought for a moment, seeing that there was nothing for Fire Elite Zombie to do for the time being, and that he should be able to make faster progress in another world. Han Shuo chanted an incantation and sent Fire Elite Zombie away. After chanting the incantation, Han Shuo formed a brief communication with the netherworld. At the place where Fire Elite Zombie landed, he sensed a message transmitted by Little Skull. From the message, Han Shuo understood that Little Skull was still fusing with the origin crystal of death. This process seemed to have been going on for a long time. The reason why Little Skull would suddenly warn Han Shuo was because Little Skull sensed Han Shuo's boundless sorrow. Therefore, he took the time to warn Han Shuo. Han Shuo sent a message to Little Skull, telling him to be at ease while fusing with the energy. Then he took a deep breath, looked at the crowd of dark dragons, and asked in a deep voice, "What do you plan to do in the future?" "After we recover our strength, we dark dragons will take revenge for our clansmen." Gilgs had a resolute look on his face. It seemed that he had made up his mind to vent his hatred towards Gilbert on the Shrine of Ice. However, although Ice Celestial Cory and the others had suffered heavy losses, the dark dragons were still overestimating themselves if they wanted to contend against the Shrine of Ice. Han Shuo intended to say a few words of persuasion. However, on second thought, he realized that doing so would be a blow to their morale. Hence, he hesitated for a moment and ultimately decided against it. However, the experienced Gilbert already understood what Han Shuo wanted to say from his hesitant expression. So he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, we'll be fine. Besides, we were captured because we weren't prepared. Our black dragon race has lived for so many years. We're not so easily bullied." Han Shuo looked at Gilgs. He felt that Gilgs seemed to have something else to rely on. This dark dragon who had lived for so many years ought to be able to see further than him. Therefore, Han Shuo nodded and said, "Then be careful. I hope that I can see Gilbert again." Gilgs gazed deeply at Han Shuo. His tone was somewhat sentimental and pleading. "There will be a chance. Don't worry. Oh, right. This time, those from the Shrine of Ice have suffered rather serious injuries. I believe they won't dare to come to your Black Dragon Canyon for the time being," Han Shuo said. "Thank you, Brian. Our race of dark dragons will be your friends forever." Gilg sincerely expressed his gratitude. "You're welcome. Goodbye." Han Shuo did not continue exchanging pleasantries with Gilgs. With a faint smile, he left through the air with the art of the demonic ninth heavens. Kasi Empire's northernmost snowy region. Snowy mountains rose and fell continuously, shrouded in a world of bone-chilling cold all year round. As far as the eye could see, it was forever monotonous snow-white. At the top of the ice peaks that pierced through the clouds, there were some solemn and dignified shrines built from ice crystals and cold jades. The ice peak at the center was especially tall and straight. The headquarters of the Shrine of Ice was located at the top of the tallest ice peak. The bone-chilling wind blew, and the sky was covered in ice and snow. In this pure white world of ice resided many followers of the Shrine of Ice. Most of them were citizens of Kasi Empire. Here, they offered their most pious faith to the ice goddess. For many years, the central main peak had always been a forbidden area. Apart from special festivals and the followers of the Shrine of Ice with noble status, ordinary people could not set foot on the main peak. However, in the past 2 days, an unimaginable event happened that broke this rule. The followers of the surrounding mountain peaks ascended the main peak one after another. In fear and trepidation, they used their meager divine energy to once again solidify the largest shrine of ice on the main peak. 2 days ago, amidst the bone-chilling cold of the snowy region, the Shrine of Ice on the coldest main peak suddenly began to melt. Several elders of the Shrine of Ice, and even one of its highest leaders, Ice Celestial Cory, were injured and recuperated. This grievous news instantly spread throughout the entire Shrine of Ice. Was it because the ice goddess was enraged by their incompetence? Or was it because demons were about to invade the Shrine of Ice? Many followers were secretly guessing in their hearts. They were frightened by the changes in the Shrine of Ice and did not understand what had actually happened. This strange situation, which had not occurred for hundreds and thousands of years, had caused immeasurable negative effects on the Shrine of Ice. Gradually, panic began to spread among the followers of the Shrine of Ice in the snowy region. Even some followers of the Shrine of Ice who were far away in other regions learned of the tragic changes at the headquarters of the Shrine of Ice, far north of Kasi Empire, Icicle City. Icicle City was one of the many cities surrounding the snowy region of the far north. It would only take an average adventure squad 10 days to travel from Icicle City to the Shrine of Ice in the depths of the snowy region. On this day, after a long and arduous journey, Han Shuo arrived at Icicle City and began to carry out his revenge against the Shrine of Ice. Han Shuo's plan was very simple. Just like how he dealt with the Church of Light, he would directly release his consciousness and draw the six-horned tribal king of the soul race over to kill him. The only difference was that Han Shuo could now easily release his consciousness. Even if the six-horned tribal king of the soul race came over, Han Shuo only needed to conceal his consciousness, and he could vanish from the six-horned tribal king's senses. There was one more point. Han Shuo could be sure that there was no godly existence in the Shrine of Ice like the saintess on the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. Otherwise, they would have all been frozen to death even before they reached the place of extreme fire when they fought using the Jade Frost cage a few days ago. From the fact that Snow Celestial Tiana had to flee to the Church of Light to hide from the six-horned tribal king of the soul race, it could be seen that there was no one in the Shrine of Ice who could match the six-horned tribal king. Otherwise, Tiana would have returned to the Shrine of Ice straightaway instead of wholeheartedly seeking the Church of Light. Given the strength of the six-horned tribal king of the soul race, once he arrived at the Shrine of Ice, and Han Shuo suddenly concealed his consciousness, the six-horned tribal king would certainly search for Han Shuo's traces all over the mountains and plains. The Shrine of Ice was just as arrogant as the Church of Light. A great battle would break out almost immediately. When the six-horned tribal king of the soul race arrived at the Shrine of Ice, and there was no other godly existence of the same level in the Shrine of Ice, Han Shuo was already somewhat looking forward to how much damage the six-horned tribal king could inflict on the Shrine of Ice. After the six-horned tribal king of the soul race locked onto Han Shuo also sensed the ice-cold, merciless killing intent of the six-horned tribal king. However, what surprised Han Shuo was that the six-horned tribal king did not take any immediate action. He was somewhat stunned. Han Shuo had stayed in Icicle City for an entire morning, yet he did not sense the six-horned tribal king approaching. This meant that the six-horned tribal king was still in Tarag Canyon. This had obviously ruined Han Shuo's wishful thinking. Han Shuo cursed inwardly. His consciousness could still sense the boundless killing intent coming from the distant Tarag Canyon. However, the six-horned tribal king's inaction had rendered Han Shuo's plan impossible. Previously, when Han Shuo escaped from Tarag Canyon, the six-horned tribal king of the soul race, along with 4 of his generals, almost immediately killed their way to the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. They charged forward with a ferocious momentum, ready to kill anyone who stood in their way. Han Shuo did not expect that the six-horned tribal king would actually remain indifferent after sensing his presence so soon. This made Han Shuo rather baffled. Could it be that the soul race had changed? Han Shuo immediately denied this thought. Ever since the first time Han Shuo saw this race, he could tell from their ice-cold, merciless eyes that they were heartless by nature. In addition, the tremendous killing intent from the six-horned tribal king was still there. This indicated that he had not changed his mind about Han Shuo. There must be some other reason. Han Shuo's mind raced. Could it be that the six-horned tribal king was injured on the sacred mountain of the Church of Light? Han Shuo felt that this was more likely, unless the six-horned tribal king was injured in the battle with the Saintess and was now in a critical period of recuperation. Only then would he let him and the old monster Statholm off for the time being. When he thought of this, Han Shuo could not help but rejoice for Statholm. He thought that as long as Statholm could make use of this time gap to fuse with his soul, he would no longer have to worry about the threat of the six-horned tribal king. Since the six-horned tribal king could not come for the time being, Han Shuo had no choice but to make other plans. Seeing that the great snow mountain was within reach, Han Shuo decided to go to the headquarters of the Shrine of Ice to investigate. Without the presence of any god-rank experts, Han Shuo believed that he could freely enter and exit the Shrine of Ice without worrying about his own safety. After making up his mind, Han Shuo immediately set off. He traveled alone toward the snowy region where the Shrine of Ice was located. Han Shuo, who could not wait for the six-horned tribal king to come looking for him, fully unleashed his consciousness. Not even the slightest movement in the surroundings could escape his prying eyes. He headed straight for the Shrine of Ice unimpeded. Chapter 478. This was a world of ice and snow. This was the coldest place on Profound Continent. Frigid winds howled along the way. As far as the eye could see, a vast expanse of snow covered every corner. Ancient trees, rocks, and rivers were all covered in ice and snow. It was as though there was no second color between heaven and earth. In this bone-chilling region, Han Shuo's consciousness could sense traces of magical beasts, ice bears, snow wolves, and frost eagles. These magical beasts that preferred cold environments roamed the uninhabited world of ice and snow, adding some vitality to this world. Along the way, Han Shuo's target was one of the many icy peaks. His killing intent was awe-inspiring, his heart as cold as ice. The two most frightening figures of the Shrine of Ice were Ice, Celestial Kori, and Snow, Celestial Tiana. They were the true pillars of the Shrine of Ice. Of the two, Snow, Celestial Tiana had schemed against Han Shuo on the sacred mountain, nearly causing Han Shuo to be captured alive by the Church of Light. As for Ice, Celestial Kori, not only had he wiped out the entire race of dark dragons, he was also the cause of Gilbert's death. On top of that, the Shrine of Ice and the Church of Light were solid allies. Han Shuo couldn't find any reason not to retaliate against them. When he was about to approach the central icy peak, Han Shuo slowed down his flying speed. He fully unfolded his consciousness, concealing the aura on his body. While carefully observing every movement on the main peak, he searched for a way to enter the main peak undetected. Holding his breath and concentrating, Han Shuo's consciousness immediately sensed the boundary of frost all around the icy peak. The boundary enveloped the entire main peak. Fierce, frigid winds and solid ice wrapped around the central peak. Amidst the frigid winds and solid ice, Han Shuo sensed the presence of the divine energy of the ice goddess. This discovery made Han Shuo even more cautious. The speed at which he approached the main peak of the Shrine of Ice slowed down even more. His mind was rapidly pondering countermeasures. One after another, disciples of the Shrine of Ice entered and exited the icy peak. However, the boundary that enveloped the main peak all year round never gave any warning, nor did it make any counterattack. Han Shuo carefully observed for a moment and discovered that some of these disciples who had entered the main peak of the Shrine of Ice actually did not possess the divine power of the ice goddess. However, without exception, their bodies were ice cold, much lower than the average person's body temperature. After observing for a while, Han Shuo came to a conclusion. Hovering in the sky at an altitude difficult to see with the naked eye, Han Shuo slowly adjusted his body's temperature. He even converted an appropriate amount of cold energy into the mystical glacial spell fire. In an extremely short period of time, Han Shuo's body temperature had reached the same level as the disciples of the Shrine of Ice below. On the Profound Continent, there were existences stronger than Han Shuo. However, Han Shuo believed that no one could surpass him in terms of physical control. This was the confidence that came from the demonic arts towards the abnormal forging of the body. After adjusting his body's temperature, Han Shuo observed for a while to ensure that he would not trigger any abnormalities in the boundary around the icy peak. Only then did he start searching for an opportunity to enter the main peak. After observing for a while, Han Shuo discovered a precipitous cliff that jutted out halfway up the icy peak. There was not a single disciple of the Shrine of Ice stationed in that area. Having ascertained his target, Han Shuo seized the opportunity and noiselessly descended to that cliff from the sky. Han Shuo, whose consciousness had firmly locked onto the entire icy peak, had long discovered Ice Celestial Cory's location while deliberately concealing the aura and energy on his body, inside an ice cone-shaped building at the summit of the icy peak. At this moment, Ice Celestial Cory should be recuperating from his injuries. Han Shuo could sense that Cory's aura was stable, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. There was not a single person stationed around that ice cone-shaped building. As long as Han Shuo could approach the building stealthily, Han Shuo was confident that his sneak attack would succeed. However, to reach that building from the cliff where Han Shuo was without being detected by anyone along the way was virtually impossible. This was because on the entire icy peak, apart from the steep mountain path, there were no trees or rocks that could provide cover. In this boundless world, covered in ice and snow, any movement could be captured by others. Moreover, within a magical tower at the summit of the icy peak, Han Shuo even discovered magical undulations similar to the eye of the sky. The magic released by that magical tower seemed to be able to see every movement on the entire icy peak. After pondering for a moment with his brows creased, Han Shuo suddenly thought of Metal Elite Zombie. After quickly spinning his brain, he immediately felt that this method was feasible. Although this icy peak was covered in solid ice, its interior was still supported by solid rock. The thick layer of ice surrounding the icy peak was formed naturally on one hand and was intentionally created by the shrine of ice on the other. As long as he could break through the solid ice and reach the rock, using Metal Elite Zombie's ability, Han Shuo could completely penetrate through the rock and reach the bottom of the building where Ice Celestial Cory was located. This method is feasible. Han Shuo immediately spread open his hands. His fingernails suddenly grew into the shape of demonic blades. The demonic blades, glinting with cold light, were incomparably sharp. Under the infusion of demonic arts, Han Shuo broke through the 3-meter layer of ice bit by bit and saw the foundation that supported the icy peak, the rock. As soon as Han Shuo gave the command, Metal Elite Zombie tacitly understood. His palms glowed with golden light as the yuan energy of metal flowed into the rock like flowing water. Then, under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, the solid rock split open to reveal a path. The 5 elite zombies, regardless of their individual strengths, were indeed of great help to Han Shuo. Han Shuo couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he looked at the creation of the tunnel. Following Ice Celestial Cory's position, Han Shuo, with Metal Elite Zombie's assistance, slowly made his way from the center of the mountainside to the summit of the icy peak where Ice Celestial Cory was located. Metal Elite Zombie could freely enter and exit the rock, but with the addition of Han Shuo, he had no choice but to open up a path. Under the release of dazzling golden light from his hands, the solid rock split, recombined and compacted, forming a path that extended upwards in a way that Han Shuo could not comprehend. As the tunnel was illuminated by the dazzling golden light from Metal Elite Zombie's hands, Han Shuo did not feel the slightest bit of darkness. While following behind Metal Elite Zombie, he inwardly pondered the details of his sneak attack on Ice Celestial Cory. Suddenly, Metal Elite Zombie abruptly stopped. Caught off guard, Han Shuo nearly crashed into Metal Elite Zombie. They had only traveled 100 meters and were still a long distance away from the summit of the icy peak where Ice Celestial Cory was. Why did Metal Elite Zombie suddenly stop? Han Shuo was puzzled. He couldn't help but look at Metal Elite Zombie's back and transmitted, "Why did he stop?" "Father, look." Metal Elite Zombie leaned his body to one side. The surrounding rock shrank a little more, allowing Han Shuo and Metal Elite Zombie to stand side by side. Han Shuo took a step forward and stood at the spot Metal Elite Zombie had intentionally vacated. Following the direction Metal Elite Zombie's right hand was pointing at, Han Shuo was immediately dumbstruck by what he saw. Before Han Shuo, the belly of the mountain had been hollowed out. A majestic statue of the ice goddess, approximately 60 meters tall, was sitting in the hollowed-out belly of the mountain. This enormous and majestic statue of the ice goddess was formed from solid ice that was as bright as crystal. The sculpture was vivid and lifelike. She wore a frosty expression on her face. Her left hand tightly grasped a crystal staff that was similarly sculpted from solid ice. She looked as though she was in battle with some evil demon. Her expression was solemn and dignified, carrying an air of inviolable holiness. The statue of the ice goddess wore a peculiar white robe. However, as the entire statue was constructed from the same transparent solid ice, Han Shuo was able to clearly see the inside of her body. There were no internal organs within the body of the ice goddess. There was only a peculiar substance that was a mixture of ice and water circulating within. It sparkled with a dazzling brilliance like a diamond and slowly flowed within her body according to some mysterious trajectory. However, in the womb of the ice goddess stood a beautiful naked young lady with skin of ice and bones of jade. This young lady's eyes were peacefully closed. There was not the slightest trace of life coming from her. However, her beauty was comparable to that of the saintess of the Church of Light. It was a kind of perfection that shouldn't exist in the secular world. Han Shuo was standing at the foot of the ice goddess statue. When he raised his head to look at this majestic statue, a feeling of insignificance immediately welled up from the bottom of his heart. He was momentarily stunned by this ice goddess statue that suddenly appeared in the middle of the mountain. What was certain was that the ice goddess statue was indeed carved from an enormous block of solid ice. For the shrine of ice to have such an enormous ice goddess statue in the middle of the mountain, there must be a reason for its existence. After Han Shuo came to his senses, he was horrified and his eyes sparkled. That naked young lady in the womb of the ice goddess statue was ice cold and lifeless. Han Shuo's consciousness couldn't detect the slightest fluctuation of her soul. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out why there would be such a bizarre scene in the middle of the mountain. Just as Han Shuo was racking his brains, a creaking sound suddenly came from the rock wall above the ice goddess statue. Under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, a large cliff slowly protruded from the rock wall. On top of it stood a few shrine of ice disciples. When the first creaking sound was heard, Han Shuo unconsciously took a step back and rapidly issued an order to Metal Elite Zombie. Metal Elite Zombie swiped his hand across the rock wall, and the crack in front of him rapidly shrank. When the rock wall above the ice goddess statue completely protruded, the crack in front of Han Shuo and Metal Elite Zombie had shrunk to the point where only a small gap remained. Chapter 479. Through that narrow gap, Han Shuo's eyes lit up. He stared at the few people standing on the cliff above the ice goddess statue, cautiously listening to their worrisome conversation. Sigh, I wonder when it will be completed. It's been more than 100 years. One of the Shrine of Ice disciples sighed. Ever since Project God Creation was launched, it has consumed countless manpower and material resources of our shrine. Now that we have reached the most critical juncture, we absolutely cannot be careless. The reason why our Shrine of Ice has been suppressed by the Church of Light and the Calamity Church for so many years is because we do not have our own true God on Profound Continent. We are unable to attract more disciples because we cannot manifest our miracles in the world. Once our Project God Creation succeeds, our Shrine of Ice will surely change our current situation and become a church admired by everyone on Profound Continent. We will no longer have to submit to anyone, another disciple who came over explained in an ice-cold voice. Project God Creation? Han Shuo's heart was in turmoil. He was astounded by what he heard. By now, Han Shuo had long believed that gods existed in this world. Spider Goddess Rose had crossed several realms to face his consciousness attack. The saintess hidden deep within the sacred mountain of the Church of Light and the six-horned tribal king of the Soulnet clan had proven to Han Shuo that gods were not imaginary. However, in Han Shuo's mind, even the weakest of gods had to go through thousands of years of accumulation to slowly comprehend the essence of the world's elements or edictal laws. gradually breaking through the shackles of their own bodies, and eventually breaking through their own shackles. This was the first time Han Shoa had heard of the term God creation. This was the most arrogant and most shocking statement he had heard in all these years. At this moment, Han Shua's understanding of gods had been completely destroyed by the Shrine of Ice. Could God be created as well? This project has reached its final stage. With just a few more days, we will be able to complete this experiment and achieve the magnificent feat of directly evolving a god from a divine benefactor within 100 years. What a magnificent experiment this is! Therefore, we cannot afford to make any mistakes during this period of time. One of them shouted in a deep voice. His tone was filled with indescribable pride. Divine benefactor? Han Shoa was shocked again. After thinking for a while, he completely believed in the authenticity of this plan. The body structure of a body of divine favor was different from that of an ordinary person. They often had strange abilities, such as Janet's extraordinary strength or Elizabeth's ability to absorb divine power. There were also many people with the body of divine favor who could easily communicate with a certain element in the world. As long as they practiced the magic of that element, their progress would be beyond imagination. Perhaps in 1/10 or even 1/100th of an ordinary person's time, they would be able to reach the level of an ordinary person in that element of magic. For a long time, Han Shua had been very curious about the possessors of the body of divine favor. He was curious about the special abilities that their bodies brought to them. Now, after listening to these people, Han Shua vaguely understood something. Were those with the body of divine grace the descendants of the gods? All right, pour the energy crystals in. Let's hurry up and leave. One of them urged impatiently. As soon as this person finished speaking, Han Shua immediately began to pay attention to the cliff above the ice goddess statue. He saw them taking out crystal fragments rich in water element from their space rings, carefully carrying them with magic and placing them into the crack on the crown of the ice goddess statue. As soon as the crystal fragments containing the water element entered the ice goddess statue, they rapidly melted with a mixture of ice and water within the statue. Through the mixture of ice and snow, strands of water element slowly flowed into the beautiful, naked maiden within the child palace of the statue. In a short while, these people had already placed many energy crystals into the ice goddess statue. They carefully examined it once to ensure that the ice goddess statue was operating normally. Only then did they shrink the crack on the top of the cliff, disappearing from Han Shua's line of sight. As soon as these people disappeared, Han Shua immediately focused all of his attention back on the ice goddess statue. Looking at this colossal ice goddess statue that the Shrine of Ice had spent 100 years to create, he couldn't help but gasp in amazement. The maiden with skin of ice and bones of jade inside the ice goddess statue did not have any aura of life on her. She was like a peculiar vessel, containing an enormous mixture of ice and water energy within her. After staring at the ice goddess statue and pondering for a while, Han Shua immediately made up his mind. He must destroy this ice goddess statue, including the true god that might be produced within it. The Shrine of Ice and Han Shua had a deep and irreconcilable hatred. Now that the Shrine of Ice did not have a god-tier expert, Han Shua could take the initiative in the battle against the Shrine of Ice. However, once this god-tier expert was produced, Han Shua believed that the Shrine of Ice would never let him off. When that time came, he would probably have to face the endless pursuit of this god-tier expert. Taking advantage of the fact that this god-making project had yet to be completed, Han Shua decided to ignore Ice Celestial Kori for the time being. He would first eradicate this enemy that could possibly pose the greatest threat to him. There was an intense presence of water element in the surroundings of the ice goddess statue. Han Shua discovered those extremely complicated magical boundaries and traps as soon as he entered. It would be easy for Han Shua to reach the bottom of Ice Celestial Kori's building with Metal Elite Zombies' power. However, to reach the ice goddess statue without triggering any magical boundaries or traps was no easy feat, his eyes glinting. Han Shuo had already decided to barge through those boundaries and traps by force, and destroy this ice goddess statue with the force of a thunderbolt. His mind started to ponder the steps of his plan of action, weighing how he could eliminate any future threats in the shortest time possible. It was at this moment that Han Shuo suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He recalled Water Elite Zombie of the 5 elite zombies. As a water sprite refined from the Yuan energy of water, the Water Elite Zombie was proficient in using ice and water. In such an area, the traps and boundaries around the ice goddess statue were actually formed from ice and water. With the Water Elite Zombie taking action, they might be able to reach the ice goddess statue without alerting anyone. As soon as this idea leapt into Han Shuo's mind, he immediately got to work. After chanting a magical incantation, Water Elite Zombie immediately appeared next to Han Shuo. Metal Elite Zombie took the initiative to step back, making space for Water Elite Zombie and Han Shuo to stand side by side. Is there any way to bring me to the body of the statue without alerting anyone? Han Shuo transmitted. Water Elite Zombie did not immediately reply. After a while, Water Elite Zombie still did not reply. This rather baffled Han Shuo. Among the 5 elite zombies, although Water Elite Zombie came out a bit later and did not have the opportunity to possess water element treasures, having evolved for such a long time, he should have long possessed intelligence. He shouldn't be this slow. Puzzled, Han Shuo creased his brows. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Water Elite Zombie, wanting to see what was going on with him. Suddenly, Han Shuo was startled. He saw Water Elite Zombie's eyes sparkle with a dazzling radiance. Misty water vapor suddenly drifted out of his body. Standing beside him, Han Shuo could feel the surrounding humidity increase. Water Elite Zombie's emotions were also fluctuating, as if he had suddenly encountered something that made him incomparably excited. Following Water Elite Zombie's gaze, Han Shuo discovered that Water Elite Zombie was staring blankly at the young girl inside the ice goddess statue. His eyes did not even blink, as if he had simply become stupid. Oh no! Han Shuo was startled. He inwardly thought that Water Elite Zombie couldn't have fallen in love with the young girl inside, right? Han Shuo's heart was a tangled mess. He stared at Water Elite Zombie, feeling somewhat baffled. He had no idea what was going on with him. What's going on? Han Shuo softly shouted. This soft shout was extremely loud. Han Shuo wanted to rouse Water Elite Zombie. Therefore, he deliberately did so. Han Shuo's shout was indeed effective. Water Elite Zombie's body suddenly jolted. He first looked at Han Shuo in a daze, but soon after his eyes shone brightly. He excitedly pointed at the young girl from the Shrine of Ice and said to Han Shuo, "Father, I want her!" This scoundrel, his evolution is indeed messed up. Back when he was in the penta-elemental undead formation, he was unable to fuse with it. So it turns out that his desire for evolution is out of control. Moreover, his eyesight is rather sharp. Damn it, scoundrel kid. Why did you evolve to this state? Han Shuo cursed incessantly in his heart. His imagination ran wild as he looked at Water Elite Zombie. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Han Shuo had genuine feelings for the 5 elite zombies. Although this request of Water Elite Zombie was unimaginable to Han Shuo, when he saw Water Elite Zombie's excitement and impulsiveness, he couldn't bear to refuse. Han Shuo stomped his foot, gnashed his teeth, and said, "Go, little scoundrel. Do whatever you want, but by all means, don't alarm anyone. Damn it, even those brothers who came out earlier than you aren't as precocious as you are." After receiving Han Shuo's approval, Water Elite Zombie suddenly jumped in excitement. He actually passed through the ice and water magic traps and boundaries and landed at the foot of the ice goddess statue in an instant. He didn't alarm any boundaries or traps. While Han Shuo cursed in his heart, Water Elite Zombie directly melted into the ice goddess statue. He floated up from one of the cabs of the ice goddess statue to where the young girl with skin of ice and bones of jade was. In high spirits, he hugged that lifeless, perfect young girl. Chapter 480. Han Shuo couldn't bear to see such a perfect young lady being defiled by water elite zombie. However, just as Han Shuo was about to turn his head away, he sensed that the young lady within the ice goddess statue suddenly underwent a peculiar transformation. Under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, the energy within the body of the young lady with ice flesh and jade bone rapidly flowed into Water Elite Zombie's body. Water Elite Zombie hugged the naked young lady, but didn't engage in the obscene acts that Han Shuo had imagined. He merely made use of physical contact to rapidly absorb the energy within the young lady's body. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before coming to his senses. He was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. He had long tossed aside the unspoken criticism he had for Water Elite Zombie and started to become excited just like Water Elite Zombie. The energy contained within the young lady's body was filled with the wondrous energy of ice and water. However, there wasn't a shred of divine energy bestowed by the ice goddess. This was rather strange. Previously, when he had the Jade Frost cage, Han Shuo had also tried to let Water Elite Zombie absorb the divine energy within the Jade Frost cage. However, Water Elite Zombie was unable to establish a connection with the divine energy within the Jade Frost cage, and naturally couldn't absorb the divine energy from within. Therefore, when he saw the ice goddess statue and the young lady within, Han Shuo didn't think of letting Water Elite Zombie absorb the energy. Now, it seemed that although Water Elite Zombie couldn't absorb the divine energy bestowed by the ice goddess believers, he could absorb the bizarre energy that was a mixture of the water element and ice and water. The Water Elite Zombie who was holding the girl in his arms was shrouded in white mist. The energy within the lifeless girl's body flowed into the Water Elite Zombie's body at an extremely fast speed, like a trickle of water. Han Shuo could sense Water Elite Zombie's excitement. His eyes were glowing with vigor. As he rapidly absorbed the energy within the young lady's body, he transmitted to Han Shuo, "Thank you, Father! Thank you, Father!" Your luck is pretty good." Han Shuo couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He then felt a little embarrassed for having such dirty thoughts earlier. "Father, I believe that he will be able to fuse his energy into the formation after this." The Fire Elite Zombie beside Han Shuo transmitted. With Fire Elite Zombie's reminder, Han Shuo was once again delighted. In the Penta-Elemental Undead formation, Fire Elite Zombie, Metal Elite Zombie, and Earth Elite Zombie were already able to fuse the three energies. Only Water Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie had been unable to fuse their energies with the three of them due to the fact that they had come out of the Penta-Elemental Undead formation rather late and had not obtained any wood or water attribute treasures. At present, Water Elite Zombie was absorbing the energy used by the Shrine of Ice to create a god. Once Water Elite Zombie and that energy completely fused, Han Shuo didn't know what realm he would reach, but he was certain that he would be able to rapidly evolve. It shouldn't be too difficult to successfully integrate the power into the Penta-Elemental Undead formation. Just as Han Shuo was in high spirits, he suddenly sensed abnormal movements coming from the Shrine of Ice above. A group of injured experts, led by Ice Celestial Corey, who was recuperating, suddenly gathered together at the same time. All of them moved towards the Shrine of Ice in a panic. The cliff that those disciples of the Shrine of Ice had previously left from began to protrude again amidst creaking noises. Han Shuo immediately understood that the matter had been exposed. This ice goddess statue manufactured by the Shrine of Ice must have some kind of connection with them that Han Shuo was unaware of. The rapid flow of energy in that young lady's body must have alarmed those from the Shrine of Ice. That was why they had left in such a panic and returned. With things having developed to this point, Han Shuo knew that there was absolutely no way to resolve this peacefully. Hardening his heart, Han Shuo, under the effect of Metal Elite Zombie's energy, walked up the stone path for a while. At this moment, the energy in that young lady's body within the Ice Goddess statue had yet to be completely absorbed by Water Elite Zombie. Whether Water Elite Zombie could evolve to the greatest degree would depend on whether Han Shuo could buy enough time for Water Elite Zombie. Father, I want this energy. Water Elite Zombie, who was holding that young lady, greedily transmitted to Han Shuo while rapidly absorbing the energy in that young lady's body like a child begging for candy. Make haste and quickly absorb that energy. Don't worry about anything else. Han Shuo understood what that energy meant to Water Elite Zombie. He hastily instructed and prepared to do his utmost to buy more time for Water Elite Zombie. Finally, the cliff completely protruded. The panic-stricken disciples of the Shrine of Ice hastily cast their gazes at the majestic ice goddess statue at the center of the mountain. Other than those disciples who had just left, there was also Ice Celestial Corey and his party whom he previously met in the Black Dragon Canyon. With just a glance at them, Han Shuo was certain that they were the ones who had interfered in the tens of thousands of miles battle at the place of extreme fire a few days ago. When this party was finally routed, Han Shuo seized the opportunity to use his consciousness and mental strength to attack their souls. Caught off guard, they immediately suffered heavy injuries. Although their bodies were ice-cold before, their complexions were still normal. But now, their faces were as pale as the dead. Compared to their calm and unruffled demeanor during the battle in the Black Dragon Canyon, their auras were in utter chaos. This indicated that they had yet to fully recover from their injuries. Goddess, what is that thing? Suddenly, a disciple clutched his chest, trembling from head to toe as he pointed at Water Elite Zombie, who was tightly hugging that young lady with skin of ice and bones of jade. Unable to bear it any longer, he shrieked. While this disciple was shrieking, the disciples of the Shrine of Ice on top of the cliff had also seen the situation below. All the disciples of the Shrine of Ice, including Ice Celestial Corey, were instantly enraged. Cries of alarm and rage filled the entire mountainside. What an ugly thing! How did he get inside the ice goddess statue? Ice Celestial Corey bellowed furiously. He slapped the face of a disciple beside him. That disciple was slapped until his mouth was full of blood, and he immediately fell from the cliff. Whoosh, whoosh! Before that disciple could fall to the ground, the magical boundary surrounding the ice goddess statue was suddenly triggered. Several icicles directly pierced through the disciple's body. Before his blood could flow, his entire body was frozen stiff. When he landed on the ground, he shattered into ice cubes. Lord Corey, spare us. We don't know what's going on either. If you kill all of us, Project God Making will never be completed. One of the disciples suddenly cried out in alarm and knelt before Ice Celestial Corey, yelling loudly. Ice Celestial Corey, whose face was ashen and furious, was about to kill all those disciples who had previously come down to add crystal energy. His hand was already gripping the neck of another disciple, preparing to kill this derelict disciple as well. However, when he heard that disciple kneeling down and yelling loudly, for the sake of Project God Making, he finally held back his impulse. Use your divine energy to enter the ice goddess statue at once and kill that ugly thing. I want his soul to suffer all kinds of torture. Ice Celestial Corey casually tossed away the person in his hand and bellowed furiously as he looked down. It seemed that he was indeed very angry. Come to think of it, this Project God Making, which the Shrine of Ice had been working on for 100 years, was about to be completed. Just as Ice Celestial Corey's dream of surpassing the Calamity Church of Light was about to be fulfilled, such an unforeseen event occurred at the most crucial moment. One could well imagine the fury in Ice Celestial Corey's heart after enduring for God knows how many years. Yes, my lord. Even those true experts who had devoted themselves to the Shrine of Ice for many years were trembling with fear under Ice Celestial Corey's wrath. They hastily responded and immediately began to deal with Water Elite Zombie. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All of a sudden, shrill whistling sounds were heard. One after another, sharp bone spears pierced through the air. Like broken bamboo rafts, They charged at Ice Celestial Corey and the others in rows. "Damn it!" Corey cursed in a stern voice. He hastily unsheathed his ice-cold longsword. Rays of sword radiance flashed past. Sparkling and translucent cold air condensed into an ice wall, blocking the bone spears that filled the sky. "You useless idiots! Go back to where you came from!" Ice Celestial Corey, who had hastily blocked a wave of bone spears, cursed loudly as he lifted his leg and kicked the disciple kneeling at his feet. Although these disciples of the Shrine of Ice who came last time were also priests of the Shrine of Ice, they majored in alchemy, pharmaceutics, magical matrices, and other complicated and esoteric subjects. It was because of these that they could successfully carry out the God Creation Project. However, their personal strengths were not particularly strong. Under Han Shua's all-encompassing attacks, it was highly possible that they would be carelessly eliminated. Having lost these disciples who had studied the God Creation Project for many years, it would be very difficult for the God Creation Project to be completed. Therefore, although Ice Celestial Corey wished that he could kill them immediately, for the sake of the success of the God Creation Project, he had no choice but to put their safety first. Ice Celestial Corey let loose a torrent of curses as he kicked and tossed, forcibly shoving these cultists who were experts in this field into the passageway. Then he bellowed in a seemingly insane manner, "Come out, Brian! I know it's you, you filthy, damned necromancer!" Under extreme rage, Ice Celestial Corey's usual composure vanished without a trace. At this moment, he was somewhat similar to Han Shuo in his demonized state. He was no different from a lunatic. Even the few subordinates beside him were somewhat astonished by his madness. "Pursue those few who escaped and kill them all." Han Shuo calmly issued an order to Metal Elite Zombie to kill those researchers. Only then did he walk out of a tunnel with a gloomy face. Chapter 481. With the intention of buying time for Water Elite Zombie, Han Shuo, after instructing Metal Elite Zombie, unhurriedly strolled out and stood proudly at the foot of the Ice Goddess statue. "It's really you!" Ice Celestial Corey bellowed in rage. Pointing the icy long sword in his hand at Han Shuo, he flew down from above. An icy aura overflowed from the long sword in his hand. The formless fighting aura drove a cold current. Sharp icicles tore through the air in an unstoppable manner. As Corey moved, several experts behind him swooshed down one after another. Those with sacred sword master strength were equally not to be underestimated. Their enormous energy firmly locked onto Han Shuo, multiplying the pressure on Han Shuo. Two more people stood motionless on the cliff, each holding a crystal staff. Magical incantations were rapidly chanted from their mouths. The water element in the belly of the mountain, which was already extremely dense, suddenly came alive. The temperature of the entire region abruptly dropped. Wisps of white, chilly air agilely converged towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo understood that these people, led by Ice Celestial Corey, were preparing to get rid of him in the shortest time possible before focusing all their energy on Water Elite Zombie, wreaking havoc inside the Ice Goddess statue. These people possessed superb strength. Even though they were all injured, they indeed had the strength to attack at the same time. Under the management of the Shrine of Ice for hundreds of years, not only did the belly of the mountain contain extremely dense water element, it was also deployed with layers upon layers of magical boundaries and traps due to Project God Creation. Fighting in such an area was extremely disadvantageous to Han Shuo. Therefore, he absolutely could not confront them head-on. As long as he was led by the nose, not only would he be unable to buy time for Water Elite Zombie, it would also be a problem for Han Shuo to leave the belly of the mountain alive. Seeing the attacks of Ice Celestial Corey and his party coming at him, Han Shuo, who had just walked out of the tunnel opened by Metal Elite Zombie, suddenly shrank back into it. The cracked stone wall was also very cooperative with Han Shuo. When Ice Celestial Corey flew down, the crack was about to rapidly mend itself. The smooth and flat stone wall made Ice Celestial Corey suspect that Han Shua's previous appearance was just an illusion. Damn it, what's going on? Corey bellowed in rage, obviously aware of the truth of what happened. Watch out, Abra! A cry of alarm suddenly came from the mouths of the two magicians on the cliff. A sword saint who had been following behind Corey was frightened by the warning from above and looked around helplessly. Suddenly, the sword saint named Abra sensed a shocking change in the rock wall beside him. Crack! Halfway through his descent, the rock wall beside him suddenly shattered, and a hideous face in the shape of a ghost's face fiercely rushed out of the cracked rock wall and directly bit at him. Abra's descent came to a sudden halt. Golden light burst out of the crystal ice sword, and in an instant hundreds of golden lights bombarded the sinister ghost face that was biting at him. Under Abra's gaze, the ferocious, ghostly face that pounced over was bombarded with holes by the golden light. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, but he still carefully stared at the ferocious, ghostly face. At his level of martial arts, he would never relax in the slightest during a battle. It was absolutely not easy to become a sword saint, and Abra was obviously no exception. His rich combat experience allowed him to react promptly, and he would never underestimate any enemy. It was precisely this quality that saved his life. Under his attentive gaze, the ferocious, ghostly face that was bombarded with holes by his golden fighting aura did not disappear. Even the speed at which it pounced at him did not slow down in the slightest, and was still pouncing at him with a shrill howl. Abra's expression changed in horror. His body, which was frozen in midair, rapidly retreated. He brandished the crystal ice sword crisscrossed in front of his chest. Amidst the golden fighting aura, ice-cold divine energy was released. The divine energy bestowed by the ice goddess interweaved with his fighting aura, forming layers of defense. The ferocious, ghostly face advanced another 3 meters, and finally turned into light smoke and disappeared. Right at this moment, after the ferocious, ghostly face dissipated, an iron fist slowly enlarged in front of Abra. Its destructive momentum shocked him to the core. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the experts of the Shrine of Ice around Abra brandished their swords and attacked from afar. Icicles pierced straight at Han Shua's exposed body amidst the whistling cold wind. With a cold snort, Han Shua did not change the direction of his right fist, which was aimed at Abra. The demonic light from the demonic blades in his left hand burst forth. Han Shua did not even look at them. The demonic light accurately shattered the icicles piercing at him. However, under the cover of the shattered icicles, several erratic cold currents suddenly attached themselves to Han Shua's body. Several cold currents, condensed by the sacred magi using the enormous amount of water element in the belly of the mountain, attached themselves to Han Shua's body. The bone-piercing coldness instantly seeped into his consciousness and physical body. Han Shua's body couldn't help but stiffen, and his lightning-fast speed suddenly slowed. However, Abra still couldn't dodge in time. Clang! Han Shua's fist rumbled over, landing squarely on the hilt of Abra's crystal sword of ice. A power that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas surged towards sacred Swordmaster Abra. All the fighting aura he used to defend himself was instantly washed away. Only the divine energy of ice bestowed by the ice goddess barely managed to stop this tremendous force from crazily destroying his body like a knife's edge. Ouch! A miserable howl, mixed with a large mouthful of blood, was fiercely shot out from Abra's mouth. He lost his balance. Just as he raised his head to the sky, his body tilted and flew backwards. With a thud, he heavily crashed into the rock wall on the other side. Stop! Ice Celestial Corey madly shouted as he charged over from below. Han Shua's speed had slowed down considerably after the cold currents entered his body. However, as he was extremely close to Abra, he still arrived before him very quickly. Paying no heed to Ice Celestial Corey, who was madly shouting and charging over, Han Shua's right fist turned into a flat, straight palm and ruthlessly stabbed at Abra's heart. Abra, quick, run. The two magi above, having seen through the whole situation, once again hurriedly reminded him. Only Abra himself understood that there was no way out. Seeing the palm stabbing at his chest at lightning speed, he exerted all his strength and thrust his sword at Han Shua's empty left hand. He clenched his left hand into a fist and ferociously punched at Han Shua's incoming palm. Bam! Like a peacock spreading its tail. Just as Han Shua's palm was about to stab into Abra's fist, his fingernails abruptly expanded into the shape of demonic blades. Without waiting for Abra to react, the demonic blades easily pierced through Abra's fist, pierced through Abra's arm, and finally stabbed into Abra's heart, killing him in one blow. Pulling out his bloodied right hand, Han Shua grinned coldly. His smile contained 3 parts arrogance, 1 part calmness, and 6 parts cruelty. With his heart shattered, Abra's eyes were wide open in fear. Blood spurted out from his chest as he powerlessly fell to the ground. It was only at this moment that Ice Celestial Corey arrived. Looking at Han Shua, who was grinning coldly, Corey suddenly felt a chill in his heart. However, he knew that if Han Shua didn't die today, the Shrine of Ice would never have a day of peace. The dignity and solemnity of the shrine would be destroyed in one day. Kill! He must be killed! Ice Celestial Corey bellowed. He attacked with all his might, prepared to make Han Shua stay here forever. Suddenly, Han Shua, who had just killed Abra, turned his head and cast a glance at him with a smile. Soon after, he unhurriedly walked towards the wall that Abra, who was still dripping with blood, was leaning against. Under Abra's attentive gaze, the stone wall inconceivably opened up into a passageway. Han Shua unhurriedly walked into the stone wall. Then Han Shua stood proudly in the passageway of the stone wall, facing Ice Celestial Corey, who was about to reach him. His face was still wearing the same cold smile. Ice Celestial Corey had yet to recover from his injuries. At this moment, his subordinates had yet to approach him, and the 2 magi above him were not fully prepared either. Ice Celestial Corey, whose heart was chilled, suddenly slowed down his rapid charge. He actually did not dare to confront Han Shua head-on. In just 2 seconds, Han Shua's body emitted popping sounds. The demonic arts had completely expelled the cold current that had invaded his body. Ha, coward! The cold current in my body was still there. You originally had the chance to kill me. Han Shua's body was no longer stiff. With a long laugh, he looked at Ice Celestial Corey and taunted venomously. As soon as Han Shua's words fell, Ice Celestial Corey's subordinates arrived one after another. The 2 magi above him were finally fully prepared. Ice Celestial Corey's complexion was ashen. Gnashing his teeth, he spat out the word kill, and finally took the lead in charging at Han Shua. At this moment, Han Shua took a step back. The stone wall in front of him, once again, miraculously closed up. When Ice Celestial Corey arrived, there was only a mirror-smooth stone wall in front of him. Where was Han Shua? My lord, this is not the way. If this continues, the energy inside the ice goddess statue will be completely depleted. Just as Ice Celestial Corey was furiously cursing Han Shua again, a disciple finally could not help but remind him. As if enlightened, Ice Celestial Corey abruptly woke up with a start. Only now did he remember that the ugly thing inside the ice goddess statue was still hugging his test subject and sucking away its energy. Don't bother with that filthy necromancer. Get rid of that ugly thing first. Ice Celestial Corey's body trembled as he ordered his subordinates beside him. Ice Celestial Corey understood that he had truly been driven mad by Han Shua. That was why he would act so irrationally. With his subordinates' reminder, Ice Celestial Corey finally realized that he had been played by Han Shua. Yes, my lord. Several disciples hastily replied and immediately got to work on dealing with Water Elite Zombie, who was happily absorbing energy inside the ice goddess statue. Chapter 482. Just as Ice Celestial Corey and his party no longer paid attention to Han Shua's existence, and instead focused their attention on dealing with Water Elite Zombie, Han Shua, who had hidden himself within the stone wall with the help of Metal Elite Zombie's energy, suddenly shot out like a sharp sword. "Watch out!" This time it was Ice Celestial Corey who shouted. The two magi who had been staying at the cliff at the top of the ice goddess statue suddenly sensed an intense bloody aura assaulting their nostrils. The nauseating bloody aura condensed into a bloody mist, enveloping Han Shuo in an instant. Seeing that Ice Celestial Corey had finally recognized the situation after being warned, Han Shuo knew that it was meaningless to continue dodging and playing guerrilla warfare. Even at the risk of getting injured, he had to obstruct them at this critical moment and buy enough time for Water Elite Zombie to absorb the energy. Among this party, the two magi who were frozen and motionless at the top were the weakest. However, they posed the greatest threat to Han Shuo. Once Han Shuo decided to face them head-on, only these two magi could succeed in a short time. Therefore, without the slightest hesitation, Han Shuo fiercely shot out from within the stone wall and deliberately released an enormous aura to let Ice Celestial Corey know of his plan and temporarily give up on attacking Water Elite Zombie. However, this time, Ice Celestial Corey paid no attention to Han Shuo. After loudly reminding him, he once again charged at the ice goddess statue. It seemed that he had awakened from his previous madness and realized that a god-grade existence was much more important than two sacred magi. This was out of Han Shuo's expectations. As the two magi hastily retreated in fear and trepidation, Han Shuo decisively gave up on pursuing the two. His body suddenly changed direction in midair, and with a surging killing intent, he transformed into a bloody cloud and shrouded Ice Celestial Corey and his party below. As matters stood, Han Shuo had no choice but to face them head-on. He could no longer dodge and take advantage of the terrain to launch sneak attacks. The moment Corey raised his head and saw the blood cloud descending upon him, he immediately understood that it contained an energy that could destroy everything. His expression changed, and he immediately understood the situation. He fiercely swung his sword at the blood cloud and shouted, "Ice Blast!" As though it was premeditated, after Ice Celestial Corey uttered the word blizzard, the eyes of the four sacred swordsmen beside Corey flourished with a cold glint. Together with Ice Celestial Corey, they brandished their swords to meet the blood cloud. Including Ice Celestial Corey, a total of 5 fighting auras mixed with the divine energy bestowed by the ice goddess suddenly converged at the blood cloud. The 5 powers collided with each other within the blood cloud, and a terrifying ice explosion suddenly occurred within the blood cloud. The ice explosion formed by the 5 powers was extremely ferocious, and it completely covered the blood cloud. Han Shuo had no time to dodge, and he was immediately heavily injured by the ice explosion. Ha ha ha. Corey laughed maniacally. His laughter was filled with pride. Ice Blast was a secret technique of the Shrine of Ice. It utilized the divine power bestowed by the goddess of ice and mixed it with fighting aura to create a large-scale explosion of solid ice. Once one was enveloped by the ice blast, the might of the frightening icicles would increase exponentially, possessing an unstoppable force of impact. After suffering repeated setbacks, Ice Celestial Corey finally used the secret technique of the shrine to recover from his disadvantageous position. One could well imagine how carefree he was. "Filthy necromancer, let's see how you escape this time." Ice Celestial Corey laughed heartily. Together with the 4 sacred swordsmen beside him, he stared fixedly at the gradually dissipating blood cloud. The power of the ice blast dissipated the murderous aura of the blood cloud. Han Shuo's body slowly emerged from within the blood cloud. Han Shuo's body was riddled with thousands of holes, as though his body had been pierced by thousands of invisible arrows of various sizes. Holes of various sizes were revealed, one after another. There was a large hole in his chest, from which his internal organs could be clearly seen. At this moment, Han Shuo's appearance was even more unsightly than that of a malicious spirit. Not a single piece of undamaged skin could be found on his body. Under the impact of the ice blast, his body was in a state of devastation. He was in an unprecedented sorry state. Without a doubt, Han Shuo had indeed been gravely injured by the ice blast. The ice blast, launched by a demigod expert and 4 sacred swordsmen, using the secret technique of the Shrine of Ice, had indeed gravely injured Han Shuo. However, when Han Shuo's body was completely revealed, the laughter of Ice Celestial Kori, who had been laughing wildly all along, came to a screeching halt. The complacent expression on his face turned into shock. He looked at Han Shuo, whose appearance was even more unsightly than that of a malicious spirit, with an incredulous expression. Han Shuo's body was riddled with thousands of holes. His internal organs could be seen from the gaping wounds, yet not a single drop of blood flowed out from the wounds. What was even more inconceivable to Kori was that the badly mangled flesh on Han Shuo's body was slowly squirming. The gaping wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bizarre. It was unimaginably strange. Anyone who witnessed such a bizarre scene would presumably be as shocked as Ice Celestial Kori and the other 4 swordsmen. They would be equally dumbfounded and at a loss as to what to do. This was an instinctive fear of the unknown. What in the world are you? Ice Celestial Kori, who had unwittingly developed an intense wariness towards Han Shuo, looked anxiously at Han Shuo, who was standing proudly in midair. His body was riddled with thousands of wounds, yet not a single drop of blood flowed out. His fleshly body was rapidly healing like a monster. Unable to suppress the fear in his heart, Kori cried out in alarm with a somewhat trembling voice. Han Shuo had a bitter smile on his face. He had indeed been gravely injured by the ice blast. However, because the icicles had shot into his body, the extreme coldness temporarily froze his blood for a moment. This allowed Han Shuo, who had an abnormally tough body, to control his injuries in an extremely short period of time. Under the circulation of demonic yuan, the fibers of his skin completely absorbed the blood. Only then, after the icy aura dispersed, did not let a single drop of blood drip out. Utilizing the unimaginably tough and abnormal tenacity of his fleshly body, he rapidly healed his wounds. However, Han Shuo had indeed been injured, and his injuries were not light. The rapid healing process of his body was inconceivably bizarre in Ice Celestial Kori's eyes. The damage to his body was truly enormous. The healing process of his fleshly body required the consumption of an enormous amount of blood and demonic yuan. This would cause Han Shuo to lose a lot of strength in battle. However, because of the bloody holes on his face, Han Shuo, who was grinning bitterly, suddenly revealed a bitter smile on his sinister and frightening face. That was truly an evil smile that would cause one's scalp to go numb. In the eyes of Ice Celestial Kori and his party, it was absolutely terrifying. Kori and his party were frightened out of their wits by Han Shuo's bitter smile. Looking at the inconceivable Han Shuo, at this moment, Ice Celestial Kori and his party could not associate Han Shuo with a human being no matter how hard they tried. Han Shuo clearly sensed the trembling in Ice Celestial Kori's voice. With a thought, he immediately understood why Ice Celestial Kori's voice was trembling. This was all because Kori and his party had never seen any living creature with such frightening regenerative abilities. This was an instinctive fear of the unknown, especially when Han Shuo's appearance, which was riddled with thousands of holes, was indeed malevolent and frightening, unlike a human being. Coming to his senses, Han Shuo seized the opportunity to rapidly heal the heavy injuries on his fleshly body while laughing wildly. His laughter was filled with ruthlessness and savagery. He even took the opportunity to add the soul-sucking evil power of the Omen Echo to his laughter, which had a wonderful misleading effect on one's mind. Sure enough, under the effect of Han Shuo's soul-sucking evil power of the Omen Echo, the already terrified Ice Celestial Kori became more and more fearful. Looking at Han Shuo's malevolent appearance again, it was as if Han Shuo had turned into a demon that had existed since ancient times. With a casual strike from him, the demon had torn apart its usual disguise, revealing its true evil form to him. You, which material plane are you from? Our shrine of ice is the church of the ice goddess. What do you want? On one hand, it was the effect of the omen echo, and on the other hand, it was because they were truly terrified of Han Shuo. One of the 4 sacred swordsmen suddenly cried out in alarm and took a step back. Who are you? This person's loud cries seemed to have alerted the others. Another sacred swordsman also cried out in alarm. Ice Celestial Kori looked at the heavily injured Han Shuo in fear. He seemed to have suddenly come to a realization, and associated it with Han Shuo's never-before-seen miraculous skills. He was certain that Han Shuo was not an existence that belonged to profound continent. The fear in his heart grew even stronger. His eyes began to flicker as he rapidly thought of a way to escape. We are the emissaries of the ice goddess. Don't act recklessly. Finally, under the effects of the omen echo, in addition to Han Shuo's bizarre performance, Ice Celestial Kori actually started to tremble and babble nonsense. It was at this moment that Water Elite Zombie suddenly transmitted, "Father, I'm done." Han Shuo, who was laughing maniacally, lowered his head to take a look. He discovered that the naked young lady had shriveled into a corpse without any moisture. Her former beauty was nowhere to be seen. The enormous statue of the ice goddess also suddenly crumbled under Water Elite Zombie's voice. Like a collapsing mountain, it crashed to the ground from the top of Han Shuo's head. Ha 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 ha. Han Shuo laughed maniacally. He found it hard to restrain himself from the foolish looks of Ice, Celestial Kori, and the others. This time he did not use the omen echo. Boom! Metal Elite Zombie popped out of nowhere above Han Shuo's head. The golden cudgel smashed down on the heads of 2 dumbstruck sacred magi. The 2 sacred magi, who were similarly petrified by Han Shuo, were turned into meat patties by the golden cudgel. Who cares which material plane he is from? We will fight him to the death. As the ice goddess statue crumbled, Ice Celestial Kori once again went berserk. He recklessly charged at Han Shuo. At this moment, the heavily injured Han Shuo did not get entangled with the desperate Ice Celestial Kori. He was still laughing maniacally, entering the rock wall that suddenly split open with Water Elite Zombie, and calmly leaving the Shrine of Ice. Chapter 483. With Metal Elite Zombie leading the way, the tight security of the Shrine of Ice's main peak was practically non-existent. A long and narrow passageway was opened up in the solid rock walls. Han Shuo and Water Elite Zombie followed behind Metal Elite Zombie and rapidly retreated. The Ice Goddess statue was the crux of Project God-making. The Ice Goddess statue, developed by numerous masters in alchemy, pharmaceutics, and smithing, was the foundation of all Ice Celestial Kori's hopes. Its collapse was like a sharp sword ruthlessly stabbing into Kori's heart, causing him unbearable pain. From the feedback Metal Elite Zombie gave to Han Shuo, he understood that all the masters who refined the Ice Goddess statue had been killed by him. Having lost these masters who had spent many years in this field, Ice Celestial Kori's Project God making could never be restored. Although Han Shuo, who had sustained serious injuries from the ice blast, had successfully intimidated Ice Celestial Kori and the others by using the demonic siren and the fear they had towards him, when Han Shuo saw that Ice Celestial Kori had once again sunk into madness because of the Ice Goddess statue, he knew that Kori would not be easy to deal with in his desperation. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave for the time being. When they were some distance away from the belly of the mountain, Han Shuo turned his head to look at Water Elite Zombie, who had absorbed an enormous amount of energy. When he did so, Han Shuo was suddenly startled. He was delighted by the transformation of Water Elite Zombie. After absorbing the energy of ice and water from the Ice Goddess statue, Water Elite Zombie's originally ordinary appearance had undergone a complete transformation. His thick eyebrows became slender and curved, his nose high and straight. His dry and dull skin became as moist and smooth as water. Even his withered yellow hair shone with a bright luster. The most ordinary Water Elite Zombie, after absorbing that energy, had actually transformed into an elegant and handsome youth, due to the abundance and transformation of the energy in his body. This handsome youth had a kind of gentle and bewitching temperament, very attractive. Misty water vapor constantly swirled around the water elite zombie. As Han Shuo gazed at it, the water elite zombie gave him a kind of ethereal beauty that didn't seem real. Compared to before, water elite zombie had undergone a complete transformation, be it in appearance or temperament. What astonished Han Shuo the most was that the transformation was still ongoing. Han Shuo understood that the amount of energy absorbed by the water elite zombie was enormous. The digestion process was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. However, once the water elite zombie completely absorbed and digested the energy, Han Shuo believed that the water elite zombie would certainly bring him an even greater surprise. I'll send you back first. You need to quietly absorb this energy. After sensing the condition of water elite zombie's body, Han Shuo softly chanted an incantation and sent water elite zombie back to the netherworld. Not long after the water elite zombie left, Han Shuo, with metal elite zombie leading the way, returned to the rock wall at the center of the mountain. Standing at the mouth of the cliff, Han Shuo raised his head and gazed at the vast expanse of white ice and snow. He sensed the experts moving at high speed within the belly of the mountain. Han Shuo muttered to himself, "Shrine of Ice, my revenge has only just begun." Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo also sent Metal Elite Zombie back to the netherworld. His body's injuries did not allow Han Shuo to stay any longer. He found an opportune moment and soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light and rapidly departing from the snowy region of the Shrine of Ice. In Icicle City, Han Shuo settled down in an ordinary small hotel. For the past few days, Han Shuo had been staying in his room. The physical injuries he suffered at the Shrine of Ice had been stabilized by Han Shuo. The damage to Han Shuo's physical body required blood essence and demonic yuan to heal. This healing process was actually not very long and merely consumed Han Shuo's blood essence and demonic yuan. Blood essence and demonic yuan needed to be cultivated over a long period of time in order to be improved bit by bit. Once too much was consumed, it would truly affect Han Shuo's strength. After a few days of effort, Han Shuo's body that was riddled with holes had completely recovered. However, a significant amount of blood essence and demonic yuan had indeed been consumed. After meditating for a few days, Han Shuo's demonic yuan had somewhat recovered. However, he could not convert too much blood essence within a short period of time. Seeing that his injuries had stabilized, Han Shuo recalled that Gilbert's soul was inside the Demon's Lair edge. The inside of the Demon's Lair edge was not a good place. Any soul that entered the Demon's Lair edge would be corroded by it. Even though Han Shuo had specially opened up an area for Gilbert, he still could not allow him to stay inside for too long. Therefore, Han Shuo used some of the materials he had in his space ring and spent a few more days refining a thumb ring. A sparkling and translucent thumb ring was taken out by Han Shuo from his space ring. The name of this thumb ring was the Soul Depository Finger, and its main use was to store souls. After setting up a soundproof defensive formation in the room and summoning a few wraiths to stand guard outside the door, Han Shuo finally took out the Demon's Lair edge. Holding the Soul Depository Finger in his palm, Han Shuo's consciousness slowly entered the Demon's Lair edge. First, Han Shuo immediately sensed the main soul within the Demon's Lair edge that was currently fusing with the ball of destruction. Then, based on his understanding of the interior of the Demon's Lair edge, he roamed among the enormous souls within the Demon's Lair edge, searching for the soul that was familiar with Gilbert's aura. When absorbing Gilbert's soul into the Demon's Lair edge, Han Shuo had purposely opened up an area within the Demon's Lair edge specifically to store Gilbert's soul. After Han Shuo's consciousness entered the Demon's Lair edge, he quickly found that area based on his familiarity with Gilbert. Within the Demon's Lair edge, there were all kinds of souls as well as many negative energies. Some were strong, some were weak, but but all of them were very corrosive. Even dark dragon Gilbert's soul would be corroded by these energies if Han Shuo hadn't specially opened up an area for him. He might even fuse with those energies and transform into a powerful force for the Demon's Lair Edge's evolution. As soon as he found Gilbert's soul, Han Shuo's mood relaxed. He hastily used his consciousness to wrap Gilbert's soul, preventing him from being affected by the various corrosive energies within the Demon's Lair Edge. Little by little, he brought Gilbert away from the Demon's Lair Edge. Han Shuo's consciousness clearly sensed the joy of Gilbert's soul. It seemed that Gilbert had sensed his master's aura within Han Shuo's consciousness. That was why he was so obedient, following Han Shuo's consciousness and leaving the Demon's Lair Edge without the slightest resistance. A wisp of dim light suddenly drifted out from the hilt of the Demon's Lair Edge. When that wisp of dim light completely left the Demon's Lair Edge, Han Shuo made 2 hand seals, one on the soul depository finger and the other on Gilbert's soul. Suddenly, that wisp of dim light turned into a fine line and fiercely sank into the soul depository finger. The sparkling and translucent ring suddenly flowed with a faint green light. That wisp of fine line constantly twisted and changed within the ring. In an extremely short period of time, a hazy shadow took shape. "Master, is that you, Master?" A voice as soft as a mosquito's came from the ring. Not only could the soul depository finger store souls, under Han Shuo's refinement, it could also transmit the consciousness of the soul. "Gilbert, you bastard! Who told you to be so disobedient?" When Gilbert's familiar voice sounded, Han Shuo's heart was filled with endless emotions. "Master, great master, I'm so happy to be able to see you. This is great, this is really great. Ha!" When he heard Han Shuo's words, Gilbert immediately shouted incoherently within the soul depository finger. However, because he only existed as a soul, even though his voice was amplified by the ring, it still sounded as soft as a mosquito's. Gilbert's familiar voice immediately made Han Shuo recall the time when he was together with him. Now, Han Shuo's soul was intact, but Gilbert could only possess a soul. If it wasn't for Han Shuo using a special method to store his soul would have slowly disappeared between heaven and earth with the passage of time. "Idiot! All right, shut up!" Han Shuo scolded smilingly, but his heart was filled with warmth. Then, seeing that Gilbert had stopped nagging inside the ring, Han Shuo sternly said, "Gilbert, theoretically you're already dead. Now, I've used a special method to keep your soul." "Master, I understand," Gilbert said faintly after remaining silent for a while. Suddenly, Gilbert thought of something. He saw that the ring was glowing dimly, and the shadow inside was rapidly revolving. Gilbert anxiously asked again, "Oh, right, Master. What happened to my grandfather and the dark dragons? Did they manage to escape from the Shrine of Ice's evil hands in the end?" "Don't worry. Your grandfather and the dark dragons have escaped from the Jade Frost cage. They should be in the Black Dragon Gorge, Tanai. Besides," Han Shuo knew what Gilbert was worried about. He slowly explained to him what happened after his soul entered the Demon's Lair Edge. "Waha, that's great. Master, kill all the people of the Shrine of Ice for me. Humph, if I wasn't dead, I would definitely make them pay the price. I would kill every single one of them." "Dark Dragon," Gilbert shouted loudly. "Gilbert, the reason why I placed you inside the soul depository ring and communicated with you is to give you a choice. With your current soul, I have 2 ways to let you reappear in this world. One is to use necromancy magic to turn you into a bone dragon, and the other is to use demonic arts to refine you into a demon general. I'm going to let you choose for yourself." Han Shuo said, "What's the difference?" Gilbert asked, "If it's a bone dragon, you only have a skeleton, but you're still a dragon. But if it's a demon general, you're no longer a dragon," Han Shuo explained. Which one is a little stronger?" Gilbert asked again. "I think a demon general might be a little stronger." Han Shuo replied, "Then a demon general. I just want to be stronger. Gilbert said resolutely. Chapter 484. Kasi Empire, Siro City. Siro City was the capital of Kasi Empire, with a population of 1 million. It was a famous city on the profound continent. Siro City had beautiful sceneries and represented the unique culture of Kasi Empire. At the same time, it was also a city that revered martial arts. In the center of Siro City, there was a large-scale auction held once every 3 years. Truly rare treasures could be purchased at the auction. Every time it was held, it would attract all sorts of bigwigs. Even wealthy people from neighboring countries would travel thousands of miles to attend. In the past few auctions held in Siro City, not only did all sorts of treasures frequently appear, but divine weapons had even appeared twice. The divine weapon Starry Sky, that Phoebe was currently using, obtained from Celt, had once appeared at the auction. It had changed hands many times before finally falling into Celt's hands. This was a truly grand event. Apart from the finale auction, there were also all sorts of peculiar items for sale. Those who knew their stuff would often be able to obtain what they needed there. Every large-scale auction was able to attract all sorts of people, and this time was naturally no exception. Even Han Shua had spent 3,000 gold coins and used unscrupulous methods to travel to Siro City from the magical transportation matrix in Icicle City after hearing about the grand occasion of the auction in Icicle City. Han Shua, who had yet to fully recover from his injuries, needed to purchase materials to refine a new body for Gilbert. On the other hand, he needed to take the opportunity to inquire about the current situation in Lancelot Empire. That was why he had come to Kasi Empire's capital, Siro City. Compared to Siro City, Icicle City was only a small city at the border of Kasi Empire. The Dark Mantle stronghold had yet to reach this place. If he wanted to obtain accurate information about Lancelot Empire, Han Shua could only come to an important imperial city like Siro City. When he had just arrived at Siro City yesterday, Han Shua had contacted members of the Dark Mantle in Siro City and learned about the current situation in Lancelot Empire through their information. Just as little Fatty Jack had said, Brettel City was operating as usual without him. During this period of time, the Brettel City army, led by Dorcas and the elite troops dispatched by King Lawrence of Lancelot Empire, had officially launched a military campaign against the 7 Grand Duchies. With Dorcas' outstanding talent, once he received the full support of the Empire, he immediately unleashed a terrifying force. In just over a month, under the leadership of Dorcas, this incomparably valiant army had occupied the Bavenden Duchy without the knowledge of the 7 Grand Duchies. Furthermore, with the Bavenden Duchy as their stronghold, they had successfully defeated the hastily allied armies of the Bonton Duchy and the Etmund Duchy. Bavenden Duchy was extremely far from Brettel City. Dorcas's attack this time had come without any warning. Bavenden Duchy had never imagined that the Lancelot Empire would give up what was close at hand and attack them first. Caught off guard, they had no way to organize an effective resistance. Within a week, Bavenden Duchy's military forces had been swept away. Grand Duke Alec Ambridge had died in battle. The neighboring duchies, Bonton Duchy and Etmund Duchy, immediately joined forces to resist, but suffered a great loss in the first battle. Now, the 2 duchies were defending their city gates while recklessly contacting the other duchies, preparing to join forces to deal with Lancelot Empire's fierce invasion. Of the remaining 4 duchies, Helen's Helen Duchy and Bert Zili's Bullet Duchy were of one mind with Han Shua. After Han Shua had killed Niam Beige, the Bisley Duchy had fallen into chaos. They had suffered disastrous losses under Bert Zili's attack and were unable to play any role. Only Benedict Sackville's Narsen Duchy could be considered to have some military strength. However, with Helen and Bert Zili playing tricks in the dark, Han Shua was almost certain that Benedict Sackville would not be able to escape misfortune this time. With regards to the attack of the 7 Grand Duchies, Han Shua was truly at ease after learning of the progress of the situation. With the full support of Lancelot Empire, without the shackles of old Monster Statholm, as well as the assistance of Helen Duchy and Bolette Duchy, the 7 Grand Duchies would truly be unable to escape this time. Nothing had changed in Bretel City. During Dorcas's war, Bretel City had acted as a supplier of weapons and rations. When Dorcas had one, Bretel City had seized the opportunity to seize the resources and political power of that duchy. While controlling the situation, Bretel City had also seized command of a region. The situation was excellent. This was the moment when Lancelot Empire had begun to soar. While Lancelot Empire was invading freely, the Brute Merchant Alliance was having a headache. As the protector of the Brute Merchant Alliance, the death of Lightning Sacred Magus Reynold had brought immeasurable losses to the Brute Merchant Alliance. What gave the Brute Merchant Alliance even more of a headache were the magical beasts surging out of Tarag Canyon. These magical beasts were wreaking havoc in the surroundings of several cities, destroying and attacking humans everywhere. The Brute Merchant Alliance was a united organization formed by various large merchant guilds. Doing business between various regions and even various countries was the true way for them to obtain huge profits. However, the magical beasts that roamed everywhere forced the various merchant alliances to station themselves in their cities. This brought immeasurable losses to the Brute Merchant Alliance, a nation that mainly relied on commerce. Therefore, even though the Brute Merchant Alliance knew that the Lancelot Empire was invading the 7 Grand Duchies like a raging fire, and was enjoying the fruits of the invasion to its heart's content, they had no time to spare because of the internal chaos. They could only watch helplessly as the Lancelot Empire continued to expand. Only Han Shua understood that the cruelty that the Brute Merchant Alliance was about to face was not limited to this. Although Tanai's soul race at Tarag Canyon hadn't made any unusual movements during this period, it was very likely because their level 6 tribal king had been injured in the battle with the Saintess of the Church of Light. Once this 6-horned tribal king recovered, perhaps the Brute Merchant Alliance would want to cry but have no tears. Standing on the bustling street, Han Shua discarded the thoughts in his head and continued to search for items suitable for himself among the stalls that were everywhere. One had to admit that this so-called auction was indeed worthy of its reputation. Before the actual auction had even begun, Han Shua had already found 2 good items from among the various materials in the surroundings. The weeping wood. There were tear-stained patterns on the surface of this wood. By grinding the wood into powder and refining it with several medicinal herbs, it could be made into a medicinal pellet that could calm one's inner demons. The multicolor stone. In the refinement of some magical weapons that required flexibility, the multicolor stone could play a role in making the magical weapon extremely tough. It was also useful for Gilbert's new refinement. Gilbert's bones were mixed with the multicolor stone, which could make his bones even tougher. These 2 items were things that Han Shua had found this morning. The multicolor stone, in particular, was very useful for Gilbert. If Gilbert had chosen to be reborn as a bone dragon, Han Shua wouldn't have needed to waste too much energy. He could have directly placed his soul into the netherworld and helped him reconstruct his skeleton from his bones. However, since Gilbert had chosen to become a demon, Han Shua had spent a lot of energy to refine a new body for him, using his original skeleton as the foundation and mixing in various rare and precious materials. Han Shua felt guilty towards Gilbert. This time he had made up his mind to refine a new body to compensate Gilbert. That was why he had come here to collect truly rare materials. He wanted to refine a demonic body for Gilbert that could not only give him strength, but also have unlimited possibilities for evolution. What is this? Can I have a look? Han Shua, who was walking on the bustling street, looked left and right, searching for materials suitable for Gilbert. At this moment, he suddenly saw a dull, palm-sized stone. Han Shua's consciousness sensed a few faint traces of strange energy from it. That was why he opened his mouth and asked. The owner of the stall was an old woman. She was lazily sizing up the stream of people that passed by. When she heard Han Shua's question, Her attention suddenly fell on Han Shuo. With an imposing figure and extraordinary clothing, Han Shuo could tell at a glance that he was extravagant. The space ring on his finger, in particular, was proof of his wealth. Of course! The old woman's face was plastered with a fawning smile as she took out the stone and respectfully handed it to Han Shuo. Grasping the palm-sized stone, Han Shuo's demonic yuan and consciousness entered the stone together. Squinting his eyes to feel it, Han Shuo's eyes brightened. He looked at the old woman with a smile and asked, "Old lady, how much is this stone?" "My grandfather obtained this item by accident. It has been around for many years. Since you want it, then 5 gold coins." The old woman thought for a moment before replying. "Pa!" A bag of gold coins was thrown out from Han Shuo's hand. He laughed heartily and said, "Here are 100 gold coins. I'm taking it." "Thank you, thank you." The old woman was pleasantly surprised. She suddenly grabbed the bag of gold coins tightly and looked left and right. Seeing that no one was paying attention, she hurriedly put away the bag of gold coins and packed up the stall before leaving. She had no idea what the stone was used for. 5 gold coins was just a random price. 100 gold coins was definitely a huge sum of money for her. She was in such a hurry to leave because she was afraid that Han Shuo would go back on his word. With the yuan storage stone in his hand, Han Shuo was in a very good mood and continued to stroll around aimlessly. Suddenly, Han Shuo's expression froze as he looked in front of him with some astonishment. He saw a young and beautiful girl with a faint smile on her face, looking at a stall with great interest. It was the beautiful girl who had gone through thick and thin with him in the dark forest, Sophie. Chapter 485. A few years ago in the dark forest, Han Shuo teamed up with Sophie and Marceau, the fire grand magus of the Brute Merchant Alliance, to explore the place of extreme fire. Because of Marceau's disloyalty, Han Shuo and Sophie worked together and survived the trials and tribulations together. Sophie was originally a citizen of Kasi Empire. Her father, Sulo, was a renowned sacred knight in Kasi Empire. Han Shuo had long known this. He did not expect that after so many years, when Han Shuo came to Kasi Empire, he would so coincidentally run into Sophie. Back then, when Han Shuo and Sophie were separated in the dark forest, Sophie had repeatedly reminded Han Shuo that if he ever came to Kasi Empire, he must look for her. From a distance of 7 or 8 meters, Han Shuo looked at the beautiful Sophie, watching her excitedly picking out some exquisite trinkets. He could not help but laugh. On this long street, all kinds of items were sold, among which there was no lack of truly priceless goods. Unexpectedly, Sophie was not at all interested in those exquisite weapons that were useful for combat, but lingered on the trinket stalls instead. It seemed that it was indeed women's nature to love beauty. These fancy and exquisite trinkets without any practical value were instead a great temptation to Sophie. A few years passed in the blink of an eye. Sophie, who was already beautiful and moving, was like a blooming flower, looking even more beautiful. Looking at this beautiful girl from afar, although Han Shuo was happy, he did not go up to meet her. Han Shuo had a rather good impression of this beautiful girl. Back in the place of extreme fire, the fire grand magus had tried to frame Han Shuo, but was stopped by this kind-hearted girl. On this trip to Kasi Empire, what Han Shuo had done at the Shrine of Ice would make him the public enemy of the entire Kasi Empire. Once Han Shuo and Sophie crossed paths, it was very likely that it would bring trouble to Sophie. Although Sophie's father, Sulo, was a sacred knight and had great influence in Kasi Empire, he was far from being comparable to the Shrine of Ice. Therefore, Han Shuo only took a few glances at Sophie from afar before leaving quietly. He purposely took a detour, then wandered around the bustling streets in search of materials suitable for Dark Dragon Gilbert's body. The yuan storage stone that Han Shuo had obtained from the old woman's stall was very useful for cultivators and devil cultivators. As the name suggested, the yuan storage stone could store real essence and devil yuan. It was very useful when refining some special devil weapons. It could increase a magic weapon's tolerance to demonic yuan and increase the speed at which the demonic yuan flowed. When refining Gilbert's body, as long as this yuan storage stone was completely integrated into his bones, it would be greatly beneficial to Gilbert's rapid progress in the future. Exchanging it for a mere 100 gold coins was simply getting a rare treasure for free. It was precisely because Han Shuo had managed to find 3 extraordinary items in just one morning's time that Han Shuo was rather looking forward to this year's auction in Kasi Empire. Exuberant with energy, Han Shuo did not stop. After bypassing Sophie, he continued to search for items that suited him. With the marvelous sensitivity of his consciousness, in addition to Han Shuo's outstanding foresight, this time Han Shuo had truly reaped a bountiful harvest. In the afternoon, he successively obtained 7 or 8 exotic items that could be integrated into his bones and flesh. It was only when the sky had darkened and the stall owners had packed up and left one after another did Han Shuo reluctantly leave the area. Tomorrow was the day the auction would officially begin. Compared to the items on display at those stalls, the auction that would last for 3 consecutive days would be the real highlight. Every item on display at the auction was a certified treasure. Some priceless treasures would also frequently appear. After returning to the small inn he lived in, Han Shuo closed the door and laid down a soundproof warning matrix. He then took out the soul depository ring and communicated with Gilbert's soul. For the past few days, Han Shuo had been talking nonsense with Gilbert out of habit. Inside the soul depository ring, Gilbert was extremely bored. All day long, he worried whether his new physical body would cause him to lose some of his male functions and desires. Despite Han Shuo's persuasion, Gilbert's worries remained unabated. Gilbert's physical body had already been destroyed, leaving only his soul. However, the bad habits of the dark dragon race were deeply ingrained in him. It seemed that as long as his soul didn't perish, Dark Dragon Gilbert's temperament wouldn't change too much. Don't worry, I will search for the rarest and most precious materials. With your original bones as the foundation and the structure of the human body as the standard, I will rebuild a satisfactory body for you. This body will be even stronger than the body of the dark dragon race. Moreover, it will have unlimited possibilities of evolution. The desires and sexual ability that you are worried about will only become stronger. It will never make you a eunuch. Han Shuo, who had a headache because of Gilbert's chatter, had no choice but to promise again. Waha! That's great. Fortunately, I didn't choose a bone dragon. A dragon with only bones doesn't have that organ. Wouldn't I lose a lot of fun? Dark Dragon Gilbert tossed and turned in the soul depository ring, shouting excitedly, "All right, behave yourself. Properly comprehend those memories that I gave you. That is a martial technique that can make the soul stronger. You have to spend more energy on it." Gilbert's excitement gave Han Shuo a headache. Han Shuo exhorted helplessly. There were many secret techniques in demonic sections. There were even secret techniques that specifically strengthened and tempered the soul. As long as Dark Dragon Gilbert practiced according to that secret technique, his soul would become stronger and stronger. Once it reached a certain level of strength, he wouldn't need to use the soul depository ring to appear in front of Han Shuo. Moreover, his soul wouldn't dissipate with the passage of time. Some malicious spirits and evil spirits in this world also mastered a certain method under special circumstances. Only then could their soul not dissipate with the passage of time. Moreover, they could slowly strengthen their soul. They could even seize the time of rebirth in the human body and become stronger and stronger. The method that Han Shuo passed to Dark Dragon Gilbert was the method of refining evil spirits in demonic sections. As long as an ordinary soul was willing to painstakingly practice, it could also become a frightening evil spirit, unrestrained by the laws of heaven and earth. Dark Dragon Gilbert's soul was extremely strong. As long as he practiced according to Han Shuo's method, it wouldn't take too much time for him to completely break away from the soul depository ring. Even if his physical body was forged, his soul would still be very useful to him in the future. Master, how do you know so many messy things? I've never even heard of this kind of martial technique that cultivates the soul. How do you know it? After practicing for a few days, Gilbert had already realized the wonders of this method. His soul was becoming more and more tenacious. In the beginning, his soul would lose all strength after talking to Han Shuo for a few minutes. However, after practicing this martial technique for a few days, he could already persevere and talk to Han Shuo for more than an hour. Why do you care so much? Just practice properly for me. After a period of time, when you have a new body, you will know the benefits, scolded Han Shuo. All right. You're so annoying. Gilbert mumbled. Only then did he reluctantly shut up. He quieted down in the soul depository ring and slowly forged his soul according to that method. When Gilbert finally quieted down, Han Shuo also slowly sank into contemplation. During this period of time, Han Shuo didn't continue to practice demonic magic. After reaching the carnal realm, Han Shuo just let nature take its course and didn't deliberately force himself on demonic magic. As for necromancy magic, Han Shuo spent quite a bit of effort. Out of the 3 boundaries of fear, weakness, and aging, Han Shuo had already grasped the 2 boundaries of fear and weakness. In some large-scale battles, these 2 boundaries could greatly weaken the enemy's battle strength and have the effect of reversing the situation. Only the most mysterious and miraculous boundary of aging, Han Shuo really didn't know where to start for the time being. Unable to grasp the knack of it, Han Shuo didn't continue to waste too much energy on this boundary for the time being. Instead, he took the opportunity to grasp the last magic of the necromancy Grand Magus realm, the Grand Disintegration Art. The Grand Disintegration Art was the signature magic of necromancy mages. It was also a magic with extremely high destructive power. As the name implied, the Grand Disintegration Art could disintegrate the enemy's body. In an instant, an expert would die in pieces. This was an extremely frightening magic, but it was precisely because this magic was so frightening that it couldn't be released every time. Even if the Grand Disintegration Art was released, a certain probability was needed to achieve that kind of power. Even necromancy mages who were extremely proficient in this magic only had a chance of success once after releasing 5 Grand Disintegration Arts in a row. For necromancy mages who didn't particularly understand the essence of necromancy magic, the probability was even lower. Some people could only succeed once out of 10 times. The power of the Grand Disintegration Art also varied. The more powerful ones could instantly kill someone, while the weaker ones could only leave behind scars on the enemy's body. Han Shuo had only truly grasped this magic 2 days ago when he was recuperating from his injuries. However, he wasn't particularly proficient at it yet. Now that Gilbert had stopped being long-winded, Han Shuo continued to focus on this signature magic of necromancy mages. He also thought about when to test the power of this magic on a living person. Unknowingly, a night had passed. As soon as the sun rose, loud chatter could be heard from the outside of the hotel. Today was the day the finale auction would begin. Han Shuo had already stopped his research and rushed to the location of the auction. He wanted to see if there would be a greater harvest today. Chapter 486. Today, Han Shuo first lingered around the dazzling array of stalls. Han Shuo's luck was indeed pretty good. After a short while, he managed to find 2 pieces of limestone. As the sun gradually rose into the sky, the number of nobles dressed in luxurious clothing, riding tall horses, or sitting in carriages gradually increased. They did not linger on the bustling streets, but headed straight for the auction venue. Due to the appearance of these people, the originally crowded streets were cleared by a brigade of knights dispatched by Kasi Empire's city defense army. On the profound continent, nobles had always enjoyed special privileges. Those who could attend the auction venue were either rich or respectable. Kasi Empire naturally gave special treatment to such people. Some commoners, down-and-out swordsmen, Small wealthy merchants and distressed mages who lingered around the stalls on both sides of the street enviously watched these people walk towards the auction venue with their heads held high and chests puffed out under the escort of knights. They discussed in low voices and took the initiative to make way for them, lest they were asking for trouble by blocking their way. One after another, luxurious carriages arrogantly passed by. The carriages were decorated with exquisite patterns and emblems that symbolized their status. There were too many people on the street. In order to make way for these nobles, everyone had no choice but to squeeze together. As a result, stumbling was unavoidable, and all kinds of noises became even more chaotic. Han Shuo was among these people. At this moment, he could not help but crease his brows. The crowded crowd blocked Han Shuo, making it impossible for him to move around unhurriedly. In a place like this, in order not to startle the world, Han Shuo could not fly around randomly, nor could he use brute force to push people to the side. Therefore, he could not stroll around unhurriedly. Fortunately, Han Shuo was tall and broad. Standing in such a crowd, he naturally stood out. When Han Shuo creased his brows and inadvertently revealed his imposing manner, unless the people around him were squeezed to the point where they had no place to stand, they would generally not approach Han Shuo. Miss Sophie, it's Miss Sophie. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. No way! I saw that beautiful young lady here the day before yesterday. She even bought a pendant from my stall and pestered me for half a day for 2 gold coins. How do you know it's Miss Sophie? Are you sure you're not mistaken? A stall owner exclaimed in disbelief. Idiot! Riding a pure white Pegasus and such a beautiful young lady. Who else could it be other than Miss Sophie? Ha! You must have been mistaken a few days ago. How could Miss Sophie waste half a day with you just for 2 gold coins? The first person said disdainfully. Discussions about Sophie rose and fell, and many of them inadvertently fell into Han Shuo's ears. From the discussions of those around him, Han Shuo discovered that Sophie actually possessed a great reputation in Kasi Empire, and this reputation was not entirely due to her father, a sacred knight, Sulo. The young Sophie was already a sky rider, only a step away from her paladin father, Sulo. On top of that, Sophie was also a summoner, and her own strength was unfathomable. In addition to her extraordinary talent, Sophie's most attractive qualities are her kindness and approachability. There are many legends about Sophie helping poor people and her approachability. In the hearts of the people of Kasi Empire, the kind and pure Sophie was simply a perfect young lady. Especially in the hearts of some youngsters, Sophie was fully deserving of being a goddess. Amidst the clamor, Han Shuo passively accepted many positive rumors about Sophie. Han Shuo, who already had a good impression of Sophie, felt rather moved as he watched Sophie slowly approach on her pure, white Pegasus. Yesterday on the crowded streets, Han Shuo had already seen Sophie, but compared to the way she was today, Han Shuo preferred her approachability from yesterday. Riding on a Pegasus, Sophie wore a faint smile on her face, but when she thought of the person in the carriage beside her, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart, even complaining about her father's inexplicable behavior. In the carriage that came abreast of Sophie, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing a handsome young face. This youth, who was infatuated with Sophie, did not conceal the scorching light in his eyes. Although he did not say a word, anyone could see the intense desire to possess her in his eyes. Fei, the reason I came to the auction this time is to find a treasure worthy of you, the youth who was infatuated with Sophie said in a mushy tone as he leaned on the carriage and looked at Sophie with a smile. Sophie squeezed out a smile and said, No need. You know, I have no interest in those things. How can that be? My house of Pilon is the legitimate line of the royal family. Your father has already agreed to our marriage. As the wife of Brack, you will be the most beautiful, the most graceful, and the most luxurious woman. You must have a treasure that can match you, Brack said decisively. Brack's words really gave Sophie a headache. Brack was the nephew of His Majesty the King, Brad Pillon, and the son of Prince Bradley Pillon. In Kasi Empire, the Pillon royal family was the true ruler. For such a family, her father, Sulo, to take the liberty of agreeing to this marriage without her consent. Sophie really didn't know what to do. As the son of Prince Bradley Pillon, Brack could be considered a clean and honest character among the nobles of Kasi Empire. For many years, there hadn't been too many negative rumors about him. The eloquent Brack was a rising star in the political circles of Kasi Empire. Riding on the coattails of the House of Pillon, he rose through the ranks and became a prominent figure in Kasi Empire. Sulo had agreed to this marriage. Whether Sophie was willing or not in this patriarchal world, Sophie was already Brack's fiancée. Sophie's etiquette education from a young age prevented her from doing anything that would be beneath her status in a formal setting. This time, when she came together with Brack in public, it was only because she was unable to dissuade her father that she reluctantly agreed. As she listened to Brack's incessant ramblings about the future, Sophie's heart grew heavier and heavier. As a sky rider with extraordinary strength, Sophie really didn't have the slightest favorable impression of Brack, a nobleman who was neither good at magic nor martial arts, but was only infatuated with power. If it wasn't for the fact that Brack's family was too powerful, if it wasn't for her father's coercion, Sophie would have long continued to wander around the stalls on the bustling streets. Why would she become Brack's foil and accompany him to some auction house where celebrities gathered? Incomparably vexed, Sophie simply ignored Brack's incessant ramblings beside her. Sitting on her Pegasus, she wore a tranquil and faint smile as she aimlessly swept her eyes across the crowded crowd. She placed her attention on other things to lessen the detestable chatter in her ears. Suddenly, an imposing figure entered Sophie's eyes. Among the crowd, that was only one. 7 meters tall, Han Shuo with a height of 9 meters and a majestic physique stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Moreover, amidst the unbearably crowded crowd, that crane in a flock of chickens appeared rather spacious. This attracted even more attention from others. In the beginning, Sophie only took a casual glance. From her angle, she could only see Han Shuo's side profile. However, half of Han Shuo's chiseled cheeks gave Sophie a sense of familiarity. When Sophie's curiosity was piqued and she carefully observed Han Shuo, this sense of familiarity grew stronger and stronger. As the Pegasus slowly advanced, Sophie's angle of view on Han Shuo gradually changed. By the time Sophie was able to take in half of Han Shuo's face, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaim in surprise. Her bright eyes were filled with disbelief and pleasant surprise. It was at this moment that Han Shuo, who was looking around using his consciousness to search for suitable items, suddenly sensed a gaze that was fixed on him. Han Shuo creased his brows and unintentionally looked in the direction of the gaze. Immediately, he saw Sophie's pleasantly surprised eyes and pretty demeanor. With a sudden start, only then did Han Shuo react. He recalled how special his height would be among such a group of people. In order to not bring trouble to Sophie, Han Shuo gave up on searching for materials to refine Gilbert in this area. He hastily turned around and squeezed his way out of the crowd. Han Shuo exerted force with his shoulders. All the passers-by close to him were knocked to the ground, one after another. For a moment, curses rang out one after another. However, when they saw that majestic silhouette, each and every one of them hastily shut their mouths. Sophie, who was riding on a Pegasus in the distance, immediately cried out in surprise when she saw Han Shuo leaving in a hurry. Her slender, lily-white hand lightly patted the spotlessly white Pegasus beneath her, then pointed in the direction Han Shuo had left. The spotlessly white Pegasus, which had deliberately lowered its altitude, sensed its master's surprise and anxiety. It immediately spread its wings and soared into the sky, searching for Han Shuo above the crowd. Miss Sophie, what's going on? A middle-aged knight in front of Brack suddenly exclaimed. Brack, who had been gazing at Sophie, suddenly realized that his target was getting further and further away from him. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Raising his head to look at Sophie, who had spread her wings and left, he shouted, "Where are you going? What's the matter with you?" "I'm sorry, Brack. I suddenly ran into a friend I haven't seen for many years." Sophie flew into the sky on her Pegasus. She smiled apologetically at Brack, then once again patted the Pegasus' neck. Whoosh! Under Sophie's command, the Pegasus, which had already identified its direction, fiercely chased after the rapidly disappearing Han Shuo.